The Wolf Principality's withdrawal made Lin Jin somewhat unexpected. However, he didn't feel much joy. Instead, he felt a little bit of pressure. When things go wrong, there must be monsters. If it comes to a time when a fight must be fought, the Holy Empire will never retreat. There is only one possibility for them to retreat, and that is that they have reinforcements. Only when reinforcements are available will the Holy Church retreat without hesitation, because they believe that by then they will be able to retake these territories with greater strength without any effort. Recently, the war between the Buck Principality and the dwarves has slowly come to a halt due to the emergence of demons and undead. The war that was originally raging has eased due to the emergence of a common enemy. This could be their reinforcement. However, the Stag Principality is located in the far northwest of the Crow Principality and is completely opposite to the Wolf Principality. Even if they really choose to attack the Crow Principality, the Wolf Principality will not be able to withdraw its troops so simply. It seems that the Holy Empire still has other reinforcements. Lin Jin's thoughts moved, and he almost judged the movements of the Holy Empire. In fact, he had prepared these from the beginning. There is no doubt that the Church is the enemy of the undead, but the enemy of the undead is definitely not only the Church. Among all creatures, Lin Jin has the worst relationship with the Dragon Clan. He killed 2 golden dragon kings, slaughtered a large number of giant dragons, and even wore a Dragon King suit that attracted the hatred of the Dragon Clan. It can be said that he is completely full of hatred. He wouldn't be surprised at all if the dragon attacked him one day. Suppressing her thoughts, Lin Jin focused her eyes on the Templar Legion of the Crow Principality. One night's attack greatly increased the number of his undead, and the number had increased to more than 130,000, which was very exaggerated. Although most of them are low-level troops, they are still scary enough. The proportion of high-level soldiers resurrected by spiritualism is not high, but the proportion of low-level soldiers resurrected is very exaggerated. Among the 130,000 undead, there are nearly 90,000 level 1 to 2 skeletons and ghouls alone. Among them, there are not only the resurrected units in the towns that Lin Jin conquered, but also the dungeons that the Dark Elves conquered. In addition, there are still some corpses buried in the town. These corpses have not completely disappeared, and they have all been resurrected by Lin Jin's god-level spiritualism. A large number of undead legions were gathered together, creating a gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Jin also gathered 1,000 great corpse witches, 1,000 rotten Lamassu, 1,000 terror knights, and 300 vampire legions from the city of Eternal Night. The Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality gathered their troops to defend, but Lin Jin would not give them this chance. He had not dispatched the city of Eternal Night Regiment before. On the one hand, he was worried that the Legion would be too powerful and would alarm the Holy Temple and cause the Holy Temple coalition forces to retreat. On the other hand, some legions were also slower. The situation was urgent, and he did not care to wait for reinforcements. But after defeating a large number of troops from the Unicorn Principality in the first battle, he no longer had any scruples in this regard. Now that the opponent's forces have gathered together and they still want to hold on, Lin Jin also wants to take advantage of this moment to crush the coalition forces in the temple in one fell swoop. His military strength is enough. Now the undead appear to be powerful, but the risks they face are also very high. When he decides to sweep away the undead natural disaster, he must work hard. The army gathered together, and the mighty undead army surged towards the enemy fortress. This undead scourge army has already formed a large scale, and the temple is destined to be unable to discover this sudden increase in the undead elite. The inability to estimate the enemy's strength is bound to lead to the defeat of the Holy Empire. The intermediate town of the Holy Temple has gathered a large number of troops here. In addition to countless legions in the city, there are also a series of tents outside the city, all of which are stationed with the troops of the Holy Church. With this town as the center, the surrounding areas are filled with troops from the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality. When they saw the undead power coming here, all the legions immediately entered a state of alert. A large number of angels took off, and each legion formed a shield wall. I have to say that this town looks too desolate. It is simply unimaginable that there are so many legions stationed there, but it is only an intermediate town. Originally, this was also a high-end town. It's just that this town was first conquered by the Dark Elves and converted into a dungeon town, and then it was taken back and turned into a high-end town. The two transformations also completely reduced this town from a high-level town to a mid-level town. In fact, in the rest of the Crow Principality, many towns have changed hands several times and have even been converted into low-level towns. The economic impact of the war on both sides is not just talk. It is not known how long it will take to develop again in the future. This messenger of darkness is really brave. On the city wall, Marquis Andrus looked into the distance and whispered softly. The Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality still have very strong power, and they are all gathered together. Unexpectedly, Lin Jin still dared to attack at this time. This is too crazy. You know, their current power is not much inferior to that of Lin Jin. He also knows our trump card very well. If he doesn't attack now, once our reinforcements arrive, it will be even more difficult for him to attack again. Duke Inheem narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Just overnight, many players have already joined their legion. If time is delayed any longer, the number of their legion will increase instantly. At that time, they will be able to go all out and cause huge casualties to Lin Jin. No matter what, now we have no choice but to defeat these undead. Once we retreat, it will be difficult to attack them again." Queen Isabel looked firmly into the distance with her eyes. After listening to her words, the Principality of Inheem narrowed its eyes and looked into the distance, not knowing what they were thinking. As they looked, on the horizon in the distance, something like the sea the undead finally came into view. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Coming, the army of the undead is finally here. King of eternal night, messenger of darkness. All of us are really being fooled by him. Who says it's not? Who would have thought that these two identities are actually the same person? Alas, our strength seems too weak. On the battlefield, a large number of players looked at the sea of undead coming in front of them and couldn't help but sigh. The sight of a large number of terrifying undead made their scalps numb. Some female players even turned pale with fright. It's hard to imagine how normal players can get along with these undead. The arrival of the undead in front of them is also accompanied by an eerie and terrifying aura, which makes people feel like they are falling into hell. Too strong, indeed too strong. Lin Jin's legion, far from being comparable to them. Be a good boy. I now know why the undead have become the public enemies of the mainland. Was it really he who obtained these undead legions in a few days? If this damn thing really gives the undead some time to develop, the whole world will be theirs. As the undead army got closer and closer, the overwhelming skeleton soldiers got closer and closer, and finally another player couldn't help shouting. As far as the eye could see, the sky and the earth were all filled with undead. It was as if the door to the underworld had been opened. All the wandering undead have arrived on the mainland, and for players who have rarely seen the undead, it is even more shocking. The most important thing is that these undead are actually gathered in one day. One day? Within, there is an army of 130,000 undead. This is outrageous. Really, I'm going to vomit. No matter how strong this person is, there must be a limit. This kind of power is really a bit exaggerated. Another player also echoed, "We are really not playing the same game. Even if it is an open game world, we cannot do this." I suddenly feel a little confused now. Why do I feel that our legion may not be able to defeat the undead army? Yes, King Yongye is too powerful, and he has always done things flawlessly, without any mistakes. Now that he has decided to launch an attack, he is probably sure of victory. Give the poor child a way to survive. All the players frowned, their hearts were panicked, and their faces were extremely solemn. However, no matter where they were, or the rewards given to them by the temple, they had no choice. They said so, but regardless of anyway, they are all here in the temple. As the undead army approaches, the clouds change color. At this time, all players grit their teeth and add buff magic to their legions. At the same time, a large number of legions also gather together to form various shield walls. At this time, the black dragon on the other side of the sky also comes into view. In this war, Lin Jin only called the black dragon of the Dark Elves. As for the rest of the dungeon legions, Lin Jin did not let him go. They joined the battlefield. He now owns the Sea of the Undead and does not need the Dark Elves to be cannon fodder. If the Dark Elves are added to the battlefield, it will add a lot of burdens and weaken the Undead's combat power. Moreover, the Undead are indeed a camp without allies. Once the Undead magic is cast and the Plague Toxin spreads, it will cover the entire battlefield and affect both sides. Once the Dark Elves join the battlefield, their morale will also be reduced, and the Undead magic cast will also affect them, and the Plague Toxin will also cause harm to the Dark Elves. When the time comes to fight, I'm afraid Lin Jin will still be timid. But fortunately, the Black Dragon can still be used. The Black Dragon has strong magic immunity and can be immune to all low-level magic. Generally, the magic of the Undead is ineffective against the Black Dragon. Even the high-level Undead magic has a certain immunity to the Black Dragon. Lin Jin is very satisfied that the Dark Elf's crown troops can be used. The vast legions are rushing towards the enemy quickly. At 1,000 steps, the flames in the skulls of all the skeleton soldiers suddenly surged, and then all the skeleton soldiers began to run wildly. As the skeleton soldiers ran wildly, the white waves in front of them rose one after another, which was extremely spectacular. Everyone, prepare to defend. One of the heroes of the temple pulled out the sword from his waist and shouted loudly with a solemn face. The phalanx of bows and crossbows at the rear locked in the sky one after another, and the soldiers who formed the shield wall in the front also lowered their bodies. The next moment, dense arrow rain poured out again, and countless arrows were thrown towards the undead army in front of them. The bleak and murderous atmosphere could be felt in the sky. During this attack, a large number of skeleton soldiers followed falling down. More skeleton soldiers moved forward. While running, one skeleton spearman also pulled out his spear and threw it while running. The skeleton archers also launched counterattacks, and a bow and arrow also at the same time. They headed towards the opponent. On the battlefield, all the thick crossbow arrows on the war ballistas were shot out, sweeping away a large area. This wave of bones was cleared quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the skeleton seas after all, the number was astonishing. At this time, more skeleton soldiers rushed to the shield wall. Each skeleton soldier picked up the axe in his hand and slashed hard. With the boost given to them by Lin Jin, the axe is full of energy. On this battlefield, most of the legions are controlled by Lin Jin. His war skills have been upgraded to the Master of War, and he can command extremely large legions. When commanding the Undead Legion, he also can command more legions. With his current increase in strength, the strength of all low-level undead units he commands will increase by at least 1 to 2 levels. The bonuses Lin Jin gives to low-level undead units have already exceeded their own attributes. The skeleton soldiers and the shield wall collided together, and the entire wave of undead seemed to be finally contained. Waves of skeleton soldiers impacted into the wave. Roar! At this moment, Queen Brianna and Alina in the sky also led the group of black dragons to swoop into attack. The groups of rough-skinned and thick-bodied black dragons passed over the sea of the undead one after another, making deafening dragon roars, resounding throughout the battlefield. These ferocious black dragons also joined the battlefield forcefully. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. These hateful black dragons. Seeing the black dragons joining the battlefield, the temple heroes here all showed solemn eyes. What should come will always come. They also know that the black dragons will definitely join the battlefield. However, these black dragons participating in the battle still make them feel very tricky. But no matter what, they must stop these black dragons. Fearless knights of the Templar heroes, let these black dragons experience the power of the holy light. In the sky, a knight riding on a golden magic horse raised the knight's spear in his hand and shouted resolutely. Oh, over the entire battlefield, all the Burning Sun Crusaders also raised their spears and solemnly shouted. Awe, inspiring. That golden figure also illuminated the entire battlefield. At this time, Queen Isabel on the ground also raised the Greyhound sword in her hand. Greyhound light. Queen Isabel shouted loudly. The Greyhound sword in her hand flashed with light, and a golden wave rose into the sky, and then spread to all directions in an instant. With this wave as the center, all the legions were covered a layer of golden light. The closer it is to the center of the golden wave, the more intense the golden light blooms on it. The Sun Crusaders and angels in the center are all surrounded by rich golden light, just like a shining spirit. The national weapon, the Greyhound Sword. However, Queen Isabel's strength is limited after all, and her strategic level is not high. She cannot lead too many legions and cannot fully exert the functions of the Greyhound Sword. If this Greyhound Sword is given to the legendary hero, the amplification effect on the battlefield will only be greater. Wow! After Isabel used the active effect of the Greyhound Sword, the morale of all legions increased significantly, and everyone was stunned. Excited, fighting spirit surges. Charge! In the sky, the knight leading the Burning Sun Crusaders finally no longer hesitated. He only felt that his whole body was full of power, and the spear in his hand also swung down and became a horizontal position. Rush! All the Burning Sun Crusaders heard this. The golden spears in his hands were swung down uniformly, and they were ready to charge. At the next moment, blazing rays of light streaked through the sky, and the rushing golden torrent rushed towards the Black Dragon. The Scorching Sun Crusaders' the speed is at least twice as fast as before. The Sun Crusaders, who are already good at speed, are even faster. Moreover, almost all cavalry have a passive attribute that can continuously increase their attack power along with their speed. The destructive power of the Burning Sun Crusaders at this speed can also be imagined. My dear, this is so handsome. Damn it. Man, the ultimate dream. This damn thing allows me to be among the group of Scorching Sun Crusaders, and I dare to attack. The temple is still strong. When Isabel used the effect of the Greyhound Sword, everyone turned their attention, and when the Burning Sun Crusaders launched a charge, they were also amazed in their hearts. So handsome. The Galloping Sun Crusaders, like the Legion of the Sun, its dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire gloomy battlefield, like a light piercing the darkness. Moreover, the cavalry galloped with amazing momentum and unstoppable force. The Burning Sun Crusaders disappeared in a blink of an eye, just before everyone was watching. In the midst, the Burning Sun Crusaders arrived in an instant and had already rushed in front of the Black Dragon. Roar! In the sky, the Black Dragons also noticed the enemy's approach. When the Burning Sun Crusaders entered their attack range, all the Black Dragons roared and breathed out blazing dragon breath. The blazing flaming dragon breath streaked across the sky and swept towards the Burning Sun Crusaders. At this time, the Burning Sun Crusaders, like golden meteors, dispersed one after another, automatically changing their formations to dodge the Black Dragon's attack. However, there were so many Burning Sun Crusaders, and the Black Dragon's attack range was also very large, it was impossible for them to completely dodge. When the Black Dragon attacked, a Burning Sun Crusader also suffered a fierce attack and was swept away by the dragon's breath. However, at this time, the Burning Sun Crusaders' offensive continued unabated, and the golden figure was galloping in the flames. The golden spears in his hands also gathered into golden light, piercing the flames. In the flames, one by one the Sun Crusaders were galloping, turned into a golden spear, and rushed towards the Black Dragon. The golden figure looked even more powerful in the dragon's breath, tragic and even more dazzling. During this charge, the life of the Burning Sun Crusaders at the front was finally cleared. The magic horse under his crotch dissipated, and he fell from the sky. But at this time, the Burning Sun Crusaders behind him also charged over and stabbed. A spear in the hand of a Burning Sun Crusader stabbed violently, and a golden spear glow penetrated the body, piercing the flames, and stabbed the Black Dragon fiercely. The speed of the charge plus this fierce attack, just with one blow, the Black Dragon trembled all over, and the blood on its head dropped sharply. At this time, the rest of the Burning Sun Crusaders also came to the Black Dragon one after another, and the spears in their hands also stabbed down one after another. The HP of these Black Dragons dropped sharply due to the attack, and they had no backhand power at all, so they could only passively withstand these attacks. Roar! Accompanied by several shrill dragon roars, several Black Dragons charged in thunder in a moment. Their health was emptied, and they fell down from the air powerlessly. Their bodies hit the skeleton soldiers on the ground, but they were crushed to death. A swarm of skeleton soldiers. The 12th level soldiers already have the ability to kill the crown soldiers, and with the increase of the Greyhound sword, the lethality of these Sun Crusaders has also doubled. This is also thanks to the Black Dragon. If as for the Ghost Dragons, this wave alone would cause heavy losses. On the other hand, the Black Dragons endured the strongest wave of impact, but only lost a few. Dragon, Lin Jin can completely accept this. However, he was not slow either. When the Burning Sun Crusaders over there launched an attack, he commanded the Rotting Lamassu behind to launch an attack. The rotten poison Lamassu in the air rushed forward one after another, and in the sea of undead on the ground, more rotten poison Lamassu took to the air and launched attacks. On the ground, in front of the shield wall, a large number of skeleton soldiers have been killed. In this short period of time, more than 10,000 skeleton soldiers have been killed. But at this moment, some vampire earls rushed into the enemy's formation and fought fiercely with them at a very small cost. The great corpse witches who were like stars in the sea of undead also used the cloud of death magic to turn into forts and bombard the shield wall in front of them. On the left and right wings of the battlefield, 2,000-man terrifying knights, under the command of Uther, have launched a roundabout outflank. Behind the Sea of the Dead, a large number of vampire legions finally began to infiltrate into the Sea of the Dead in batches and charge forward. The picture is poor and the dagger can be seen. The front legions are mostly cannon fodder, while the back are the main legions. Now that the two sides are fighting together, it is the time for these main legions to show their power. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see a large number of black spots passing quickly through the tide of skeletons. Their bodies are agile and light, and they have an elegant feeling. I passed through thousands of flowers, but not a single leaf touched me. These vampire earls shuttled through the running skeleton soldiers, but quickly left these skeleton soldiers behind and quickly marched forward. Last night, Lin Jin specially asked Letitia to bring all the vampires back to the City of Eternal Night, spent a sum of gold and resources to upgrade them all into vampire counts, and then brought them back to the battlefield. Vampires and vampire earls have vastly different combat capabilities. Moreover, only the vampire count has the ability to teleport, while vampires lack this most exaggerated ability. It is a pity that the buildings built in the city can only upgrade the 7th level vampire to the 8th level vampire earl. As for the higher vampire duke, this is also a special unit and can only be promoted slowly through the vampire earl. For now, though, these vampire counts will definitely be a nightmare for the temple. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Here, a large number of vampire counts shuttled through the legions and came to the front. At the very back of the battlefield, a group of great corpse witches also spread out and began to march towards the front. On the city wall, Marquis Andrus immediately noticed the changes in the undead army's formation. His face was solemn and his eyes were filled with worry. Although the skeleton army below was constantly defeated, he did not feel that things would go so smoothly. He always clearly remembered that Lin Jin had 2 legendary heroes under his command. Now, he finally saw the vampire count who kept coming over. The huge number made him feel extremely solemn. This power was stronger than he imagined, and the number of the vampire army seemed to be a bit exaggerated. The Duke of Inheim found traces of the Terror Knights on the left and right flanks. There were 1,000 Terror Knights on each side. They were circling the battlefield, preparing to raid the rear of our army. At this time, a hero riding a griffin in the sky also came to the city wall. Now the legion on Lin Jin's side exceeds 130,000, and the legion on the temple's side exceeds more than 200,000, including there are also a large number of players and low-level units. As far as the entire battlefield is concerned, the battle line is too stretched, and the war on the side cannot be monitored at all. However, in order to prevent the forest embers from surrounding the rear, the temple still arranged a guard on the side of troops. Unexpectedly, this really came in handy. 2,000 terrifying knights. Where did the King of Eternal Night come from such a powerful force? Queen Isabel murmured. This is not a cabbage, but an upright 12th level unit. Moreover, the undead crown units are weak. On the contrary, their middle and high level units are very powerful. Let's not talk about the vampire earl for the time being. The Terror Knights have strong health and defense. A fatal blow that may be triggered at any time can cause double damage, and their combat effectiveness is extremely strong. In addition to being unable to fly, their real combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the Sun Crusaders. 2000 The Terror Knight, once bypassed, may directly threaten the rear of the temple. Is there any way to intercept them? Dukenheim asked in a deep voice. No, the enemy deviated from the battlefield, obviously trying to bypass the entire battlefield. If we hadn't deployed eyeliners farther away, we might not be able to find these terrifying knights at all. The hero shook his head. The Terror Knights' mobility is already strong. If you want to defeat them, you must either assemble a powerful legion to intercept them or choose to ambush. But the Terror Knights have strayed too far from the battlefield. If the temple sends a powerful legion to attack, interception may not be able to keep up with the latter's speed, but it will just waste this part of the power. If you choose to ambush, the enemy will be too far away from the battlefield, and the legion's dispatch will not be able to see it. But if you don't care, it won't work. In this war, there are relatively weak players and legions in the middle and rear. Killing these troops at the beginning will also cause a huge blow to the temple. Moreover, once the Terror Knight attacks from the rear, the powerful power of the Terror Knight will also be directly penetrated the legion of the temple, causing greater damage. We have too few troops. Marquis Andrus shook his head, sighed, and continued. The undead army led by the Dark Messenger is already very powerful, and there are also many middle and high-level soldiers in his army. We initially decided to go to war with him because he did not increase his troops. Now it seems that he should have mobilized stronger forces from his base camp. He is no longer optimistic about this war. The outbreak of the war has made him see the difficulties of the Lingine Legion. He has to admit that they do not have the power to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers. Occasionally, some of them are released on the battlefield. Strategic magic, even a series of fireballs, can only deprive some of the undead of their lives, but overall it is too small a threat to the battlefield. In any case, the temple lacks group damage attacks, and their bows, even the crossbowmen, were completely unable to contain the sea of undead. If there are no reinforcements, should we retreat? Dukenheim glanced at the battlefield and asked hesitantly. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for us to retreat. Once we retreat, these temple legions will be equivalent to being abandoned. And by abandoning this place, the enemy will no longer have any worries. He will definitely take advantage of the victory to pursue us and continue to hunt us down. When the time comes, the natural disaster of the undead will be unstoppable. Queen Isabel retorted directly without thinking. This is why they chose to stick here in the first place. Shrinking the defense line is already their biggest concession. It is impossible to directly withdraw from the Crow Principality, which would be a waste of all previous efforts. Moreover, now, the two sides have been fully engaged. To retreat at this time is equivalent to sacrificing these fighting warriors. Duke Inheim and Marquis Andres did not speak, but quietly looked at the battlefield ahead. Finally, a vampire count they all appeared in front of the Templar Legion with their blood-sucking swords. Their faces were stern, their cloaks were swaying behind them, and their evil figures had a cold feeling. At this moment, the Templar soldiers in front were still holding on, and they all became more serious. The next moment, these vampire earls also rushed in front of the temple soldiers. At the first moment, several vampire earls jumped up, holding the big sword in their hands tightly with both hands, and slashed hard. Come! The next moment, the big sword slashed at the shield wall. The fierce attack made the shield wall tremble. Behind, there were more vampire earls flickering and appearing directly among the legion behind. As soon as they appeared, the big sword swept around. On the entire front line of the battlefield, a large number of vampire earls were already fighting with the enemy. With the attack of the vampire earls, the enemy's phalanx was immediately broken, and the originally chaotic shield wall began to the entire line collapsed. As more and more vampire earls poured in from behind, the casualties in the temple also increased rapidly. After the swords collided and the shield wall shattered, all the vampire earls fought fiercely with the enemy head-on. At this time, the vampire earls are all extremely dazzling. They open and close the swords in their hands and attack fiercely. Coupled with the blood-sucking recovery effect brought by their own passive, they are all invincible. A vampire earl swung the spear of the shooter with one sword, and then leaned forward, slashing his body directly with the sword blade in his hand, and the spear in the hand of another spearman was also stabbed from behind. He dodged sideways, and then turned around and slashed the spearman with his sword. Finally, he struck the spearman with his sword. The spear in the hand of a spearman pierced the body of the vampire earl, but the vampire earl held the enemy's gun barrel in one hand and slashed it back with the sword in his hand. This scene can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. They are like unparalleled warriors on the battlefield. Like fierce generals, they open and close and sweep across all directions. After getting close to the enemy for a melee, these vampire earls rarely suffer casualties. Even if they are seriously injured, they can still rely on some low-level troops on the battlefield to gain life. With the influx of more than 12,000 vampire counts, the church is facing unprecedented pressure. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Tens of thousands of vampire counts all rushed into the enemy's formation. The entire vampire army was overwhelming, defeating the enemy one after another. The striking figure, the dark attire, and the appearance of the vampire army alone are very eye-catching. Withstand. Brothers, hold on all. Press on. Quickly block the vampire earl over there. Stabilize the front and integrate the shield wall. The holy judge, the priestess, the healing arts. On the battlefield, one of the Templar heroes shouted loudly, and the roaring sound resounded throughout the battlefield. Some Templar heroes had directly raised their swords and joined the battlefield in person. These vampire counts are really too strong, especially when they have the advantage. After that, they cooperated with each other, just like a group of cold and ruthless killers. At this time, golden rays of light also emerged on the battlefield. This was the light of healing techniques. However, these healing techniques finally no longer healed the temple. The warrior instead locked onto the vampire earl on the battlefield. One by one, the holy inquisitors wearing gorgeous golden robes and holding scepters raised their scepters and tried their best to cast magic. Each one had long golden hair. Priestesses wearing golden dresses with a white background also lowered their heads. Their hands made prayer gestures, and they also used healing spells. As the healing spells were released on these vampire earls, each vampire earl involuntarily arched their body. Bursts of black mist appeared on their bodies. Their faces were ferocious, and white bones began to appear. The Holy Church's healing technique was the most deadly poison to these undead. Unfortunately, the Holy Church's healing technique had a limited range. Otherwise, these holy inquisitions, those who can turn into the mage of the temple. In the healing skills of the Holy Judge, some of the vampire earl's offensive has also been suppressed. But this is only part of it after all. The number of holy judges is not many, and the priestesses' the attack power is not strong enough. Even if some vampire earls are injured, as long as they do not die, they may plunder the health points from the other temple soldiers. Some vampire earls with residual blood even directly kill several low-level soldiers. The health points are full. This is much more exaggerated than the healing skills of the temple. Identity. Damn it, these vampire legions are too exaggerated. This is simply a perpetual motion machine. What's the use of us rushing forward? With our strength, even if we release magic, as long as we can't kill these vampire earls, their blood can be replenished with a sword strike on us. This vampire army is too exaggerated. Is the undead camp so strong? Compared to these Templar heroes, the player's mentality has really collapsed. The overall strength of the players is much weaker than that of the Templar. Now the average player level is about level 3, while the elite players are at level 5. The high-level players are at level 7. They have worked hard to improve for so long, and their power is far less powerful than that of the vampire earl, and they do not have many characteristics. They have always won by numbers. They use numbers to suppress the enemy and consume them constantly, thus victory. But now it seems that this is obviously funny. The players' human C tactics have really become a joke in front of the vampire army, and the undead do not have the attribute of endurance, so they can keep fighting. This also means, if a large number of players attack these vampire legions, and if they do not have enough power to kill these vampire legions in seconds, then the vampire legions can kill them all. Players wailed, and many players became frightened and began to retreat and evacuate from the battlefield. The Song of the Holy Light. At this moment, a voice came from the city wall. Immediately afterwards, an extremely precious magic scroll was torn apart, and a powerful light swept out again, covering the battlefield. Above the battlefield, a solemn chant followed. This magnificent hymn, like a chorus of thousands of people, had an indescribable sense of holiness. The light fell, and a famous player and even the warriors in the temple were all covered with a layer of power. The weapons in their hands shone with golden light. All their fatigue disappeared, and their morale increased greatly. The Song of the Holy Light. This was not the first time Lin Jin had seen this magic. Previously, when he ambushed the main army of the Church of Light, the legendary hero Benedict also used this scroll. This can not only improve the overall attributes of the Legion, but also apply the power of the Holy Light attribute to their weapons. This power can enhance the attack power of the soldiers, and in front of them when dealing with the Dark Camp. It can also cause a higher degree of damage. With the strength and range of this magic scroll, this is definitely the top magic scroll in the temple, 1-1. In the face of the pressure from the vampire count at that time, they finally used this scroll. At the same time, in the center of the battlefield, the phalanx of paladins who were waiting for them finally moved. These paladins were filled with layers of power, solemn and sacred. They held a shield in their left hand and a gun in their right hand. Fully armed, even the war horses under their crotches were completely covered in white cloth armor. This paladin army did not join the battle from the beginning, but was always ready to deal with emergencies. Originally, the temple also planned to mobilize this army at any time the Paladin Legion is going to resist the possible attacks from the Terror Knights from behind. But now, they can't wait any longer. The Vampire Legion in front of them is too strong. If they don't stop the Vampire Legion will directly penetrate them. Their front. By then, even if the terrifying knights behind them didn't come, they would still be defeated. Charge. With the order, the entire Paladin Legion also moved, only to see that the legions in front of the Paladin Legion were all getting out of the way in an orderly manner, and these Paladin phalanxes were also galloping towards a Vampire Legion's most aggressive attack. He rushed towards the place violently. The iron cavalry galloped, the earth shook, and the silver, white Paladin phalanx formed a single line. The 50 Paladin at the front kept pace with each other. The military formation was extremely strict. In a moment, the Paladin had already rushed towards at the front of the battlefield. I saw Paladins charging with their horses, and the spears in their hands kept thrusting out, and the vampire earls were pierced one after another. The power of light on the Paladins' spears made these saints even more. The knights added powerful destructive power. A vampire count also jumped up and slashed at these Paladins with his big sword. However, the Paladins either used their shields to resist or waved their spears, and they were all easily defeated. The Vampire Earl launched his attack. Immediately afterwards, the cavalry phalanx ran over and flattened all the Vampire Earls. This was simply devastating. The Paladins were originally a 12th level unit, with strong strength, and a lot of buffs were added to them. The effect, gathered into a square array, is naturally invincible. Finally come. On the back of the Ghost Dragon King, Lin Jin saw the Holy Knights dispatching, but he didn't pay attention at all, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He had been waiting for these Holy Knights for a long time. In the middle of the battlefield, great corpse witches gathered one after another. Together, they quickly marched forward to find a powerful position. After the Vampire Earl launched the attack, Lin Jin had been moving these great corpse witches in batches and quietly integrated into the skeleton army. Relying on the skeletons under the cover of the sea, these great corpse witches quickly arrived within the shooting range. However, Lin Jin did not allow these great corpse witches to attack, and only allowed a few great corpse witches to attack. Normally, the enemy would only pass through the attack of the great corpse witches on the battlefield was used to determine the number of great corpse witches on Lin Jin's side. It was difficult for them to notice the great corpse witches hidden among the skeletons. The fierce attacks of the frontline vampire legions also left them no time to notice, little by little patrolling the battlefield. So, the meeting he was waiting for has come. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. In front, All the paladins moved forward bravely, and the silver, white square formation became the most dazzling presence on the entire battlefield. With the attack of the paladins, all the vampire earls disappeared into thin air. These paladins would also use holy magic and healing techniques to kill enemies from a distance. Many vampire counts were turned into ashes and dissipated before they even got close to the paladin. Damn it, the Templar is awesome. The paladin is so powerful. This phalanx of paladin is so cool that these vampire legions can't move anymore. Fight back, go! Every player exclaimed. Many players are just useless. They are just pawns on the battlefield and cannot analyze the command strategy of the war between the two sides. Whether it is Lin Jin with the skeleton soldiers in the front row, driving the sky in the sky, the black dragon and the poisonous Lamassu, as well as the attack of the terrifying knights on the side, all have their own goals that they want to achieve. Most of the angels in the temple did not participate in the battle, and the vast majority of the holy knights also did not participate in the battle. This is also they had their strategic purpose. When the vampire army began to wreak havoc, they felt that the temple would be defeated, but when they saw the paladin army galloping on the battlefield, invincible, they felt that the temple would win. On the city wall, Queen Isabel, High Duke Mu and Marquis Andres, their faces did not relax at all. Instead, they were still looking at the battlefield seriously. In the sky, the battle had escalated again. The resentful souls and the radiant spirits were fighting together, two incorporeal creatures. It was like meeting an opponent in chess, and at the same time, a large number of royal griffins and sun crusaders were also fighting with the rotten Lamassu and the black dragon. Every minute and every second, the wronged souls of the undead could be seen screaming, and their souls were scattered. You can also see the Yao Ling shattering into pieces and turning into spots of light all over the sky. The war between the burning sun crusaders and the rotten Lamassu is also extremely fierce, and you can see endless swarms of plague insects filling the sky. At this time, the black dragon they seemed a little uncomfortable. Because of the emergence of rot Lamassu, they were unable to use dragon breath without scruples and could only engage in hand-to-hand combat, which greatly weakened their power. On the ground, the paladins were also attacking the vampires. Legion. Although all parties are at a disadvantage, as long as the Paladin Legion has a way to intercept the enemy's vampire wave, then the temple will have a way to take the initiative step by step. What should you do next? Marquis Andres looked at Lin Jin on the back of the Ghost Dragon King in the distance and murmured in his mouth. He wanted to see what else Lin Jin could do and what other trump cards this source of disaster could come up with. Just when Andres withdrew his eyes from Lin Jin and began to have time to look at the entire battlefield, his eyes suddenly saw a big corpse witch on the battlefield. This big corpse witch showed no signs of attacking. Then he turned around again, only to find that there were already dozens of great corpse witches in that area. For a moment, he was stunned. When he looked at the battlefield again, he found that they should have been all middle and low-level ones. A lot of great corpse witches were discovered in the place where the undead troops were placed. Unknowingly, some great corpse witches also slowly moved closer to the front, but only a part of the great corpse witches were launching attacks, using the cloud of death magic. Bullshit. That part of the corpse which was really watching a show. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Quick, pass the order. All the paladins will disperse. Andres's eyes condensed, and he shouted suddenly. His shout made all the Templar heroes on the city wall confused. They had not yet realized what had happened. Just when a Templar hero was about to ask, but in the sea of undead in front of them, green rays of light lit up. These emerald green lights were like dazzling lights in the sea of undead. They were completely different from the light of ordinary undead fires. They instantly caused a stir. Everyone's attention. Great Corpse Witch. When did so many great corpse witches gather here? The temple hero was completely stunned, and he was stunned in place. His impression of Lin Jin's great corpse which only stayed at the beginning, and he suddenly discovered that the number of these great corpse witches had increased several times. In his dull eyes, he saw countless green energy balls on the staffs in the hands of the great corpse witch shooting out. The energy balls with corrosive light shot out quickly from all directions on the battlefield. They all attacked the Paladin Legion, and the magic bullets were projected at a low angle, completely surrounding the Paladin Legion. In everyone's eyes, energy bombs exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The violent shock wave hit the phalanx of the paladins, deafening, and the explosive waves submerged all these paladins. Even the momentum of the paladins completely stopped. A large number of war horses staggered, and some of the paladins were also knocked off their horses. The blood volume above their heads was also falling crazily. After the first round of bombardment, the green smoke completely dispersed, completely covering the paladin square, but there was no one who had just reached the attack distance. The great corpse witches also launched attacks one after another. The death cloud magic bullets once again bombarded the thick green mist. On the battlefield, everyone's eyes turned to this direction, and the bursting waves shook their hearts. Their hopes were shattered bit by bit. These attacks were like bombardments in their hearts, and they couldn't even imagine what kind of blow a paladin who was so focused on would suffer. You know, these paladins are all they formed a military formation and were extremely densely arranged, but at this time, this dense arrangement would also greatly damage their power. In the smoke, many paladins finally rushed out one after another, but these paladins, however, their health levels were extremely low. The holy knights were scattered in all directions, looking extremely embarrassed. Angel, use resurrection. Marquis Andrus quickly sent out the surrounding angels to resurrect the group of paladins. The loss of the paladins made him heartbroken. Such a scale of casualties would cost many angels magic points. One archangel after another, the How angels flew out one after another. The archangel raised the cross sword in his hand and began to perform the resurrection technique. The How angel also raised his short sword and also began to perform the resurrection technique. Around him, a large number of vampire earls were taking advantage of this moment. They surrounded the paladins and launched attacks. Attack! Seeing the angel performing the resurrection technique, Lin Jin narrowed his eyes and directly issued the final attack order. In the sky, ghost dragons roared and rushed towards the battlefield one after another. All the death angels also crossed the sky and joined the battlefield forcefully. This wave of ambush is enough to disintegrate the power of the paladins. Even if the angels cast resurrection spells, they cannot resurrect all the paladins. Moreover, as long as the angels' resurrection spells are used, they will have no way to revive them again. For Lin Jin, angels are his real target. As long as angels don't have resurrection skills, then killing one counts as one. The undead are never afraid of large-scale legions. The only things the undead fear are the crown troops. Although these paladins are strong, but in front of the terrifying knights, it is nothing. Killing the crown soldiers is what Lin Jin has always wanted to do. Besides, as long as the great corpse which joins the battlefield, the paladins will not be a threat. Even if they are again, resurrection is a dead end and will only lead to defeat in the end. While the angel was casting the resurrection spell, Lin Jin finally launched his final fierce attack. In the sky, the black dragons also gave up their attacks and quickly left the aerial battlefield. They resisted so many after a long time, they are no longer used. Next is the home of the undead. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Over the battlefield, angels of death streaked across the sky like black meteors. A burning sun crusader was fighting against the corrupted Lamassu. Just as he was about to stab him with the spear in his hand, a death angel had already come to his side. He saw the death angel slashing rapidly with both swords. This burning sun crusader, before he could react, he was killed. Another burning sun crusader stabbed a death angel with a spear in his hand, but the death angel swung the huge sword with a burning black cross in his hand and directly swung the spear away, and then chopped off his head with another sword. One by one, the death angels all joined the battlefield, and all the sun crusaders in the sky were quickly killed. These sun crusaders and rotten Lamassu have been fighting for a long time and are in very poor condition. The holy light amplification of the Greyhound sword on them has also ended. Now they are tired of dealing with the attack of Rodus Lamassu, and naturally they are unable to resist the attack of the Angel of Death. In this case, their casualties naturally increased a lot. The Crusaders of the Burning Sun were killed one after another, and their bodies kept falling from the sky. The angels kept resurrecting the paladins, but these Crusaders of the Burning Sun could no longer enjoy the resurrection of the angels. At the same time, all the ghost dragons roared and dived towards the battlefield. The addition of crown, ranked troops to the battlefield naturally brings the most terrifying pressure. If they were allowed to harvest like this, the Burning Sun Crusaders would be completely wiped out in a short time. Once the Sun Crusaders are completely wiped out, Rotus Ramasu will also join in the attack on the Royal Griffins, and the Royal Griffins' casualties will rapidly expand. All this will have a chain effect. Block those angels of death. On the city wall, one angel finally could no longer watch the battle, and his white figure also crossed the sky, rushing towards the angel of death. But no matter how you look at it, the attacks of these angels have a tragic color. The temples there are only more than 400 angels, which is already the main force they have gathered here, but Lin Jin alone has more than 500 death angels. He also has hundreds of ghost dragons and more than 50 soul snatchers. Death Scythe. There are over 100 black dragons on the edge of the battlefield, ready to attack at any time. These angels are facing a more powerful force. Moreover, Lin Jin also has a legendary angel and an epic angel. These two units it is enough to compare with stronger power. Moreover, the angels' battle is meaningless. If their attack can gain hope for the legions on the ground and help them expand their advantage and achieve the final victory, their attack will still be meaningful. But the Vampire Legion on the ground obviously has the main advantage, and a large number of Templar soldiers are also dying in the battle. A famous corpse which also casts spells to display the cloud of death magic, bombarding the Templar Legion behind. The completely dispersed fog of plague, it also completely filled the battlefield, and all the regiments began to lose blood, and the regiments bombarded by magic suffered heavy casualties. After all, this is a 10th level magic unit. In this case, even if they can delay Death Angel, the war situation on the ground has long been doomed. Therefore, this kind of resistance has no meaning, it is just delaying death. On the city wall, all the temple heroes are aware of this, and all players are even more aware of this. This kind of battle is not like the battles in ancient times. You can win by gritting your teeth and fighting to the end. Every warrior of the temple has a firm belief and strong morale. They are not afraid of death, sacrifice, and this is the extent of the strength they can achieve. The morale of the undead in front of them is constant, and they will not feel afraid. Even if the temple attacks, these undead will not take a step back. Both sides have exerted their own strength. Go all out. Because of this, judging the outcome of war in many cases is actually very simple. The battle situation in front of you is clear at a glance. The natural disaster of the undead is already unstoppable. The Duke of Inheim looked at the battle in the sky, and then looked at the battlefield on the ground, his eyes filled with emotion. If there is no accident, the undead will definitely win this war, and the power gap between the two sides is huge. Besides, they don't have any trump cards. They have all been used. The only comeback point is reinforcements. But now the Holy Empire is attacked by demons. The Seal War has also broken out very fiercely, and the main force of the Church of Light has been wiped out by Lin Jin in one fell swoop. Light. The Church can no longer easily dispatch the power of the Church. As for the Buck Principality and the Wolf Principality, one side has the Orcs watching, and the other side has the Dwarves watching. Although the war between the Buck Principality and the Dwarves has stopped, both sides we are still in a stalemate. Under this situation, it is impossible for the Buck's Principality to send reinforcements rashly. Lin Jin's attack was too fast. Just one day apart, he launched a series of wars without giving any chance. He has been plotting against us from the beginning. His military strength was enough to defeat us, but his goal from the beginning was not just to defeat us. He wanted to devour us. Marquis Andrus looked at the paladins who were surrounded by a large number of plague zombies and attacked by the great corpse which on the battlefield, and his eyes became more solemn. Only after the angels in the temple fought with the angel of death did he realize Lin Jin's goal. Just now he subconsciously resurrected these paladins. After all, the paladins are the core of the battlefield. Without the paladins, the temple would be even more difficult to resist the vampire count's attack. But now he found that even if these paladins were resurrected, there would be no trace of them. The effect is only to delay death. Moreover, angels also waste their precious resurrection ability. Angels have been killed by Erica and Ella on the battlefield, but at this moment, they have no way to revive angels. From the rear, The Terror Knight was also blocking their way back. To be precise, Lin Jin asked the Terror Knight to take a detour at the beginning. In addition to attacking from behind, he also took the initiative to reduce the pressure on the frontal battlefield and give the opponent some room to breathe. Only when they felt that when there is still hope, they will fight without hesitation. And when they feel that there is no hope and want to retreat, these terrifying knights will also become a nightmare blocking their way. Yes, Lin Jin mobilized the Eternal Knight from after defeating some of the undead elites on the island. He no longer felt that he would lose. All he had to do was to kill the enemy to a greater extent. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. In the sky, ghost dragons swooped and roared, each one swooping down on the battlefield. Every time they dived, a rotten atmosphere spread to the entire battlefield. All the Templar troops affected by this aura have seen their morale drop, and their strength has also been greatly reduced. This is also the aura of the Ghost Dragon. Except for high-level Templar troops such as Paladins and Sun Crusaders, which can be actively immune to this part of the power, the other troops will be affected to a greater or lesser extent according to their own strength. Roar. At the same time, the swooping ghost dragons also breathed out dragon breath and black mist, like dragon breath enveloped the battlefield. The health of all the Templar soldiers who were hit was rapidly dissipating. In an instant, one enemy after another on the battlefield, their lives were withering away. However, there were no scars on their bodies. Everyone seemed to have been drained of their vitality, and their lifespan was exhausted. The ghost dragon swooped down, and scores of enemies fell with it. As for the temple, there is no longer any power to stop the dragon. With the attack of the ghost dragon, the pressure on the entire temple is increasing exponentially. Clouds of death lock on the temple phalanx in front from all directions on the battlefield and continue to erupt. The poisonous plague mist caused continuous damage to all the Templar legions. On the other hand, the Templar warriors had no backhand power. It can be seen that the phalanx of archers and crossbowmen are attacking the ghost dragon in the air, but they have many arrows. They all pass directly through the gaps in the bones of the ghost dragon, without causing any damage to the latter. The restraint was too strong. The damage they caused to the ghost dragon was far less than the damage caused to them by the spread of the poisonous mist of the plague. Some sentinels, legion guards, spearmen, halberdiers, and a large number of players, before they even did anything, the spread of these plague poisonous mist directly took away their lives. High in the sky, the ghost dragon king under Lin Jin's feet, he finally moved. However, he saw the ghost dragon king roaring, flapping his bone wings, and rushing towards the front of the battlefield. As soon as Lin Jin moved, all the angels around him also stared at Lin Jin, but there were always a large number of death angels around him. The guards and the angels on the battlefield were all facing fierce attacks, and not many people could attack Lin Jin. The Ghost Dragon King came to the forefront of the war, and Lin Jin also approached the front of the town, separated by a not so far distance, looking down at the Templar heroes on the city wall. Dark Person, seeing Lin Jin approaching, Queen Isabel, Duke Inhim, and Marquis Andrus on the city wall all became solemn, and there was even some anger in their hearts. Not only them, but also the rest of the Templar heroes. While feeling fearful, they are also very aggrieved. The Holy Light is everything. The Holy Empire is the overlord of the continent. Why do these dirty undead creatures who were expelled by the Holy Empire stand at such a high place, looking down? They are facing them. These heroes of the Holy Empire are all arrogant. They claim to be the overlords of the continent. They stand firm and have a strong foundation to intimidate all other camps. They suppress these dirty creatures of darkness. Why? These enemies who were trampled under their feet were still able to stand up. They had to admit that although they had been telling themselves repeatedly that the Dark Messenger was very powerful, but what they did was to despise Lin Jin. What is revealed in their bones is nobility. Their firm belief in the Holy Light makes them seem to turn into light, save all sentient beings, and are omnipotent. Death Canopy. Lin Jin looked down at the temple hero below, his face still unchanged. The cloak behind him was swaying, and a black curtain rose into the sky behind him. Then, the black curtain quickly spread forward. At this moment, darkness covered the sky and the sun, and all the light disappeared at this moment. Lin Jin was close to the front line of the battlefield, originally to release the death canopy to the greatest extent and cover more people. This was also the final killing move. Death canopy. Andrus saw the darkness sweeping over quickly, and his heart slowly sank. One night, he could not think of a way to fight the death curtain. Even if he thought of a way, he still needed preparation time. Originally, he could not think of a way to fight against the death curtain. The Greyhound Sword and the Holy Light's Singing Scroll can be used as a way to resist the death curtain, but due to the situation of the battlefield, they have already used these two trump cards. Now, they naturally appear to be powerless. Now how to do? Marquis Andrus looked at the curtain of death that emerged in front of him again and finally asked, "Retreat. Only retreat can you preserve a certain amount of strength." Duke Inheem said suddenly, "The situation of the war is very clear. Only by retreating can we preserve some of our strength." "I disagree." Queen Isabel firmly refuted Duke Inheem and said in a deep voice, "Now the two armies are in full battle. The vampire army is very fast, the ghost dragon is also fast, and there are terrifying knights behind to surround and intercept them. Once we retreat, the remaining legions will completely lose their combat effectiveness, and the entire front will lose their main force. This is equivalent to burying these temple warriors in vain. Since I am going to lose, I have to make the enemy pay the price, so I am willing to fight with them until the last moment." At this moment, Queen Isabel is shining brightly, and her invisible charm makes people surrender. Even the Duke of Inheem felt waves in his heart when he looked at the Queen's resolute profile. He was moved by it. What's in front of him now? The war is very simple. Either choose to give up the battle, then you can save some high-level arms and crown arms. At the same time, the combat effectiveness of the entire army on the battlefield will be sharply reduced, and the pressure it faces will increase dozens of times. It is already in danger. The legion will become a one-sided crushing. At this time, Lin Jin's legion can defeat all enemies almost effortlessly. If they choose to fight, then the temple still has the ability to fight Lin Jin, even if every minute and second they were all suppressed by Lin Jin. But they were still able to kill a large number of undead. This was a choice to fight Lin Jin to the death. Even if they were defeated, even if they sacrificed part of the military potential of the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality, they would still have to give Lin Jin the legions caused casualties and weaken their strength. The former was beneficial to the Greyhound Principality. The latter was beneficial to the entire Holy Empire. Queen, if we want to defeat the undead, we need stronger power. Even if our entire army is annihilated, the threat of the undead will still exist. Moreover, if we are defeated and the undead march in, they will also pose a threat to the Holy Empire. The turmoil in Duke Inheem's heart was instantly calmed, but he continued in a deep voice. The undead are not the enemies of the Greyhound Principality, but the enemies of the Holy Empire. The Greyhound Principality does not need to pay for the Holy Empire. He is not like he is as young and immature as Queen Isabel, and he knows that ideals cannot support the power of the Holy Empire, nor the power of the Greyhound Principality. Along the way, he has seen too much darkness hidden behind the Empire. Duke Inheem, do you want to disobey orders and withdraw from the battlefield? Queen Isabel stared at Duke Inheem. Around her, the Queen's crowd also stared at Duke Inheem unkindly. Disobeying orders and withdrawing troops from the battlefield is simply a shame. Queen Isabel, I was entrusted by the late king to assist you in managing the Greyhound Principality. Previously, you made many mistakes on the battlefield, resulting in heavy losses for the Legion. Now if you still insist on having your own way, then don't blame me for not respecting military orders. I must think about the soldiers and the Greyhound Principality. Duke Inheem snorted coldly and frowned. Behind him, all the Templar heroes also glanced at Queen Isabel, and some players even showed contemptuous smiles. If you really want to go according to strength, Duke Inheem's military, but the strength is even better. If the Queen's followers dare to attack, then they also dare to kill these traitors who murdered the Duke of the Empire. The two sides are facing each other tit for tat, and the scene is also tense. The battle is about to break out. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Faced with the toughness of Duke Inheem, Queen Isabel gritted her teeth and just stared at Duke Inheem. She was angry, but to no avail. Duke Inheem's prestige in the Greyhound Principality was much higher than hers, and many of the generals and nobles of the Greyhound Principality also chose to support Duke Inheem. There is nothing she can do about Inheem. Moreover, they are on the battlefield now. If she dares to order the soldiers to attack Duke Inheem, then there will be civil strife in the church. I'm afraid this is all a big joke in the eyes of the undead. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't burst out at this moment. At this moment, darkness has swept in front of the city wall, and the darkness has cast a shadow on everyone's faces. Duke Inheem glanced at Queen Isabel, ignored her, and turned away from the city wall. He had already made up his mind about Queen Isabel, and he knew that no matter what the situation, Queen Isabel would not dare to really break up with him. At least for now, she doesn't dare to break her face. Well, Marquis Andres sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He was different from the Greyhound Principality. After being ambushed by Lin Jean, the Unicorn Principality's crown troops suffered heavy losses. Compared with the Greyhound Principality, they don't need to think so much and must choose to fight. Because without the legions of the Greyhound Principality, even if both sides disperse and retreat, their losses will only be greater. However, as for Duke Inheem's withdrawal, there was no way. After all, he could not interfere with Lin Jin's decision. Without Duke Inheem's legion, they would have to bear greater pressure. On the battlefield, a force began to gather together, and there were also a group of angels in the sky. They all evacuated the battlefield. In the next moment, darkness flooded the city wall. I was confused. What is this? Why can't I see anything? Why does it show that I am under the effect of the death sky? All my attributes have been reduced, and the attributes of my legions have also been reduced. Why is it that the damage I received while riding on the horse has increased? It's so abnormal. How far does this death canopy cover? What kind of magic is this? The most advanced magic is not so terrifying. Ah, help. How can we fight like this? We can't even see clearly on the battlefield. When the darkness enveloped them, the players were all stunned, and every player screamed. They also learned a lot of magic, but they were all single-person magic, which could only cover a certain area at most. But Lin Jin's death canopy was too big. It was like changing the world. In this darkness, as if with divine help, the figures of the vampire earls became more agile in this darkness, and they went completely crazy on the battlefield. The elites of the Templar were unable to withstand the attack of the vampire earl, and the casualties increased rapidly. The overall situation was decided. It's really interesting. There are actually angels withdrawing from the battlefield now. Lin Jean looked at the battle ahead and found that hundreds of angels had given up the attack and fled into the distance. He immediately realized that there should be differences in the temple. Under normal circumstances, they would either retreat together or fight together. With such a sudden withdrawal, it was obvious that someone no longer wanted to continue fighting. But even so, he did not intend to let go of these angels, but let the angel of death continue to pursue. In the sky, a group of angels quickly flew away from the battlefield. Behind, the angels of death were faster and pursued them one after another. Soon, some angels were intercepted, but more angels dispersed in all directions. A fierce pursuit broke out between the two sides. On the ground, there was also a group of knights galloping towards the flanks quickly. Lin Jean did not stop this group of troops. It can be known that these temple heroes should be the controllers of the air evacuation angels. Lin Jean glanced at the flag. He also recognized the identity of Duke Inheem. Lin Jean was naturally paying attention to the overt and covert fight between Duke Inheem and Queen Isabel. It was precisely because of this that he let Duke Inheem leave. Duke Inheem, his departure will definitely have a greater impact on Queen Isabel after the war. I am afraid that after he returns to the Greyhound Principality, he will immediately discredit Queen Isabel. Lin Jean is naturally willing to see this happen. Dog bites dog, one day mouth hair. He knew that hidden under the light of the holy light, there were also a lot of overt and covert struggles. If Queen Isabel wanted to lead an army to fight, her power would inevitably be severely hit. On the other hand, Duke Inheem led his main force back. The power of the Greyhound Principality can be preserved. When Queen Isabel returns to the Greyhound Principality, she will naturally be at a disadvantage. Everything is a conspiracy. He also wants to see this queen who is devoted to the Holy Empire. and what will happen after feeling the darkness and cruelty of the holy light. The battlefield was completely one-sided, and the angels in the sky were constantly being killed. It didn't take long for the entire battlefield to be completely defeated. This part naturally, those who fled were all the players. In a certain death situation, these players finally couldn't hold on any longer, and after the Duke of Inham escaped, they also fled one after another. Behind them, all the vampire legions were walking as fast as flying, constantly chasing. Every enemy who dared to leave their backs to themselves was killed one after another. Corpses were everywhere along the way. In the air, after surrounding and killing all the angels, a large number of rotten Lamassu also rushed onto the city wall. Although Queen Isabel and the Marquis of Driss all chose to resist vigorously, but the gap in strength between the two sides was still far beyond their imagination. Their resistance did not cause many beneficial casualties. After Lin Jin cast the death canopy, their efforts were almost all in vain. Not long after, Queen Isabel and Marquis Andres were also killed. Of course, the towns they were bound to were not captured. Even if they died in battle, they could be resurrected in the Altar of Heroes. However, many Templar Knights they do not have their own town. Once they are killed in the battle, they are truly killed in the battle. But with their death, it also means that the war is completely over. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Behind the battlefield, a large number of players were running for their lives. Some of the hero players were riding war horses and fled in panic. If they originally had some doubts about Lin Jin's strength, after personally participating in this war, they no longer had any doubts. Lin Jin's strength has deeply shocked them. They never imagined that the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality could shrink their defenses and gather such a powerful legion, and they could actually be defeated by Lin Jin. Whether it was the Vampire Earl, the Great Corpse Witch, the Ghost Dragon, or the Angel of Death, they all left a deep impression on the undead. This battle also rectified the name of all the Cemetery clan. He is simply not human. What level has King Yongye reached now? These more than 300,000 legions have been defeated. This is too exaggerated. The King of Eternal Night can now challenge all players. The main ones are the Great Corpse Witch and the Ghost Dragon. These 2 units are simply cannon fodder harvesters. I have many the rank soldiers were poisoned to death by the poisonous mist before they even did anything. Next time I fight King Yongye, I don't even want to come. Doesn't this game have any balancing mechanism? Is it really okay for a person to be so strong? Players are players after all. They were still cursing and chatting while running away, as if this could relieve their tense atmosphere. Now at this time, they have once again redefined Lin Jin's strength. They previously conquered the Sealed Land. Lin Jin still made a surprise attack, relying on the power of demons. But now he defeated the main force of the temple, but he relied entirely on his own strength, which completely destroyed the luck of some players. After all, the miracle Lin Jin created was too terrifying. Even if someone looking for reasons for Lin Jin's success, attributing it to some chance coincidences and other things, they felt that Lin Jin was not that powerful. The reality would always educate them. Just when they were fleeing in panic, dust billowed in front of them, and a wave of a depressing aura rushed towards my face. In the distance, I saw a group of black shadows beginning to emerge. Undead war horses, dark heavy armor, sharp and heavy swords in their hands. The terrifying knights were like the gods of death from the underworld, with that solemn and dark aura, making everyone feel frightened. These terrifying knights were lined up in a row, uniform and majestic. Damn it, the same voice came out from every player's mouth. When they saw this group of terrifying knights, they didn't know what to say. They only blurted out the word FCK. Knights are symbols of high-level power, and the terrifying knights of the undead like the paladins in the temple, they are all 12th level troops. For these players, the 12th level troops represent despair. How could they, the defeated generals, break through so many 12th level troops? Moreover, they could not imagine that Lin Jin actually arranged the cavalry so frantically at the rear of the battlefield. This is not giving him any chance of survival. All the players stopped at the same time, and a large number of players also stopped, but the players at the end were still there. They stopped and rushed forward. Many players saw the players in front stopping and began to curse. They didn't know what was happening in front. They only knew that the Vampire Earl, the rotten Lamassu, and the ghost dragon were behind. They are all in constant pursuit. The screams of players can be heard every minute and every second. Stopping now is a dead end. There are pursuers in front and tigers behind. Spread. When the players in front saw the terrifying knights rushing towards them, they could no longer care about anything else and fled to both sides. They were already panicking, and they kept greeting Lin Jin in their hearts. Just as they were running away to both sides, I found that scary knights began to appear on both sides. Do you dare to give me a way to survive? A player's mentality was completely broken, and he finally couldn't help wailing. The shrill voice resounded all around. Not long after, the terrifying knights rushed over, and they stabbed each child. Every time the sword fell, they would definitely kill him, killing a player like a beast. With the sword in hand, players were killed one after another. The battle continued until dusk, and the surrounding battlefield was already filled with corpses. In this battle, the temple suffered many casualties. The strength of the troops was close to more than 300,000. This was considered a total annihilation. On the other hand, Lin Jin, except for the sacrifice of more than 40,000 middle and low-level troops, the main force did not suffer many casualties. As for the middle and low-level cannon fodder troops, he did not suffer any casualties. Don't take it lightly. On the battlefield, as Letitia and Uther performed racial resurrection spells, each of the terrifying knights and vampire warriors also stood up. The number of vampire legions increased by 1,000. The number of terrifying knights increased by 140. Divine spiritualism. On the back of the Ghost Dragon King, Lin Jin also used God-level spiritualism. Endless black mist also emerged from the battlefield. Skeleton soldiers crawled out of the corpses one after another, and a large number of resentful souls flew away. High in the sky, great corpse witches also crawled out of the corpse of the holy judge. In fact, these transformations are all profitable, especially vampires and great corpse witches. Compared with the same soldiers in the temple, the higher-level soldiers are much more powerful, and Vampire Queen Letitia can resurrect vampires from human corpses. This is even more abnormal. This means that she can summon high-level vampires from the corpses of the lower-level soldiers in the temple. Originally, Lin Jin only killed tens of thousands of undead, but during this summoning, the number of undead he resurrected reached nearly 200,000. Although most of them were low-level undead creatures, including various skeletons, ghouls, and plague zombies, but there are also many middle and high-level units. The last one is the Angel of Death. Because the angel's resurrection spell is consumed in advance, these angels suffer greater casualties and are destroyed faster. There was no chance to escape. In this battle, more than 10 death angels were resurrected. If Duke Inheem had not retreated, the number of death angels that Lin Jin could kill and resurrect would have been even greater. At this time, Erica was full of his aura became more condensed, and the feathers on his back exuded a gleaming light. After this battle, Lin Jin now has 742 death angels, and he still has 100 left on the island of Eternal Night and the Guajan Islands. Angels of Death. Therefore, the number of his death angels has reached 800. As long as there is another such a large-scale war, he can even reach 1,000 death angels. Once he really has 1,000 death angels, he will be able to complete in the second stage of the mythical mission. The power of the entire death angel will also be improved. Then his strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Congratulations on your perfect completion of Surge of Darkness, Dark Elf, Second Ring, Revenge of the Dark Elf. Ding. Congratulations on getting the character level promotion order, gold 10 million, various rare resources 20,000, and the high-level strategic treasure Dragon King sword. Ding. The darkness is whispering. Congratulations on triggering the third link of the Dark Surge legendary quest, The Rise of the Dark Elves. Ring 3, The Rise of the Dark Elves. Description: the Dark Elves finally crushed the temple's advance, but to truly rise, the Dark Elves need to capture more territory and retake the occupied dungeons. After the enemies of the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality were officially defeated, the Dark Surge mission was finally completed. The second ring is the Revenge of the Dark Elves, which requires the Dark Elves to defeat the legions of the temple. Although these main legions were defeated by Lin Jin, the Dark Elves were all involved. These territories are also where the Dark Elves are, so it can be considered that the Dark Elves have completed their mission. The rewards for the second ring mission are also very generous, including a 14th level character level promotion order, high amounts of gold and rare resources, and a high level strategic treasure, the Dragon King's Sword. Character level promotion order. It can increase the character's level from 13 to 4. Dragon King's Sword, one of the Dragon King's suits. It is said to be a sharp sword made of the King of Dragons. It has extremely powerful attack power, but using this long sword will arouse the anger of the dragons. Attack +5. Dragon's Fury. All attributes of your own dragon will be increased by a percentage. The stronger the strength, the more adaptive it will be. Dragon's Roar. The Dragon's Roar can intimidate the entire field, causing morale reduction and mobility reduction effects on all enemy troops, and has a certain chance of adding fear. The increase in attribute points of high-level strategic treasures usually only increases by 4, but this sword has a full increase of 5 points. Even if it is just a little bit of strategic attribute bonus, it will be a big improvement for the entire legion. Moreover, this long sword also adds the Dragon's Roar effect, which can intimidate the entire audience, and the effect is amazing. With the addition of the Dragon King's Sword, Lin Jin finally collected 5 pieces of the Dragon King's suit. Only 4 pieces were missing before he could collect the entire Dragon King's suit effect. By then, the undead army he leads will be even more powerful. As for the 14th character level promotion order, this is also a rare good thing. Level 14 is the highest level in this holy continent, and it is also the most difficult to advance to. Those members of the Dragon Knights are all level 14, and they are very powerful. But they are all talented. They have been rigorously trained by the Dragon Knights since they were young, and they were also instilled with the power of the dragon, and then they were promoted to the 14th level. It is unimaginable that Lin Jin could be promoted to level 13 in such a short period of time, and also obtain the 14th level character level promotion order. He did not hesitate and directly used the character level promotion order. Along with a flash of light, a dark power emerged from the force. His eyes became extremely dark and deep, and his face added a touch of blood and a touch of domineering. He gently clenched his fists. Those fists were full of power, far more powerful than before. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level to 14. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to raise your character level to 14. Achieve a legendary achievement, a certificate of title, and obtain Asha's Tears Fragment 1. Double happiness. After Lin Jin raised his character level to 14, he finally achieved another legendary achievement and obtained a fragment of Asha's Tears. Including this fragment of Asha's Tears, Lin Jin already had 4 spare fragments of Asha's Tears. But it has to be said that it is extremely difficult to obtain each of his Tears of Asha fragments. Resurrecting legendary heroes, completing legendary missions, being the first to be titled Destroyer of Nations, and being the first to reach 14. Each of these items is something that no other player could achieve in their lifetime, and that is what he did. However, this is not an exaggeration, because the real world is like this. Often those who walk in the front can take advantage of all the benefits, while those who walk behind get nothing at all. Lin Jin's strength has reached its peak. Only he can repeatedly achieve such difficult achievements and obtain the fragments of Asha's Tears. After being promoted to level 14, Lin Jin did not stop. A card appeared in his hand again, the exclusive Death Angel Transformation card. This is the reward he received for completing the first phase of the mythical mission, the rise of a new species. However, this transformation card requires the character to reach level 14 before it can be used. Lin Jin has always kept this card, but now he can finally use it. Ding! Whether to use the exclusive Death Angel Transformation card. Yes. With a whisper, the card in front of him suddenly shattered. The next moment, a more majestic dark aura bloomed from Lin Jin's body. A black beam of light rose into the sky, and an extremely majestic storm spread. At this moment, Lin Jin's whole body was shrouded in dark beams. His eyes were also spraying black light, and his stern face was looming in the darkness. This Death Angel Transformation card is far from as simple as advancing. It is a change of race, and it is more special than the general change of race. At this moment, Lin Jin felt unforgettable pain, and the crazily growing power, extremely aggressive and destructive, was forcibly pouring into his body. At this moment, he felt that his blood had completely evaporated, and his whole body was beginning to be recast. The eyes that glowed with black light completely lost their vision, and the entire eyeball shattered and turned into nothingness. This was an unforgettable pain that made Lin Jin's face begin to distort. He clenched his fists tightly, and veins popped out all over his body, making him look extremely ferocious. Around it, all the death angels were staring at Lin Jin in the dark beam. Their eyes seemed to have color, and their eyes were extremely focused, as if they were expecting something. Ding! This transformation produces severe pain. In order to protect the safety of the players, this transformation can be forcibly terminated. Do you want to terminate it? At this time, a system prompt sounded again. No. Lin Jin gritted his teeth, and his voice was deep, like a low cry from hell. The extreme pain was forcing him to surrender. Everything seemed to be back to the scene of being burned at the stake. He seemed to have seen countless people look at me with laughter and contempt. In this life, I will never allow any failure. No matter who it is, don't want me to give in. Oh. Lin Jin looked up to the sky and screamed, the shadow cloak of the god of death behind him swaying crazily, and black light began to spit out from his mouth. All the teeth in his body disappeared, and all the flesh and blood in his body also dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he turned into a skeleton. But then, streaks of black light bloomed from his bones again, and with a soft sound, even the skeleton turned into powder in the black light. Only a ball of soul fire was burning. Ding! Your pain value has reached the upper limit. Do you want to give up this transformation? Ding! Your pain value has reached the upper limit. Do you want to give up this transformation? Ding! Your pain value has reached the upper limit. Do you want to give up this transformation? Ding! Your pain value has reached the upper limit. Do you want to give up this transformation? Ding! Your pain value has reached the upper limit. Do you want to give up this transformation? Ding! The pain value has reached the upper limit. Do you want to give up this transformation? At this moment, the continuous system prompts sounded crazily in Lin Jin's ears. The speed of each prompt sound seemed so slow and loud. The sound seems to make people give up. Give up on UMB? If you want me to give up, crush me completely. Lin Jin heard the sound of giving up in his ears, but he roared at the top of his lungs. Step by step, he has gone through so many difficulties and obstacles, and put in so much sleepless effort. Now that he is giving up, all the past efforts, what the heck? I will never give up. The fire of the soul is surging crazily, and the violently beating flames make people feel numb. It seems that the most tenacious power of life is fully reflected in it. No one thought that sometimes his will can really be so crazy, so powerful that it can break through everything. Everything returns to nothingness. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. But in the next moment, a flawless skeleton emerged, and then the tendons emerged, the heart emerged and began to beat violently, and each sound was like a drum. Then, a perfect body appeared again. At this time, Lin Jin's whole body seemed to have been completely optimized, with a strange face mixed with domineering and cold and deep eyes. It was too scary to look directly at. A figure stood high in the sky, as if it were dominating the world. Bang! As the black mist exploded, a pair of jet black wings bloomed on Lin Jin's back. The wings were extremely delicate and just right every time. Each feather is like the most exquisite work of art. In the air, the exploding black mist turned into countless black particles and scattered, covering the sky. His eyes scanned the world, and his calm eyes were different. Meet my king. At this moment, all the death angels knelt down on one knee towards Lin Jin and shouted in unison. The fierce and mighty voice shook the sky and the earth. In the sky, all the ghost dragons lowered their heads. All the rot poison pullers Masu and the ghosts and resentful souls also bowed their heads and knelt down towards Lin Jin. On the ground, all the undead souls also appeared in waves and knelt down towards Lin Jin. A vampire earl thrust his long sword into the ground with his backhand and knelt down. Ceremony. At this moment, in the sky and on the earth, there is only one figure standing high in the sky, arrogantly looking at everything. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Ding. Congratulations on changing your job to become the Angel of Death. All your attributes have been improved, and your basic strategic attributes are +4. Congratulations on your change of profession and becoming the Angel of Death. Congratulations on your understanding of resurrection of the dead, dark disillusionment, flame of annihilation, dark prison, gate of the underworld, shadow transmutation, and crushing heart. Ding. Congratulations on changing your job to become the Angel of Death. Your command ability has been improved, and you will receive a certain command reduction when leading the undead. In the sky and on the ground, people knelt on the ground. But at this time, Lin Jin was checking his own changes. Among them, the basic strategic attribute is +4. This is equivalent to him wearing 4 more high-level treasures out of thin air, and the attack, defense, strength, and knowledge all increase by 4. This advantage should not be exaggerated. Normally, you can only get a few points of bonus when changing classes, but Lin Jin directly got a 16-point bonus. Even the enhancements Erica received are not so exaggerated. This level should be the highest level of bonus. Even the King of Angels in Heaven can only get this highest bonus. With this bonus, Lin Jin's status is completely different. Lin Jin knew that this was the reason why these death angels bowed to Lin Jin and became king. When he finally transformed into the Angel of Death, Lin Jin felt like he was enlightened and knew a lot of things. In addition to various combat skills, there were also things about the Angel of Death. Normally, every race has a unique king. This is also the rule between heaven and earth. Lin Jin always thought that Erica was the king of the Angel of Death, but he ignored him. He is the creator of the Death Angels. To the Death Angels, Lin Jin is their creator and their god. But Lin Jin has never been transformed into the Angel of Death. Although he is also their god, there is a missing step. This transformation also allowed him to make up for this step. It's like being crowned a king. It is precisely because of this that after he transformed into an Angel of Death, all the angels of death knelt down again and recognized him as their king. As for the rest of the undead, the reason why they knelt down was not only because Lin Jin was their master, but also because they felt the majesty of dominating everything from Lin Jin. Although Lin Jin is the undead lord, he is only a death knight after all, and his quality is not high. But the Death Angel is the highest level crown ranked unit. With the highest level crown unit and the undead great lord, Lin Jin's pressure instantly increased. To put it most intuitively, if another group of undead appeared now, with a look from Lin Jin, the other party would kneel down and surrender, give up their soul fire, and join Lin Jin's army. Rise. Lin Jin glanced around and said lightly. In an instant, all the angels of death also stood up, and all the undead stood up. Queen Brianna on the edge of the battlefield was looking fearful and lowering her head. Until now, she finally raised her head. She found that Lin Jin was also letting her go. She immediately did not dare to hesitate, and immediately drove the black dragon to Lin Jin's side. Owner, Queen Brianna shouted more respectfully. She was more and more amazed now. Lin Jin always gave her a huge surprise every once in a while. This kind of improvement in strength was simply too exaggerated. Now Lin Jin was so noble that she seemed cautious and even a little inferior. Her status as a queen seemed to mean nothing. Let the Dark Elves prepare to cooperate and take over the captured towns. You must speed up and completely conquer the Dark Elf tribe. After conquering the Dark Elf tribe, I will help you take back the dungeon. Lin Jin said lightly. Logically speaking, he defeated the Templar army, and the territories regained by the Crow Principality should also belong to Lin Jin. But his next task is to help the Dark Elves expand their territories and regain dungeon. So he also directly gave up all the territory of the Crow Principality to the Dark Elves. Anyway, there is no difference between giving it to the Dark Elves and giving it to himself. As long as he wants, he can let the Dark Elves return it to him. After all, Queen Brianna is his servant. But before that, the internal problems of the Dark Elves must be completely solved. Although the Dark Elves have established a queen, there are still some conspiracies within the Dark Elves, and Lin Jin does not want to see this. What he wants is absolute control. Now that Queen Brianna has established a firm foothold among the Dark Elves, she is also very skillful and has won over many Dark Elf queens and powerful heroes. Coupled with Lin Jin's strength, There is a way to make her. The Dark Elves launched a great revolution. After the strength increased, Lin Jin's vision also improved. Yes, master. Queen Brianna looked stern and replied quickly. Lin Jin mentioned this matter to her from the beginning, so she has been thinking of ways to completely control the Dark Elves. Now with Lin Jin's words, she also knew Lin Jin was about to deal with the Dark Elves. But she was not that nervous. After all, she had already won over many people, and Lin Jin was so strong, so the Dark Elf Queen knew what to choose. The fierce attack on the temple some time ago, but their power was reduced again. Moreover, they had long been afraid of Lin Jin after seeing Lin Jin's god-level spiritualism last time. Now Lin Jin led his army to defeat the Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality. The main force has resurrected more undead, and they must be more afraid. If for the orcs, friendship is the most effective. Then for the Dark Elves, fear is the most practical. Use strength to intimidate. Don't be afraid of these darkness. The elf has a different intention. Lin Jin nodded and continued to march with the huge legion. The transformation of race is also accompanied by the improvement of command ability and the reduction of command. The improvement of command ability is equivalent to Lin Jin being able to directly command more legions. And the command reduction means that when commanding the same troops, Lin Jin only needs to expend less energy. This also allows him to command more legions. In addition, he is now a war master. With this kind of increase, he can control the army of more than 300,000 undead. This is extremely exaggerated. You must know that this is not control in the ordinary sense. Lin Jin can impose his own strategic attributes on these units. It is unimaginable to increase the strength of the undead. Of course, the reason why Lin Jin is able to command so many legions is because most of them are middle and low-level troops, especially skeleton soldiers and ghouls. Creatures almost do not consume much command points. As for the crown-ranked soldier Death Angel, Lin Jin can also get a huge reduction in commanding his subjects after switching to the Death Angel class. Just changing a class of a race is already a qualitative change. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. On the land, undead all over the mountains and plains, under the command of Lin Jin, launched attacks on various towns at the same time. A large number of towns are facing the attack of massive undead. In the face of this crushing force, towns and cities fell one after another, unable to make any waves. At the same time, Brianna also began to summon the Dark Elf Queens and began to interview those Dark Elf Queens who had surrendered to her, asking them to sign soul contracts. If it were before, these Dark Elf Queens would not sign these soul contracts even if they were loyal to Brianna. But after seeing Lin Jin's terrifying strength and the benefits and conditions promised by Queen Brianna, these Dark Elf Queens finally surrendered. Just as Brianna thought. At this time, the Dark Elves were at their weakest, but Lin Jin and Brianna were at their strongest. The Dark Elves had no choice at all. The Dark Elf Queens signed contracts one after another, but some Dark Elf Queens did not agree. Thus, the conspiracy and assassination in the dungeon began. One Dark Elf Queen was killed, another Dark Elf Queen's descendant ascended the throne, and even a Dark Elf hero became the queen. A coup was taking place throughout the underground city. But now Queen Brianna has extremely strong strength. Coupled with Lin Jin's strength, she is willing to give up a large number of towns and mines, and is willing to help the Dark Elves regain the dungeon. The vast majority of the Dark Elves chose to stand beside Queen Brianna, and everything went extremely smoothly. It won't be long before the Dark Elves will be truly unified. The northern part of the Unicorn Principality, Poison Mist Swamp Plain, is a cemetery town located on this plain. This cemetery town is a high-level cemetery town, which is extremely rare. On top of the city wall of this cemetery town, a group of people headed by the wings of covering the sky have gathered here and are waiting eagerly. This is also the headquarters of the Divine Wings Guild. The Unicorn Principality is located in the northwest corner of the Holy Empire, far opposite the northeast corner of the Crow Principality. Its north is also an untouched land and is very barren. In addition to the continuous mountains, there is also a large swamp of poisonous fog, which can naturally block the advance of the temple. After knowing this place, Sky Covering Wings resolutely found a way to cross the poison mist swamp and established a cemetery town in the plain behind. Steady development has allowed his power to develop very quickly, but no matter what, he can still only stay here. The power of the Holy Empire is not something he can challenge. President, will King Yongyi really come? While everyone was waiting, one person couldn't help but ask. King Yongye had just defeated the armies of the Unicorn Principality and the Spirit Principality, killing 300,000 enemies, once again shocking countless players, and was in the spotlight. Even for their top guild, Lin Jin is so out of reach. He will come. The wings of covering the sky said with determination. If Lin Jin didn't agree, then there would basically be no room for negotiation, but since Lin Jin agreed, he would definitely come. The wings of covering the sky also contacted Lin Jin through the function of the trading market. There is no direct contact information for the player in this game. He can only use the trading market. When players usually chat, they chat on the forum after leaving the game. Previously, there were countless guilds who wanted to use it. This thing came to contact Lin Jin. However, Lin Jin did not respond at all. Only when Zhitian Wing released the news, he responded truly. It is precisely because of this that Zhitian Wing is like this determined. I am just the president of a top guild, not a big shot. There is no need for Lin Jin to deceive him. The idea of the sky covering wings is not an exaggeration. The gap between the top guilds and Lin Jin is huge. In this world, no leader of a top guild thinks that he will be Lin Jin's opponent. The rest of the people also nodded after hearing the words. Not long after, they saw a huge black shadow flashing across the sky in the distance and quickly approaching here. In the air behind it, a person could be seen. A black shadow flew at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, this figure stopped over the cemetery town. It was the Ghost Dragon King. The figure on his back also looked down at the sky, covering wings and others on the city wall. Do you know the location of the tomb of the legendary Casper, the Great Corpse? Lin Jin looked at the sky, covering wings, and asked in a deep voice. No matter how exaggerated the news about ordinary people was, Lin Jin would not take it seriously. But he knew that the news about the sky, covering wings was true. Legend the Great Corpse which Casper, after the undead disaster broke out later, he also swept the undead disaster from the northern part of the Unicorn Principality, and at that time, he had a brand new name. The legendary corpse which King Casper, one of the big bosses of the undead disaster. There are 4 undead disaster bosses, and now Lin Jin has taken 2 of them under his command, namely Arthas of the Kingdom of White Knight and Vampire Queen Letitia. In addition, there are 2 more. One is the legendary Casper, the corpse which King, and the other one is the Headless Horseman Patchwick. Among them, Lin Jin knows the location of the Headless Horseman Patchwick, but Lin Jin can't go there yet. But the legendary corpse which King, Lin Jin only knew that he was in the northern part of the Unicorn Principality, but did not know the specific location. Without coordinates, trying to find this corpse which King would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. When the legendary corpse which King swept across the sky in his previous life, the sky was covered by wings. Guild Legion has always been by the side of the legendary corpse which King. So when Zidianyi suggested that he had the map of the corpse which King, Lin Jin naturally believed it. There is a map of the location of the legendary great corpse which Casper, and there is also a book recording his life. It was through the collection of these clues that this map was obtained. The wings of covering the sky raised his right hand. In his hand was a map and something similar to a diary. You can see that the diary has been repaired and scarred. Only like the wings of covering the sky, it looks like he is playing game. He solved the puzzle step by step, kept collecting clues, and finally got a target location. Like Lin Jin, he usually smashed all troubles simply and rudely, did not take the usual path, and came directly to the end point. Beside Lin Jin, a death angel also flew down, came to the side of the sky, shading wing, took away the treasure map and diary, and then returned to Lin Jin's side. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. 1. Lin Jin asked directly after taking the map. This map is a mission item and cannot be fake. It indeed guides the location of the tomb of corpse which King Casper. As for this diary, it records Casper's life. He conducted some research on the undead. Since Zidianyi gave all this to Lin Jin, then Lin Jin can naturally meet some of his requirements. Among the people Lin Jin admired in his previous life, Zidianyi was one of them. He has no problem with his character and is extremely loyal, and many of his guild members are veterans who have been following him, so the guild cohesion is particularly strong. In his previous life, the Divine Wings Guild suffered heavy losses due to being involved in the Undead War, but his guild members still refused to leave. It also attracted a lot of attention at that time. Later, the Divine Wings Guild moved to other places under his leadership and grew stronger again. He did not forget his roots and gave very generous rewards to his guild members. If it weren't for the sky, Zealing Wings themselves, the problem is also for the players in the cemetery camp. If it were anyone else, even if they controlled this map, Lin Jin would not come in person. Lord Yongya, our Divine Wings Guild doesn't want anything. We just want to be by your side and start with you. Hearing this, Zidianzi's face lit up with joy and he said loudly, he made the right bet. From some of Lin Jin's actions towards the orcs and dark elves, Zidianzi discovered that Lin Jin didn't seem to be the kind of person who wanted to reach a goal. The purpose is unscrupulous. He has his own bottom line. The reason why he chose to join Lin Jin and directly handed over the map was because of his trust in Lin Jin. You have another chance to choose again. I can give you 10 black dragons and 1 million gold. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the sky, covering wings. Hearing this, the other guild members took a breath and were extremely emotional. Black Dragon, this is an extremely powerful crown, ranked unit. Compared with Ghost Dragon, it is simply heavenly. What a difference! Lin Jin opened his mouth and saw 10 black dragons and 1 million gold. This is too arrogant. Mr. Yongye King, you don't have to choose. Even if you are just doing some odd jobs, we will have no complaints. However, the wings of covering the sky did not hesitate and refused directly. Lin Jin was willing to give the conditions, which made the wings of covering the sky believe in Lin Jin even more. He is not the kind of person who values small profits. If it is in the early stage of the game, he would still be tempted by 10 black dragons, but the current 10 black dragons are nothing at all. Then sign this contract. If you sign the contract, I can consider it. Lin Jin stopped trying to dissuade him and asked the Angel of Death to hand over a soul contract to the wings of shrouding sky. Originally, players could not sign soul contracts with each other, but after the version update, even players have added there is something like a soul contract. Once bound, you are giving control of your account to others. Once someone else chooses to delete the character, yours will be deleted directly. This is equivalent to a contract of betrayal. Ordinary players will not sign such a contract at all. Even the core players of the guild cannot sign such a contract. Only players who are official players of the guild from the beginning, and all players provided by the guild, can sign this contract. Now Lin Jin gave Zitianzi this is the kind of contract that Zidianzi has. As soon as this contract came out, Zidianzi finally became less determined and frowned. The vice president on the side also frowned, looking at Zidianzi as if he wanted to dissuade Zidianzi. Wings of the sky. The price is too high. Lin Jin's eyes were also staring at the wings of the sky. Again, he doesn't believe in anyone but himself. He can believe that he will not do anything to the wings of the sky. Like this, but there is no guarantee that sky-covering wings will definitely be on his side. Since the version was updated and soul contracts could be signed for players, he has plans to conquer some players. No matter what, the players are the ones the mainstream of the world. They have an unlimited future. They are equivalent to the Sons of Destiny, playing a very important role in the advancement of the entire world. With the current intensification of war and the turmoil of the current situation, he also needs to have a clearer understanding of all parties. The dynamics of forces also require pervasive players. If he can conquer a player guild, it will also be of great help to him. Moreover, after the reality has changed, Lin Jin knows that this game is not simple. Once the so-called soul contract is realized, in reality, it is really not just as simple as deleting a character. That is the real control of life and death. I signed it. Zaodianzi looked at the soul contract in his hand. His eyes were very solemn, but when he raised his head, he also made a decision. Sign it. Now that you have made a choice, don't hesitate anymore. Besides, it's just he could still afford to lose money on an account. Zishianzi thought it was just an account, but he didn't know that it was far more than just an account. After signing the contract, The two parties also established an invisible connection. In Lin Jin's eyes, the life and death of the wings of covering the sky depends on his thoughts. Once the two worlds are synchronized, the wings of covering the sky will truly become his slave, and there will be no possibility of betrayal. I hope you won't regret it in the future. After signing the contract, Lin Jin took another deep look at Zidianzi. I won't regret it. Zodianzi was a little curious and didn't know what Lin Jin's slightly meaningful look meant. No matter how high his IQ was, he wouldn't have known that this game could actually affect reality. You can leave your base camp here to your people. As for you, take a few people with you and go to the Crow Principality to find the Dark Elf Queen. Lin Jin nodded and didn't say much. Lin Jin doesn't need the sky covering wings now, but the Dark Elves can also let him participate. With his participation, Queen Brianna can conquer the dungeon. It will only go more smoothly. After all, the player knows the entire Holy Empire well, and the Wings of Shroud are extremely resourceful. He helps the Dark Elves, which will naturally make it easier for the Dark Elves. From the beginning, the player's resourcefulness and strength are not weak. However, they have always lacked the opportunity to talk directly with the higher-ups of the forces. But with Lin Jin's introduction, the Wings of Shrouding Sky will have the opportunity. Good. A bright light flashed in the eyes of Shrouded Wings. The Dark Elf Queen, this is the ruler of the Dark Elves. Being able to directly help the Dark Elf Queen is what many players dream of. After giving simple instructions to Shrouded Wings, Lin Jin did not stay and directly followed the direction of the map to the tomb of the legendary corpse witch King Casper. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Ding! You have discovered a large underground mausoleum with powerful creatures sleeping inside. Your intrusion may awaken the creatures inside. Do you decide to step into the large underground mausoleum? Not long after, Lin Jin arrived at the entrance of this large mausoleum. This large mausoleum is not far from the headquarters of the Divine Wings Guild and is right in the middle of the mausoleum and the Unicorn Principality. If the Corpse Witch King returns, he will definitely meet the headquarters of the Divine Wings Guild. This can also explain why Shrouded Sky Wing was able to mix with the Corpse Witch King in his previous life. Of course, that's also late in the game. Faced with the warning, Lin Jin showed no intention of testing and directly led the Angel of Death into the tomb. For Lin Jin, if there is a maze in front of him, then he only needs to level it all and he can naturally reach the final destination. As for all the traps in the maze, that's a joke in itself. The mausoleum in front of you is also a very grand underground palace complex. There are also dark green pyramids here and there, which is very magnificent. Lin Jin also knew something about Casper, the Corpse Witch King. He is an amazing and talented archmage who began to study necromancy in order to pursue the path to eternal life. He single-handedly founded the Church of Eternal Life and beguiled those magic apprentices who longed for eternal life and introduced them to the Church of Eternal Life. The number of magic cultists he secretly developed alone exceeded 10,000, and he spent more than 10 years preparing, collecting supplies from the cultists, and bringing thousands of elite magic cultists here. Finally, through sacrifice, he and the magic cultists were all transformed into great corpse witches. After the transformation, there will be a long period of sleep. As long as the time is right, he will be able to wake up from his sleep. When darkness surges, the power of darkness nourishes them, but they are not the protagonists, so the effect of the nourishment they receive is limited. When the age of the undead comes, they will wake up. But now, Lin Jin's intrusion has obviously accelerated the process. When he stepped into the tomb, he saw that the ground in front of him began to shake, and then all the pyramid buildings shook. The center of the pyramid opened, and a great corpse which walked out. Roar! With a roar, a dragon-shaped shadow flew out from the pyramid, and dragons with dark green light all over their bodies also flew out. These dragons have only a shadow and no real body. This is clearly a ghost dragon. Generally speaking, when dragons feel that death is coming, they will fly to the moon, where they will get rid of their mortal bodies and be reborn. However, there is still a very rare possibility that the spiritual essence and physical form of the dragon died. In this case, its body and soul will become prisoners of the Ashen World. The former will become a bone dragon, and the latter will become a ghost dragon. The ghost dragon is very rare. Although it is also a creature of the undead family, it is a neutral creature. But the ghost dragons here are obviously being manipulated. The ghost dragons roared one after another, and the sharp and hoarse sounds seemed to impact the souls of all living creatures. At this moment, the ghost dragon king at Lin Jin's feet suddenly roared, and this deafening roar overwhelmed the ghost dragon's voice. The ring in Lin Jin's hand flickered with light, and another ghost dragon king and one ghost dragon also appeared one after another. The aura of undead released by the death angel is relatively small, but the aura of undead released by the ghost dragon is very strong. In this battle, Lin Jin not only brought 100 death angels, but also brought 20 ghost dragons and 2 ghost dragon kings. The 2 ghost dragon kings roared and roared, instantly shocking the entire tomb. The number of enemy ghost dragons was only 20, but those were just ghost dragons. Lin Jin had 2 ghost dragon kings on his side, plus these hundreds of death angels. It was a crushing force. At the front of the battlefield, the number of great corpse witches gathered was increasing, and as far as the eye could see, there were all continuous great corpse witches. If these big corpse witches attack at the same time, they will be quite powerful. As Lin Jin looked out, he saw a figure coming out of a huge mausoleum in the distance. He was wearing a dark robe, with the aura of death lingering all over his body, and he was holding a staff in his hand. The staff was shining with a faint light, which was very extraordinary. His face is not a skeleton like a great corpse witch, but still maintains a human face. But it is not young, but looks old, full of traces of time. Who on earth dares to break into my tomb without permission? The corpse witch King Casper shouted loudly and looked forward. For him, the dark tide has not arrived, and the time he was waiting for has not arrived. Now is not the time for him to wake up. Just when he was filled with anger, he finally looked into the distance. This sight shocked his soul, and all the anger in his body disappeared and turned into panic. The great lord of the undead. 2 ghost dragon kings. Hundreds of crowns a soldier. There is also the aura of a superior undead creature. Lin Jin just stood there and completely crushed Casper, making the latter unable to resist. Not to mention Lin Jin's powerful troops. His own race is a superior race, and even his identity as the undead lord makes Casper dare not make mistakes. Only the undead can more clearly realize what this undead lord is. The undead lord is the real undead that rules a party. The lord has a vast undead empire, and may also compete for the existence of the lord of the underworld. Every undead lord must have legendary undead heroes, epic undead heroes, and a very large legion under his command. He is just at the character level of the famous corpse witch king has been raised to level 14, but his own race is only the corpse witch clan, and he is not even an undead lord. The heroes under his command are insignificant and cannot be compared with the undead lord. The ultimate boss of the undead disaster is all after being conquered by Lin Jin. How could this undeveloped corpse witch king have the strength to become Lin Jin's enemy? Casper, the great corpse witch, since I'm here, you have only 2 choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to be driven to pieces. Lin Jin looked at Casper from a distance and said lightly, "Why is it so complicated? If you surrender, you will live. If you don't surrender, you will die." Strength is also respected among the undead, especially the undead lord and the undead great lord. They have always been a symbol of domineering. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection. Lin Jin's words echoed throughout the audience, leaving no room for doubt. All the undead in front of them felt palpitations. The legendary corpse witch King Casper was also trembling in his heart. If he were still human now, he would be sweating profusely and extremely nervous. In order to pursue immortality and power, he spent so much money to transform himself into the perfect corpse witch king and lurked in the darkness, waiting for the opportunity to wake up. Unexpectedly, before he woke up, he was greeted by an undead lord. There were only 2 options left for him now, but he didn't want to become Lin Jin's subordinate, sacrifice his soul, and let others control his life, but he didn't dare to refuse. He was extremely conflicted in his heart. An undead lord was already the limit that he could not bear. Besides, there is nothing he can do now. He looked at the angel of death next to Lin Jin again, feeling even more awed in his heart. It was almost unimaginable that a holy angel degenerated into an undead creature, but it really appeared in front of him. If you don't want to surrender, then die. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold expression, and raised his right hand, about to order an attack. In an instant, all the Death Angel's eyes flashed, showing murderous intent, and they also tightened their weapons. As long as Lin Jin gives the order, they will kill all the enemies in front of them in an instant. Great Lord of the Undead, I am willing to surrender. Feeling the murderous intent in the air, the legendary corpse witch king finally made a decision and quickly knelt down on one knee. He thought for so long, but still couldn't think of any way to break the situation. In the face of death and surrender, he finally chose to surrender to Lin Jin. After all, there is no shame in surrendering to an undead lord. If he can assist this undead lord, he may gain stronger power in the future. In the sky, the ghost dragon king roared away, came to Casper. Give your soul, Lin, Jin said lightly, and a soul contract was thrown in front of Casper. The latter raised his head and looked at Lin Jin at close range, feeling his heart trembling more and more, and when he saw Ellie next to Lin Jin when stuck, he kept trembling in his heart. Erica is also a legendary hero, and the aura exuded by Erica is much more powerful than him. Although Casper also has 14 powers, he is still a corpse witch, but Erica belongs to the Angel of Death, the highest ranking creature. Just like Lin Jin before. Lin Jin's strength increased to 14 at that time, but he was only a knight and his qualifications were not strong. When he used the job transfer card, he transformed after becoming the exclusive Angel of Death. He was reborn. Therefore, Casper is far from his opponent now. Seeing Erica and Lin Jin, some of the thoughts in his heart suddenly disappeared. This legendary hero is more powerful than him. Everyone submitted to Lin Jin, so it is not unacceptable for him to submit to Lin Jin. Besides, Lin Jin seems to be much stronger than he thought. Following such a master, he has found a big backer. Thinking of this, Casper felt much better and finally respectfully signed the soul contract. With the establishment of the contract between the two parties, Lin Jin could feel Casper's thoughts at this time, and he could directly destroy him with a single thought. Get rid of Casper's soul. It was so easy. And without even a war breaking out, the Corpse Witch King, who would sweep the Unicorn Principality in the future, directly surrendered to Lin Jin. If this scene was seen by other players, I'm afraid they were all shocked. Can this game be played like this? After conquering the legendary Corpse Witch King Casper, Lin Jin began to check Casper's attributes. His strategic level was not high, only level 17, and he was covered in wearing a mix of mid to high-level strategic treasures. It can be considered quite satisfactory, but the treasure in his hand is very extraordinary. This is the Corpse Witch King's Staff. Corpse Witch King's Staff. Introduction. According to legend, a large number of corpses are consumed, a treasure created from the soul of a witch. It possesses incredible power and is the staff sought after by all corpse witches. Power +5. Passive. All attributes of the corpse witch +5. Power of the corpse witch. All corpse witches, when the corpse witch casts magic, the magic power is increased by 50%, the magic range is increased by 50%, and the spell range is increased by 0%. Dark Origin. The upper limit of the magic value of all corpse witches is increased by 100%, and the recovery value is increased by 0%. This is a race-specific treasure. Even Lin Jin was moved by it when he saw this treasure. Regardless of other things, this amplification effect on the corpse which is really too strong, with all attributes +5, which is simply abnormal. In addition, the magic power is increased. Increase the magic range. Increase the magic range, increase the upper limit of magic value, and increase the magic recovery. This is simply tailor-made for the Great Corpse Witch. These improvements alone can double the strength of the Corpse Witch King and become a truly terrifying mage. Turret. It's not an exaggeration to call this an artifact. Race. Specific treasures like this are extremely rare and are the treasures that all racial camps dream of. Under Lin Jin's command, neither Uther nor Letitia has race-specific treasures, and Casper, the Corpse Witch King, obtained this treasure. In addition, he is also a legendary hero of the race. His characteristic is the Great Corpse Witch spiritualism. which can resurrect large corpses from dead humanoid creatures. Corpse Witch. This is quite similar to Letitia, but the difference is that the probability of his soul summoning is low, while the probability of Letitia's soul summoning being successful is much higher. Despite this, it is already very powerful. In his previous life, the Great Corpse Witch army he led was simply a nightmare for countless temples and players. Lin Jin also coveted the Great Corpse Witch Legion, and the ability to strike at long range was also an ability he desperately needed. After having Casper's allegiance, his last shortcoming was completely made up for. Once the Great Corpse Witch Legion forms a large scale, its overall combat power will also increase again. Finally, there was Casper's own part of the Legion. Thousands of Great Corpse Witches and 20 Ghost Dragons are already a very powerful force. Once this power is activated, it will definitely shock the Unicorn Principality. You know, this is an undead hero, and undead heroes have always been the best at snowballing. If Casper goes to the Unicorn Principality and slaughters a few cities, the size of his great corpse which can be expanded instantly. And he can also add a large number of undead troops. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After conquering the Corpse Witch King Casper, Lin Jin did not let him return to the Crow Principality with his legion, but temporarily stationed him here. As for him, he returned directly to the Crow Principality and began to help the Dark Elves regain the dungeon. Now that the strength of the temple is tight, they have no way to garrison the intricate underground city. Under the attack of the Dark Elves, these dungeons were also recovered one after another, and a large number of resource points and troop nests were returned to the hands of the Dark Elves. A few days later, in front of a military fortress in the Principality of Bucks, a large number of Templar legions were lined up in order and ready. The silver, white steel shield walls were solemn and solemn. Behind it, there is also a continuous stream of Templar legions. Directly in front of these Templar legions is an extremely formidable phalanx of dwarves. Although the dwarves are short, they are equally rigorous in the military formation. Their exposed muscles are very strong, like rocks. The armies of both sides are clearly divided. In the midst of this solemn military formation, I saw the shield wall of the temple suddenly give way, followed by a man wearing a full set of silver, white armor, and holding a long sword. The king of the Buck Principality, wearing a crown, also rode a war horse and left the military formation. On the other side, in the dwarf phalanx, a dwarf wearing heavy armor and riding a big white bear also broke away from the phalanx and walked out. This dwarf riding a white bear also wears a crown, and his beard hangs freely, looking extremely rugged. Dear Dwarf King, on behalf of the Principality of Stag, I sincerely apologize to you dwarves. We have also investigated the attack on the dwarves by the Templar heroes. I have enough evidence to show that this matter was controlled by the undead. The undead want to provoke a war between the dwarves and the temple, release demons, and sweep the undead disaster. But we should not continue to fight like this. No matter what misunderstandings there are between us, I am willing to bear the due price. But brave and capable dwarves, we should unite now. King Caldwell of the Bucks Principality said with sincerity. After the seal was broken, the king of the Bucks Principality kept negotiating with the dwarves, hoping to stop the war with the latter. Just a few days ago, the Duke of Deer expressed its willingness to compensate the dwarves for all losses and expressed its sincere apology, which is why today's talks finally took place. Today is the time to resolve the contradictions and conflicts between the two parties. Were the Templar heroes who previously invaded our dwarven territory really the work of the Dark Messenger? Dwarf King Wolfston frowned. This thing sounds a bit magical. When did the undead manipulate the temple heroes of the Holy Empire? King Wolfston, the Dragon Knights, specially investigated the truth of the matter. If you are willing to believe in these heroic and fearless Dragon Knights who guard the continent, then you should believe us. King Caldwell of the Bucks Principality continued. Behind him, a Dragon Knight wearing red armor also came here on horseback. The red armor represents the blazing dragon, the crown, ranked soldier of the dwarves. The power of Dragon Knights. Although the Dragon Knights are all human beings, they are not divided into camps. All knights control the power of the dragon in order to protect the sacred continent. They are generally considered to be absolutely neutral and fair. We Dragon Knights have been keeping an eye on the Dark Messenger, and we have also closely investigated some of the deeds of the dwarves. Through clues, we found that the Dark Messenger is indeed manipulating this matter. As for those temple heroes, they had long ago violated the glory of the temple and devoted themselves to darkness. After the war broke out between the Bucks Principality and the dwarves, they had disappeared. The Dragon Knight said in a deep voice. What he said was naturally false. He knew that the war between the Buck Principality and the dwarves had nothing to do with Lin Jin. But now the threat of the undead natural disaster in the Crow Principality was extremely great, and Lin Jin successively defeated the legions of the Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality, which also put a lot of pressure on them. The current Holy Empire has no spare power to conquer Lin Jin. It is precisely because of this that the Holy Empire thought of the dwarves. No matter what, the dwarves have great power, and they have a bad temper and seem to be easy to drive. In order to ensure that the dwarves believe that everything is done by the undead, they also specially found the extremely authoritative Dragon Knights. Ever since the Dragon Knights participated in the investigation of Lin Jin's base camp, it has actually violated the original intention of establishing the Dragon Knights. The last time Lin Jin broke through the sealed place, he completely became enemies with the Dragon Knights. Because of this, the Dragon Knights the night did not hesitate to choose to help the Duke of Bucks get rid of this panic. After listening to the explanation of the Dragon Knight, the Dwarf King no longer doubted it. There was also a trace of anger on his face, and he hummed, "These damn things, the dirty undead, actually dare to plot against us dwarves. Jane is provoking us dwarves and is absolutely unforgivable." King Wolfston, now the undead natural disaster is raging. The undead conspiracy has succeeded, and he has defeated the armies of the Holy Empire one after another. These dirty undead creatures also have the idea of unifying the continent. The closest ones to these undead are the Buck Principality and the Dwarf Kingdom. Once they develop and grow, they will attack our territory sooner or later, so I hope we can unite together to resist the undead. The King of Buck Principality said with a solemn expression, "Good. The dwarves are willing to temporarily form an alliance with you to fight against the undead together." The Dwarf King frowned slightly, but he still nodded. It is not the character of the dwarves to not avenge revenge. Anyone who dares to provoke the dwarves must pay the price. Thank you, great King Wolfston. Our holy empire will surely remember the help of the dwarves. A joyful light flashed in the eyes of the King of the Buck Principality, and he said sincerely. At this moment, he also pulled out the buck sword from his waist and raised it diagonally forward, while the King of the Dwarves also raised it. The rune battle axe in his hand collided with the stag's sword. This represented that the two sides had reached a strategic alliance. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. Dragon Kingdom. This is an overseas island. From time to time on the island, you can see giant dragons fluttering their wings and flying high. The roars of dragons also sound one after another, intimidating all directions. In the very center of this place, there is a high cliff, and entrenched above the high cliff is a huge golden dragon, with golden light flowing all over its body, and its scales shining like gold. That strong and powerful body is full of power, and the half, open and half, closed dragon eyes make people tremble just by looking at it. This is the Golden Dragon Emperor. The ordinary Golden Dragon King is only of SS quality, but this Golden Dragon is of SSS quality and is also the highest quality Golden Dragon in the world. It is equivalent to the Emperor of the entire Golden Dragon clan. In front of this Golden Dragon Emperor, there were several Golden Dragons and several Dragon Knights, headed by the nobles of the Holy Empire. Lord Dragon King, that undead hero, not only killed 2 Golden Dragon Kings, he was also wearing a Dragon King suit, and he had hundreds of ghost dragons under his command. I could feel a very hateful aura from it. The Golden Dragon spoke dragon language, but was explaining to the Golden Dragon King. This Golden Dragon is the subject of the Golden Dragon King that Lin Jin killed in the Crow Principality. After the Golden Dragon King of their dragon group was killed, what was left in the nest, the Golden Dragon never participated in the battle again. However, hatred still spread in their hearts. In order to convince the Golden Dragon Emperor, the people of the Holy Empire specially found them. Moreover, Only the words of the Golden Dragon would make the Golden Dragon Emperor believe it. Damn, dirty undead creatures. They dare to hunt and kill the Golden Dragon clan. It is simply unforgivable. When the Golden Dragon Emperor heard this, he finally became angry. The breath he exhaled brought up a strong wind. The dragon's eyes widened and anger emerged. It recovered from the half-asleep state and flapped its wings violently. The wind pressure was pressing down on the dragon knight in front of him, making the latter's figure look shaky. The great Golden Dragon Emperor, that messenger of darkness, is not only a dragon, slaying warrior. He also has an adult golden behemoth under his command, which specializes in feeding on giant dragons and is very fierce. The Dragon Knight Adelaide continued. He was the Dragon Knight who participated in the investigation of the desolate forest and informed the various holy principalities about Lin Jin. Golden Behemoth. I didn't expect that there is a golden behemoth in this world. Hearing this, even the Golden Dragon Emperor's eyes showed a hint of fear. Golden Behemoth is equivalent to the natural enemy of the dragon. If the Golden Behemoth is found, the Dragon Clan will definitely kill it as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Lin Jin actually had an adult Golden Behemoth under his command. However, the Golden Dragon Emperor's fear flashed, and he no longer cared. After all, it was the Emperor of the Dragon Clan, and even though the Golden Behemoth was powerful, it could not intimidate it. But he saw it looking down. The hero of the Dragon Knight Holy Empire said with a serious voice, "The Dragon Clan has always been unwilling to participate in the world's disputes, but that darkness is unforgivable. I, the Golden Dragon Clan, are willing to agree to your request, help you, and defeat the undead. However, in order to ensure the breeding of Golden Dragon 1, I need support supplies from you humans. Although the Dragon Clan is strong, its reproduction rate is extremely low, and in the wars that occurred in ancient times, the Dragon Clan suffered heavy losses. It is precisely because of this that the Dragon Clan withdrew from the stage of history and lived in seclusion on the island to recuperate. They are not willing to continue for no reason involved in the war. It is also for this reason that once a dragon slayer is discovered, it will incur the hatred and hostility of the Dragon Clan. After all, the number of dragons is only so small. If they are allowed to be hunted by others, then the Dragon Clan is really in danger of annihilation. Now, although the Golden Dragon Emperor has agreed to the Holy Church, it will not do it for free. It will also ask for a large amount of gold, resources, and food from the Holy Church. As long as it performs dragon sacrifices and consumes a large amount of gold resources, the Dragon Clan's power can be improved. Reproduction rate. Sufficient food can also increase the population of the Golden Dragon. As the Emperor of the Golden Dragon Clan, it also needs to consider the Golden Dragon Clan. That is nature, the Holy Empire, and it is our duty. We are willing to maintain a good development relationship with Jin Long and help each other. The nobles of the Holy Empire agreed directly, without hesitation. On the one hand, the Golden Dragon Clan does belong to a race that the Holy Church has always been friendly with. On the other hand, everything in the Holy Empire began to get out of control. Internal and external troubles doubled their pressure. Now everyone is aware of the harm caused by forest embers, and they are willing to pay a higher price just to eradicate the forest embers before the harm further expands. Okay, I will summon the Golden Dragons and go to the Holy Empire in a week, but you have to transport supplies to the island first. The Golden Dragon King opened his mouth and said in a buzzing voice, "Good." Not long after, the nobles and dragon knights of the Holy Empire left here on golden dragons. This negotiation was successfully completed. It won't be long before the Golden Dragon Clan will join the battlefield. In fact, in addition to the Golden Dragon Clan, the Holy Church also found they killed some other dragons. But correspondingly, those dragons did not want to respond to the call of the Holy Church, and it was impossible to join this war. The Emerald Dragon. This belongs to the Elven camp, and they have never had anything to do with the Holy Empire. Relationship. It is impossible to obey the orders of the Holy Empire. Black dragons, which belong to the Dark Elf camp, have directly become enemies of the temple. Although most of the black dragons in the Dark Elf camp are recruited, there are still many black dragons in the wild. And the Black Dragon Emperor. But that's all if they don't help the Dark Elves, and they can't join the camp of the Holy Empire. The Red Dragon. This belongs to the dwarf camp. But in addition to the Red Dragon clan recruited by the building, the dwarves also have the Wild Red Dragon clan. They all belong to an equal relationship. Even the dwarves admire these giant dragons who control the power of magma. It is impossible for them to participate in the war. In addition, the Holy Dragon, the Poison Dragon, and the Fairy Dragon all belong to the upper-level dragon clan among the Giant Dragon clan, which is equivalent to the existence of the nobles. Although they are powerful, their reproduction rate is lower. If it is not the time when the dragon clan's life and death are not at stake, it is absolutely impossible for them to move out. Moreover, even the people of the Holy Empire do not know where they are. Even if they knew about some places, they would not dare to go there at all. Looking at the dragon clan that the Holy Church can win over, it is actually the Golden Dragon clan. Of course, the Golden Dragon clan alone is powerful enough. If the Golden Dragons scattered in various countries and places were all gathered together, they would definitely be an extremely terrifying force. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Ta. Ion 0.072s scan 0.030s. After continuous expansion and the excavation of a large number of cavemen, the underground city here has expanded a lot compared to the original one. In addition to the troop nests, many more have been added. Town. Now, in terms of the size of the underground city here is considered the largest. In this dungeon, a large number of dark elf queens gathered together, and you could see many new faces among them, all of whom looked particularly young. Taking advantage of the turmoil in the outside world, Brianna quickly integrated the power of the dark elves like a strong wind sweeping fallen leaves, and launched a coup, clearing out several dark elf queens and supporting a new queen to take the throne. Moreover, with the help of Lin Jin's legion, Brianna quickly regained all the dungeons. In a short period of time, the entire Dark Elves were completely unified. Looking at the current Dark Elf Empire alone, their stability is stronger than that of the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire still maintains relative freedom, especially the nobles. They have great authority, and even the king has no right to directly execute the nobles. The king also had no right to interfere with some of the internal governance methods of these nobles. But the current Dark Elves are different. After the new Dark Elf queens have signed soul contracts, they are equivalent to signing a contract of betrayal. This is the road that really kills them. From today on, the Dark Elves will both prosper and suffer. In addition to guarding our own territory, we will also officially declare war on the Holy Empire. From now on, we Dark Elves will launch a racial war against the Holy Empire until the death. Queen Brianna glanced at the Dark Elves in front of her and said loudly, "The Holy Empire previously attacked the Dark Elves, which aroused the hatred of the Dark Elves, but they will not really remember the hatred. According to the character of the Dark Elves, they may forget it, just take back their own dungeons or capture some towns and resource deposits. They never thought about fighting the Holy Empire to the end. If you really think about it, maybe after the Holy Empire's military strength becomes stronger, they may be able to fight again, shrink down, give up, and continue to be the enemy of the Holy Empire. But now, with the words of Queen Brianna, this is a declaration of war in the true sense. The war of races will never end." "Yes, Queen." All the Dark Elves looked solemn and responded one after another. Now the Dark Elves have taken back their dungeons, but now it seems that the war will continue forever. Ding! Congratulations on your perfect completion of the Dark Surge series, 3 Rings, and Rise of the Dark Elves. Ding! Congratulations on your perfect completion of the Dark Elf chapter series of tasks. The rewards are being settled. Ding! Congratulations on getting Asha's Tears Fragment 1, a race-specific National Treasure Map 1, a racial title unit recruitment order 12, 20 million gold, and rare resources 50,000. In the side palace, when Queen Brianna was having her final meeting, Lin Jin's mission was finally completed successfully. Half of the Crow Principality was also under the control of the Dark Elves. As the situation in the Holy Empire became more and more serious, they were unable to guard such a remote and vast underground city, and they were captured one after another. If Lin Jin didn't destroy the sealed land and release the demons, he would never be able to help the Dark Elves regain all the dungeons. It was because of the Devil's Rebellion that he was given this opportunity. Let him get stuck at this juncture and complete the mission. The rewards for tasks are as generous as ever, and the rewards for perfect completion are not much different from the previous orc chapters. A fragment of Asha's tears, a treasure map of race, specific national weapons, and a recruitment order for the race's crowned troops. On the contrary, gold is doubled and rare resources are halved, not to mention anything else. This reward is more generous than the half of the Crow Principality that has been penetrated. Fragments of Asha's tears. Looking at the elite fragments in his hand, Lin Jin was a little moved. He now has 5 pieces of Asha's tears. Even if he wants to keep some Asha's tears for backup, he doesn't need to keep so many Asha's tears. Tear fragments. So how to use them? Lin Jin instantly thought of Erica, Golden Behemoth, and Black Dragon King. These 3 are among the strongest forces under his command. If they can improve their strength, then for Lin Jin it helped a lot. But soon, he gave up this idea. The enhanced Golden Behemoth was okay. It had the highest potential and was dominated by the most violent power. But Erica and the Black Dragon King did not need it for the time being. The increase in individual combat power cannot increase the power of the overall force. What Lin Jin needs now is the enhancement of the overall force. In this case, it is to improve skills and strategic treasures. God-level spiritualism, the title of Undead Natural Disaster. Lin Jin immediately focused on these 2 skills. These 2 skills are rewards for perfectly passing the character test. They cannot be learned or improved, and both of their effects are very unnatural. Lin Jin's first Asha's Tears fragment. It is to enhance the power of divine spiritualism, allowing it to resurrect angels with the title. But if it is necessary to increase the divine spiritualism again, Lin Jin fell into deep thought for a moment and began to hesitate whether to upgrade to divine level spiritualism, but it didn't take long for him to make up his mind. He would upgrade his divine spiritualism. What the undead fought for was their potential, and what they fought was the sea of undead, so it was not too much to upgrade their divine spiritualism. This was also a matter of time. Strengthen the resurrection ratio of divine spiritualism. Lin Jin thought silently in his heart. God-level spiritualism is the most advanced skill, so Lin Jin only chose one direction to strengthen. He planned to strengthen the resurrection ratio of God-level spiritualism. After strengthening, if war breaks out again, then Lin Jin's the increase in the undead army is only faster and faster. The fallen corpses will become his strength. Following Lin Jin's thoughts, the fragment of Asha's tears in his hand shattered and turned into a ray of light that poured into Lin Jin's body. The original God-level spiritualism has also undergone some changes. Enhanced a divine spiritualism. It can resurrect creatures killed in battle and transform them into undead. The higher the level of the transformed creature, the lower the transformation efficiency. Transforming champion creatures requires additional consumption of souls. When the resurrection target is an angel, it can restrain the opponent's holy guardian power. Because it is amplified by the tears of Asha, the chance of transformation and resurrection increases. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. After improving his God-level spiritualism, Lin Jin took out another fragment of Asha's tears. Improve the effect of undead natural disasters. Lin Jin thought silently in his heart again. Since it has been improved, it is enough to improve it at once, and simply improve the effect of the undead natural disaster. Since Lin Jin turned into an angel of death, the control ability he has gained has been enhanced again, and he can control his legions are also constantly improving. At this time, if the effect of the undead disaster can be enhanced, the bonus to his overall combat power will be very huge. In the previous war, the reason why Lin Jin was so powerful was that the effect of the undead natural disaster is also very critical. The endless negative status brings deep despair to the enemy. The fragments of Asha's tears in his hand turned into light again and submerged into Lin Jin's body, and the effect of the undead natural disaster also changed accordingly. Strengthening an undead catastrophe. When leading the undead into battle, the combat power of all undead will be increased by 30%. The enemy's morale, mobility, and adaptations will be reduced, and there will be a higher chance of additional negative effects such as fear, weakness, and blindness, and all negative effects will be enhanced. Compared with before, the undead's combat power has increased by 10%. In addition, the enemy's morale and mobility are reduced, with a higher chance of applying negative effects, and even the negative effects are enhanced. Other enhancements can only be more intuitive on the battlefield. It can be seen, but an increase of 10% in the undead's combat power is already very good. Generally, the increase in combat power is based on 5%. Lin Jin's offensive and defensive skills are also average, with each leader at level 1. It is always increased by 5%, but this time it is directly increased by 10%. It is worth mentioning that even if it is upgraded to Attack Master, Defense Master, and War Master, these passive effects have not reached the limit. In Lin and Jin's last battle against the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality, the experience value of these skills also increased. If he continues to fight, these skills of his can be improved. In fact, just these bonuses alone will make Lin how powerful Jin is. He is the real general who has experienced hundreds of battles. The last consideration is the Golden Behemoth. Lin Jin hesitates. No matter how powerful the Golden Behemoth is, he is an individual. Although his potential is great, his combat power and the destructive power is very strong, but currently improving the power of Golden Behemoth does not have much effect. At this time, a death angel came in from outside. "Master, the sky, covering wings want to see you. Let him in." Lin Jin nodded. After arriving here, Shrouded Wings also began to use the power of the guild little by little to help the Dark Elves. The reason why the Dark Elves were able to break through those dungeons so quickly, he also played a certain role. Function. The main camp of the Wings of Covering the Sky is Cemetery, but they have a lot of people in the Holy Empire. Moreover, with the strong economic strength of the Wings of Covering the Sky, they are completely able to conquer some studios and third-rate guilds. Lin Jin values God the Wing Guild also had this reason. This guild was developed by Covering the Sky Wings, and it was solely owned by him. Soon, the Covering Sky Wings came in from the outside. He looked at Lin Jin in front of him, and his heart became more and more jaw-side. After arriving here, he realized what Lin Jin's status was among the Dark Elves. The outside world only thought that Lin Jin assisted and helped the Dark Elves, but Lin Jin's real status was higher than they imagined. Much higher. He is the real controller behind the Dark Elf Empire. King Yongya, we have received news that the Holy Church and the Dragon Knights have successfully negotiated with the Dragon Kingdom of the Golden Dragon clan. The Golden Dragon has agreed to help the Holy Church and jointly destroy you. In addition, the Stag Principality and the Dwarves have entered into an armistice agreement and an alliance agreement. The Stag Principality will compensate the Dwarves for their losses, and the Dwarves will also unite with the Stag Principality and enter the country. Their goal is also you, Zhitian Wing said with a heavy face. Since the Sealing Land was breached, the current situation has changed with each passing day. Huge shocks have occurred every day, which also amazed him. Among them, about the Bucks Principality and Lin Jin had heard about the armistice agreement signed by the Dwarves. He also knew that the Holy Church had framed him. However, he did not know about the alliance agreement. In addition, Lin Jin had heard about the Dragon Knights helping the Holy Church negotiate with the Kingdom of Dragon. Jin was even more unaware. This matter had never happened even in the previous life. The Kingdom of Dragon is the headquarters of the Dragon Clan, and it is said that the Emperor of the Dragon Clan exists. As long as the Kingdom of Dragon gives an order, countless giant dragons gather, but the Kingdom of Dragon has been living in seclusion for a long time, and even dragons are quite rare on the Holy Continent. Unexpectedly, they actually agreed to the Holy Church and planned to help the Holy Church. This is not as simple as one or two dragon groups, but one group. Wild golden dragons are more powerful. If a few more golden dragon kings appear, it will be enough for Lin Jin to suffer. How long will it take for the golden dragon to arrive in the Holy Empire? Lin Jin then asked. He was glad that he had conquered the sky, shading wings last time. This kind of information has always been very confidential, and there was no movement on the forum. If it hadn't been for the reminder from the sky, Zhiding Wings, Lin Jin would not have known about it that time. He will be passive. According to the information I got, it will be about a week. The Wings of Covering the Sky also continued. Lin Jin nodded and directly initiated a transaction with the Wings of Shrouded Sky. giving him 1 million gold. For any force, this is a big number, but for Lin Jin, this million gold it's just a small amount of money. Asking for flowers? This? Zhao Dianzi was a little hesitant, not sure whether he should proceed or not. Don't hesitate. Your information is useful to me, and you can use the money to collect more useful information. Lin Jin saw what Shrouded Sky Wing was thinking and said directly, a sole proprietorship guild also needs to operate. No matter how much money Shrouded Sky Wing has, it can't withstand the fire. Now that Lin Jin has decided to use it, he will not use it again. To worry so much. Then I would like to thank the boss in advance. Zhao Tianji no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Soon, he left here. As for Lin Jin, the ring in his hand shone with light, and the huge figure of Golden Behemoth also appeared behind him. Just now he had when considering whether to strengthen Golden Behemoth. It seems that there is no need to hesitate. In his hand, a fragment of Asha's tears also emerged. Strengthen Golden Behemoth. A fragment of Asha's tears dissipated instantly and sank into Golden Behemoth's body. The latter immediately roared. His eyes became extremely ferocious, and his aura began to rise. Visible to the naked eye, Golden Behemoth's hairs are sharper. Each hair is like a steel needle inserted upside down. It already has sharp claws more than 2 meters long, and they are still growing. On his body, the muscles have shrunk. The muscles that were originally like rocks are now compressed, but they look even more ferocious. And its body also faintly grew in size again. A violent aura lingered around Golden Behemoth, and it seemed that you could see traces of blood mist added to its muscles, making it extremely ferocious. Ding! Golden Behemoth is upgraded to Golden Behemoth King. Golden Behemoth King. Description: it is the king among the rare Golden Behemoths. The appearance of every Golden Behemoth King will surely arouse the fear of the entire dragon clan. As long as its powerful power comes to the battlefield, it will lower the morale of all dragons and weaken their mobility. Dragon Nemesis. Once King Behemoth joins the battlefield, the combat effectiveness of all enemy dragons will be reduced by 10%. Devouring Dragon. By devouring a dragon, you can quickly recover your health and gain permanent attribute improvements. Overlord's Fury. The rage of wild beasts will stimulate the violent power in the body, and all attributes will be improved for a certain period of time, and the attack power will be greatly enhanced. Overlord's Roar. Let out a roar, which can have an absolute deterrent effect on low-level creatures. It has an enhanced effect on dragons and puts the enemy into stiff equipment. Hunting Instinct. Enemies targeted by the Golden Behemoth King will have reduced mobility and morale. If they are dragons, the effect will be doubled. Dragon, Slaying Claws. The claws can ignore a large number of defensive effects, doubling when facing giant dragons. Death. To read the novel without underline, please download Feilu. After reading the attributes and skill effects of Golden Behemoth King, Lin Jin nodded with great satisfaction. Golden Behemoth did not disappoint him. The newly added dragon Nemesis belongs to the Halo. As long as this halo exists, even if the Golden King Behemoth is a mascot, it can weaken the effect of the dragon. As for the following skills, they are all deadly and specifically targeted at giant dragons, especially the Hunting Instinct. After all, the giant dragon has the ability to fly. No matter how powerful the Golden Behemoth is, it is still a land creature. But with this Hunting Instinct, the dragon it targets is basically fish on the chopping board. After getting the Golden King Behemoth, Lin Jin also breathed a sigh of relief. If the Dragon Clan dares to join the battlefield next, Lin Jin will have a lot more chances of winning just by relying on the Golden King Behemoth. It has to be said that angels, like the Angels of Death, have strong balance capabilities, especially mobility and agility, but their destructive power is relatively weak. Now the Golden King Behemoth has really helped Lin Jin make up for this shortcoming. Another trump card. After strengthening the Golden Behemoth, Qi Sanqi, King, Lin Jin left here and began to gather the undead army again. There was a reason why he did not choose to attack the Buck Principality after conquering the Crow Principality. On the one hand, the demons are still causing trouble and attracting the hatred of the Holy Church. Lin Jin didn't want to steal the demons' limelight at this time and attract more power from the temple. In addition, The war situation in the Buck Principality to the west is also very delicate. Lin Jin has always known that the dwarves do not have a good impression of the undead, and they also hate the undead. Demons are in rebellion, and undead are resurrecting. These two forces are enemies of the dwarves. Once they break out, they are likely to promote an alliance between the dwarves and the Holy Empire, especially since the undead are still very close to the dwarves. How can you allow others to snore and sleep on a couch lying on its side? The dwarves obviously would not let the undead attack the Stag Empire and become their neighbors. Therefore, Lin Jin did not want to act rashly. He still wanted to try as much as possible. If the dwarves did not join the battlefield, or the dwarves finally chose to continue the war with the Holy Empire, it would definitely be a good thing for him. Now that things have developed to this point, there is no need to hesitate. The two sides have already formed an alliance, so war is inevitable. Since you want to fight, let's fight to the bitter end. Dwarves, I gave you a chance, but you are seeking your own death. Lin Jin's eyes were slightly condensed, glowing with a faint light. He had actually given the dwarves a chance in his heart. If it was not necessary, he did not want to really be enemies with the entire world. Even in his previous life, he and the dwarves had no relationship. The intersection is too big to involve interests, let alone revenge. However, the camp he chose destined his path to be difficult. However, this path was his choice, even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. He will never retreat. No matter who it is, as long as it stands in front of him, it will inevitably lead to death. Throughout the Crow Principality, the undead scattered everywhere gathered together and marched towards the west of the Crow Principality. At the same time, Lin Jin was riding the Ghost Dragon King. He headed to the extreme northern plain of the desolate forest, the kingdom of White Night. On the extreme ice plain, a figure wearing ice, blue full, body knight armor, and holding an exaggerated sword in his hand was standing still. The cold wind blew by, and only the body behind him was swaying, and through the frost-stained helmet, an icy blue light could be seen in it. Taking a closer look, he found that it was also a skeleton. The huge ice on the plain, he was the only one standing alone, as if he was the only one in the whole world. Coming. Finally, the figure raised his head and turned his blue eyes to the sky. He still remembered that it was the man who woke him up from his sleep and told him that he was willing to invade the underworld in the future and help him attack the underworld, kill the undead lord, and avenge the kingdom of the White Knight. It was at that time that he offered his loyalty to the undead lord. For Arthas, the only obsession hidden in his heart was revenge. If he cannot kill the undead lord who destroyed the kingdom of White Knight, then his people will not be able to truly rest in peace. Nor can he pay homage to his father's spirit in heaven. However, he also knows very well that if he wants to rely on his power, it was absolutely impossible to step into the underworld, let alone kill an undead lord in the underworld. But Lin Jin's help gave him hope. After all, Lin Jin was the undead lord who was superior to the undead lords, and beside him there were even undead creatures like the Angel of Death. Only if Lin Jin helped him would he have a chance. Based on this, he signed a soul contract and chose to be loyal to Lin Jin. It is worth mentioning that the awakening mentioned above, not like Uther. Arthas is an undead hero, and he was sacrificed to the entire kingdom of White Knight and transformed into a Death Knight. As a Death Knight, he has far surpassed death. The knight himself has astonishing potential, strength, and strategic level. As for the treasures, he has a set of high-level strategic treasures, and the Frostmourne in his hand is a national weapon. This was originally just an infinitely close national weapon, a high-level strategic treasure, but under the altar of the old king, this high-level strategic treasure was also corroded by the powerful aura of death, thus transforming into a bound exclusive national weapon. Moreover, the quality also belongs to the high-level national weapon. Old King, there are indeed too many things he has done to his son. The Ghost Dragon King roared and came to the sky here in an instant. Alsace, meet the master. The body that stood as tall as the iron tower of Alsace suddenly knelt down on one knee, and a hoarse voice echoed on this extremely icy plain. Arthas, the time has come to awaken the undead in the kingdom of White Knight. Lin Jin said in a deep voice. All the people in the kingdom of White Knight have been transformed into undead. They only need Arthas's call to wake up from their long sleep. This is also an extremely powerful force. The natural disaster of the undead in the previous life also started from here. Lin Jin did not want to attract too much attention before, so he naturally did not directly release the undead in the kingdom of White Knight. But after he planned to march into the Buck Principality and the dwarves, he needs to use the undead here. Yes, master. Alsace's eyes flashed, and he finally stood up. He had been waiting to wake up the legions of the kingdom of White Knight for a long time. He eagerly wanted to do something for Lin Jin and open up territory for Lin Jin, because only when Lin Jin's strength improves will his chance for revenge come. Thinking of this, Alsace's aura became more and more solemn. He looked at the entire ice like this, holding the Frostmourne in his backhand with both hands. All the people of the kingdom of White Knight, obey my order and wake up from your long sleep. Alsace shouted loudly with a rich voice, solemn and solemn, resounding throughout the world. The next moment, Frostmourne in his hand finally thrust downward. Stab! The sword sank into the ice. Immediately afterwards, I saw a blue light emerging from under the entire ice surface. The vast blue light reflected the entire ice surface into a blue ocean. Zizizizi. At this Tamiya's series of spider web, like cracks began to center on Alsace and spread to all directions. The cracks on the ice surface spread and quickly swept across the entire polar ice plain, and then all the ice blocks suddenly shattered and turned into countless fragments. Roar! With a loud roar, the ice collapsed, and a 5.5 ghost dragon with a faint blue light all over its body finally rushed out of the ice. Its ferocious and huge body was bigger than the ghost dragon king at Lin Jin's feet. 3 points. The faint blue flame carried a biting cold aura. This blue ghost dragon seemed to dominate the world. Its huge body and decayed bone wings spread out, blocking out the sky and the sun. However, it was seen swooping down from the ice surface, and a vast force suppressed the entire ice surface. All around, all the ice collapsed and melted. Below, a continuous army of skeletons also spread. In addition to the skeleton army, densely packed undead creatures also spread out. At a glance, everything is a sea of undead, with no end as far as the eye can see. The number of undead here alone already exceeds 1 million. This is the army of the undead that the entire kingdom of White Knight has transformed into. After being resurrected, all the undead legions raised their weapons high and roared excitedly. It was as if they contained countless anger within their bodies. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. It didn't take long from the time Alsace began to awaken the undead to the millions of undead on this extremely icy plain to wake up. At this moment, the sky and the earth were already a sea of undead, and all the ice had long since completely melted. The location where Alsace was standing was a high cliff, and everything else was already collapsing. All the buildings in the kingdom of White Knight finally emerged under the warm sun. This huge ice plain was originally transformed after the sacrifice. The cold air sealed the entire kingdom of White Knight and all the transformed undead. The power to break the seal only lies with Alsace. Now as Alsace unlocks the seal, all the sealed undead finally wake up from their long sleep. All undead souls are full of unwillingness. They have lost everything they own for no reason and have been transformed into undead. The resentment imprinted in their souls makes them stronger, like a revenge warrior who came back from the underworld. Everyone, march into the Buck's Principality. High in the sky, Lin Jin looked down at the vast sea of undead on the ground and said lightly, "March into the Buck's Principality." 28 Arthas waved the Frostmourne sword in the direction of the Duke of Bucks suddenly. In an instant, all the undead's eyes were uniformly looking in the direction of the Duke of Bucks. Then, all the undead went crazy. The roar of the undead roared, and a large number of undead frenzy rushed towards the direction of the Buck Principality. All the undead were running wildly, and this huge wave of undead was also rushing towards the Buck Principality. In the sky, a ghost dragons gathered together one after another and flew over the vast sea of undead, as if they were supervising the army. In this sea of undead, there are dozens of undead heroes of varying qualities. These undead, they all form part of the sea of the undead. With Alsace's strength, There is no way to control so many undead, but his existence is at the expense of these lives, and he has established a connection with these undead. In addition, with so many heroes, he was able to control so many undead legions. As for over there, the blue ghost dragon in the sky also roared past and came to the high cliff where Alsos was, and the latter jumped on the back of the blue ghost dragon, rode the ghost dragon, and came to Lin Jin's side. Owner, the blue ghost dragon came to Lin Jin in the air and suppressed the ghost dragon king with its pressure. However, Alsos on his back saluted Lin Jin very respectfully. The name of this blue ghost dragon, the Frostbone Dragon, is also a legendary creature bound to Alsos. In the image that Lin Jin saw, the predecessor of the Frostbone Dragon was the high-ranking dragon clan, the Holy Dragon. Speaking of Alsos, Lin Jin also it's quite a bit of a sigh. This should have been a rich and handsome man who was destined to be his son, but it's a pity that he ended up in such a state where his country was ruined and his family was ruined. Alsos was the son of the king when he was born. After he was born, the king also took it with him. Go to a holy dragon's lair in the country and ask for the holy dragon's blessing. When the holy dragon saw Alsos, he became very close to him. The leader of the holy dragon even gave his son to Alsos. The baby of the holy dragon accompanied him. When Alsos was a child, they had a deep relationship. As Alsos grew up, he was praised and admired by the entire nation. In addition, his extraordinary appearance made him the dream lover of all the girls in the land of the White Knight. After coming of age, Arthas also showed amazing talent and war talent. He once helped the kingdom of White Knight to eliminate many hidden dangers and cleanse the enemies that were ravaging the kingdom of White Knight. This made his reputation soaring. He took over the position of king. Is already a certainty. Unfortunately, the old king was bewitched by the undead lord and buried the entire kingdom of White Knight. Arthas, who was at his peak, was burdened with hatred and embarked on the road of revenge. Even according to the Arthas's character, he decided to take revenge and would only find a way to invade the underworld. But the existence of the undead is a sin. The awakening of such a large number of undead immediately attracted the attention of the Holy Empire. He was completely angered by the attack of the hero. Then he turned his target to the Holy Empire. At that time, Arthas also united with the other undead awakened by the surge of Dark Tide to jointly attack the Holy Empire and defeat the Holy Empire. It caused a great impact. He was the existence that everyone was shocked by at the time. It must be said that talented people, even after death, are still amazing and talented. The old king's wave the operation, on the contrary, has promoted Alsos to an unprecedented level. As for Alsos's name, there are many. Son of the Dragon, Lich King, ruler of the undead, and the ultimate boss of the undead scourge, Alsos. Son of the Dragon, this is also Alsos's passive talent. He is an SS, level racial hero, and the native race he is good at commanding is the undead crown creature, Ghost Dragon. In addition, he is extremely talented and can with a large number of titles and effects. He can control a large number of undead and increase the power of these undead. There are many legendary undead heroes under Lin Jin, but only Arthas has the most comprehensive talents and is completely the ruler of the undead. Role. Only then can he truly become the commander-in-chief of Lin Jin. Ding. The darkness is surging. The darkness is whispering. Ding. The Dark Surge mission has been updated. Just as Lin Jin was sighing, a system prompt sounded, but it rang in his ears. Just when he heard this prompt, Lin Jin had an incredible feeling. The Dark Elf series of missions can be triggered in advance, so that's okay. Could it be that the Dark Surge mission of the Undead Scourge is also so triggered? The Surge of Darkness. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Lich King. Description. The wails of countless souls, the cries of countless dead, accompanied by a large number of casualties every day. The third dark tide finally comes 737 the power of each resentful soul. One by one the unwillingness of this dead person made all the undead spirits stronger, and a large number of sleeping undead spirits finally woke up from all corners of the world. Here, you need to find the Lich King Arthas and help the undead return to the world. Reward, adaptive. Ding. An abnormality occurred in the mission. It was detected that the player Lord of Night has conquered the Lich King. The Dark Surge mission was changed. Ding. It is detected that the King of Eternal Night is the Undead Lord, and the Dark Surge series of missions has been changed. Dark Surge. Description. In the Dark Surge, an unprecedented Undead Lord emerged. He subdued the Lich King and had 5 legendary heroes. His undead army has become unstoppable, and the resentment in the world has spread. The souls are chanting this person's name, and his legend is spread among all the dead. A future master of the undead is rising. Yes, it's you. You are the supreme boss of this undead natural disaster. You are the undead lord stepping on the foot of the times, and the whole world will surely tremble because of your appearance. So, let the world fear your power. Mission requirements. Reward. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The player King Eternal Night leads the undead natural disaster and will launch an impact on the entire Holy Empire. All players can choose to join the camp of King Eternal Night or the Holy Empire camp. Ding. The player King Eternal Night leads the undead natural disaster and will launch an impact on the entire Holy Empire. All players can choose to join the camp of King Eternal Night or the Holy Empire camp. Suddenly, like a meteorite thrown into a flat lake, the entire lake was filled with ripples. When they heard the system prompt sound, all the players were completely shocked. What is this shit talking about? The battle of factions announced by the system around the world is a war between 2 camps, and it is equivalent to a major battle that changes the course of history. If placed in an ordinary game, this would be a major main mission. But what did they hear? The King of Eternal Night? This means that King Eternal Night now belongs to the same camp, and he is also the main line of all player missions? This is too outrageous. It's getting more and more outrageous. Playing and playing. Even if you play well, everyone will recognize it. But when have you replaced the NPC camp? This is another level crossed. For players, an NPC is an NPC, and their players all follow the NPC to complete tasks honestly. But now, they can actually do the tasks issued by Lin Jin and join Lin Jin's camp. What is this? I'm so damn convinced. What kind of magic operation is this? It's too much. It's too much. Take away your magical powers. Stop using magic. Why is this already leading the version mission? You want to be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Damn it. But I am uneducated, so I can tell the world with just one word. What is this? Is this the system that has separated King Yonya from the forces of the camp? Can this game still be played like this? A player led the Undead Scourge. I was so scared that I cried. All of a sudden, a large number of players quit the game and gathered in the forum. They were really shocked. Lin Jin's operation was so magical that they couldn't believe it. Griffin. Principality. On the battlefield, the legions of the Church of Light were clearing away demons. But just when the news spread to the ears of all players, a handsome figure wearing a white robe suddenly became gloomy. King of Eternal Night. The eyes of God's eyes were gloomy. His face was distorted. His right fist was clenched. His nails were deeply embedded in his flesh, and blood was flowing. But he seemed to be unable to feel it, and was paranoid and twisted. He had always wanted to go against Lin Jin. Lin Jin has always wanted to put his feet under his feet. Lin Jin united with the Dark Elves and Orcs, and also united with the Holy Principality to fight against it. Although the alliance of the Holy Principality did not have much to do with him, he thought that he had achieved it, and it could be regarded as a victory. Back to the first city. But then, Lin Jin destroyed the sealed place, released it, forced the Holy Principality to retreat, and defeated the main forces of the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality, and slapped him in the face so hard. The undead army he was sitting on was so powerful that he could not match it. In this case, the gap between the two sides was already huge. After all, Lin Jin had long since separated from the Dark Elves and Orcs, and had his own strong military power, but what he thought was his position in the Holy Empire was just deceiving himself. He did not have that much control over the Holy Empire, let alone such a powerful legion. Just when he learned that the Golden Dragon of the Kingdom of Dragon planned to help the alliance between the Holy Empire, the Dwarves, and the Buck Principality, he regained his composure, prepared to defeat the demons, establish meritorious deeds, and grow stronger. But at this time, he heard this system prompt. This meant that everything seemed to be full of variables. This at the same time, It meant that the man was once again standing at the center of the world, and this was another invisible slap in the face. No matter how hard he struggled, Lin Jin's strength still stepped on his head, making he couldn't move or struggle. At this moment, he felt despair and powerlessness. Dark Elf Dungeon and sky-covering wings were also stunned. But after being stunned, the corners of his mouth curled up. Beside him, several players also looked dazed. "I'm a good boy. This king of eternal night is too outrageous." After a long time, a vice president finally murmured. Previously, he was still worried about Lin Jin letting the Wings of the Sky sign a soul contract, and he was not so comfortable in his heart. As for the Wings of the Sky letting the entire Divine Wings Guild, they all surrendered to Lin Jin, and they were a little confused. After all, the Divine Wings Guild was also among the top guilds. Although Lin Jin was very good, he faced great dangers. This approach of overwhelming everything to Lin Jin was still not feasible. It was too safe. But after hearing the news, he suddenly felt relieved. He just lamented his boss's foresight. After so many things, being able to follow such a person made it worth it even if he lost. Follow this boss in a down-to-earth manner and don't think too much about it. I have told you before that he can pass the SSS angle test perfectly. His power is beyond our ability to guess. You all know the lessons learned from the Thunder Mercenary group. Don't let yourself look like a clown. Zhaodianzi heard this and said with a serious face. As he said before, someone who can perfectly pass the SSS level character test must be a super genius with an outstanding IQ that has already crushed people like him. Existence. Now that he has chosen to hang out with Lin Jin, he no longer thinks about other fancy things. In his opinion, if one day Lin Jin shows a flaw, it must be his deliberate display. Or he has other things. Purpose. Just like the Thunder Mercenary group, they felt that Lin Jin was stupid, but after being used by Lin Jin, they were destroyed. It was miserable. In the heart of GGNE, Lin Jin had already "it's like a myth." "Boss, don't worry, we all understand." The rest of the people also responded one after another. They could really feel Lin Jin's terror. It was as if everything in the world was under his control. This was the real bottomless abyss. If they didn't overestimate their own capabilities, if they feel that they are stronger than Lin Jin, then what awaits them will only be destruction. They have been under the leadership of the sky-covering wings for a long time, and they all respect the sky-covering wings extremely. After all, the covering sky wings are also geniuses with IQs as high as 139. He also led them to surpass themselves step by step and gain their recognition. Even the wings of covering the sky still looked up to Lin Jin. So what qualifications did they have to question Lin Jin? At this moment, the inside of the wings of covering the sky turned upside down. Everything became extremely unified. All the little thoughts disappeared. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Congratulations on becoming the Undead Scourge boss. The Dark Surge Legends series rewards will be released in advance. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Asha's Tears Fragment 1. A race-specific National Treasure Map 1, a racial title unit recruitment order 12, 20 million gold, and 50,000 rare resources. Ding! Congratulations on automatically receiving the mythical Dark Surge mission. Ding! Darkness is whispering. Affected by the tide of darkness, the combat effectiveness of all undead increases by 20%. The unit production of all undead layers increases by 50%. The attack and defense of all undead heroes increases by 3, and the ratio of spiritualism and spiritualization of all undead heroes increases. Ding! The darkness is whispering, and under the influence of the dark tide, as the undead lord, all your attributes will be +5, your command level will be increased, and the number of your god level spiritualism will be increased. Ding! The darkness is whispering. You gather the power of the undead and obtain the growth level god level, Abyss Wither. After the version camp mission was triggered and the Dark Surge series of missions were changed, Lin Jin directly completed the reward. Regarding this series of changes, let alone the players, he himself was a little confused. He originally conquered Alsace with the intention of guiding the Dark Tide in the future and guiding Alsace to dominate the Undead Scourge. But he didn't expect that the Dark Tide would arrive so quickly. What's more, I didn't expect that after Alsace's soul was bound to him, the entire series of missions would change. Now he stands directly at the top and becomes the master of the version. The following series of rewards and this sudden mythical mission made him even more confused. Master, why did the dark tide suddenly come? Besides, Alsace finally couldn't help it and turned his gaze to Lin Jin. Just now, a dark power seemed to bloom from nothingness, and his strength and character attributes were all enhanced. Now Alsace, there is a black aura lingering on Sas's body, and his aura is even more astonishing. Not only Arthas, but all undead heroes and undead are ordinary, and they have all been strengthened. The aura gathered in the sea of the undead here begins to roll, and more it was so breathtaking. Among them, Lin Jin changed the most. A monstrous aura bloomed from his body, and his whole body was surrounded by powerful power. In front of Lin Jin, a black shadow appeared. There seemed to be countless souls roaring, and just looking at it made Arthas feel palpitated. He seemed to know that it was all related to his master. Now is the age of the undead. Listening to Alsace's words, Lin Jin finally came back to his senses and said softly. He now roughly understood. All of this was originally caused by him. Lin Jin successively rolled up the orcs and dark elves. The turmoil destroyed the sealed land and released the demons. Perhaps for the demons, the chaos in this world has also become a force that breeds them. But the undead are the ones who benefit the most. Whether it is the continuous war or the demons, the turmoil has caused a large number of lives to wither and a large number of crown-level creatures to fall. Death and resentment are also driving the dark tide, and after the previous two dark tides converged, the largest dark tide finally bloomed. The power he had accumulated for a long time was used on the undead at once. As the instigator, Lin Jin also suffered too much. In addition, he conquered Alsace, and the opportunities that Alsace should have had were also limited. All of them automatically emerged on Lin Jin. All the push led to the current situation. The course of this life has been changed by Lin Jin alone. In the previous life, the Holy Empire never fell into this situation. The abyss withers. Lin Jin didn't say much. He just looked at the black shadow in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stretched his right hand into the black shadow. The next moment, the black mist dissipated, and a sword filled with evil charm and pitch black followed. It appeared in his hand. The blade was long and the whole body was pitch black. The sword master had a black and ominous aura lingering around him, which seemed to be able to distort light. Lin Jin waved lightly, and the long sword passed through the space. But if he didn't pay attention, he couldn't see it at all. Unclear traces of the sword. Abyss withered. Quality, artifact. Introduction. The sword blade grew out of the endless darkness and resentful souls in the underworld. It has the power to devour souls, but no one can control the power of evil. It is said that those who hold the sword is equivalent to controlling the underworld. Can grow, 0/1000. Life wither. Release a ripple that affects enemies within a certain range, which can directly reduce the enemy's upper limit of health. The current minimum is 5%. Abyss gaze. The legion you lead attacks enemies whose health value is lower than 0% and has a chance to cause a killing effect, directly killing the enemy, and the maximum number of killing is no more than 3 levels of enemies. Plus 10 attack power. Plus 5% speed. Plus 5% blood volume. Plus 20 dominance. Plus 5 attacks. Attack artifact. Lin Jin was stunned when he saw the effect of the Abyss Withering Sword. He can be considered a person who has seen the world, but the effect of the Abyss Withering Sword is too exaggerated. The active effect directly reduces the enemy's health. At the upper limit, the passive effect is better than the sky, directly giving the undead the ability to kill. A critical hit can directly kill instantly. This effect is too strong. As for the following attack power, unit speed, blood volume bonus, and even command power, these are all extremely powerful effects. These effects are far superior to ordinary high-level treasures. Even the Dragon King sword in Lin Jin's hand has lost its fragrance in an instant. The Dragon King sword is very rare, with an attack power of +5, and is among the most powerful. A top-notch high-level treasure, but now it is like a toy in front of the abyss. Moreover, this is a growable treasure. It can rely on the lives lost on the battlefield to enhance its own strength. That 01000 means 1,000 souls are needed. Only then can he be promoted to the next stage. Seeing this, Lin Jin smiled. He simply didn't need too many souls. 1,000 souls. Upgrade. 10,000 souls. Upgrade. 100,000 souls. Upgrade. 1,000,000 soul. Upgrade. Lin Jin directly invested 1,111,000 souls. In an instant, countless souls roared throughout the long sword. The dark aura became more intense, and the entire sword exuded an intoxicating aura. This was a hole that was forged with over 1,000,000 souls. The next step is to reach the level of tens of millions, but Lin Jin does not have enough souls to supply this sword. At this time, the properties of Abyss Wither have also changed again. Abyss Wither. Quality, Artifact. Introduction. From the underworld, the blade born from the endless darkness and resentful souls has the power to devour souls, but no one can control the power of evil. It is said that holding this sword is equivalent to controlling the underworld. Can grow. 0/110,000,000. Life Wither. Releases a ripple that affects enemies within a certain range, which can directly reduce the enemy's upper limit of health, currently at least 20%. Abyss Gaze. The legion you lead attacks enemies whose health value is lower than 0% and has a chance to cause a killing effect, killing the enemy directly, up to the third level of the enemy you lead. Plus 20 attack power. Plus 10 defense. Plus 15 troop speed. Plus 20 types of blood volume. Plus 40 dominance. Plus 6 attacks. Plus 2 defense. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Artifact. A well-deserved artifact. Seeing the withering attributes of this abyss, Lin Jin's eyes were still filled with wonder. After sacrificing millions of souls, Abyss Decay has truly developed its attributes. But I have to say that this is Lin Jin. If it were anyone else, it would be extremely difficult to collect so many souls. At this stage, only Lin Jin has such a foundation, and all of this foundation has turned into his power. He felt like he was playing one of those Krypton Gold mobile games. He made money, obtained materials, and improved his combat effectiveness. This overall bonus is really too exaggerated. Holding the Abyss Wither and not holding the Abyss Wither can even be said to be two levels. National weapons are already the rarest weapons in the world, and divine weapons are superior to national weapons. This is the truly terrifying existence. In Lin Jin's past 3 years, he had never heard of an artifact. Even the Holy Principality did not have such a heaven-defying existence. But he really got it just like that. With this artifact and the effects of the undead natural disaster, Lin Jin could hardly imagine how strong his undead army could be, and who could stop his undead army. Stag Principality, dwarves, anyone who stands in my way will die now. Lin Jin looked towards the direction of the Buck Principality, and the undead all over the mountains and plains were roaring towards that direction. At this time, the momentum of the entire sea of undead increased greatly, and even the marching speed increased accordingly. This speed it has completely surpassed the previous one. This is the effect of the Surge of Darkness. Now the entire undead force has been strengthened. As the army marched, Lin Jin no longer stayed here, and the Ghost Dragon King under his feet roared and flew towards the south. He wants to go to his undead army. Alsace's army is bound to him. If it is led by Alsace, it can exert greater power, and Lin Jin does not need to take away control of this part of the army. Moreover, his undead army is already powerful enough. Although Alsace has a large number of legions, most of them are low-level skeleton soldiers. After all, many of the converted are civilians in the country, and they do not have much combat effectiveness. Really, in terms of high-level units and crown units, they are far inferior to Alsace. Lin Jin was able to conquer Alsace naturally because of this. If he was not strong enough, how could Alsace surrender to him? I believe him. The western border of the Buck Principality. At this moment, the dwarves and the Buck Empire were shocked. When the undead army of the Linsuan Crow Principality was dispatched, they got the news, but they did not care. With the Buck Principality and the dwarves, they were not afraid of the power. For them, Lin Jin's initiative to attack was also seeking to speed up his own demise. But at this moment, in the Crow Department, an extremely vast aura of the undead rose into the sky, and the darkness was completely it shrouded the sky over there. exuding an unpleasant aura from a distance. This meant that there were a large number of undead Sioux. This discovery had already made the Buck Principality and the dwarves extremely dignified. Then, darkness surged. The aura of the undead in the entire world has become extremely strong. They are really panicking at this time. The undead are building momentum, and the momentum of the undead has reached its highest point. The darkness is surging and the aura of the undead is strong, which means that all the undead will be enhanced. Darkness surges. Damn, there must be too much death and killing during this time. King Caldwell of the Bucks Principality murmured with a solemn expression. After thinking for a moment, he could understand the reason for the darkness. Since the player came to this world, the killings have been spreading. Not to mention the war in the Holy Empire, but also the war between players. No one knows how many people were killed or injured. Behind the scenes, Lin Jin launched a rebellion between the orcs and dark elves. The entire Holy Continent was in chaos. It can be said that the surge of darkness is inevitable, and the coming of natural disasters of the undead is also a matter of time. As darkness surges, the power of the undead will also be enhanced, and the ominous aura in the north is too strong. Why is there such a strong aura of the undead there? The king of the dwarves, Wolfston, also rode a white bear and said in a deep voice. Behind him were a large number of dwarf cavalry riding white bears, and there were groups of dwarves beside them, holding rune war weapons in their hands. Axe and warhammer, short and sturdy, are both high-level dwarves. The main armies of both sides have already gathered towards the border of the Buck Principality. They cannot wait until Lin Jin invades the Buck Principality and ignites the flames of war. Dear Dukedom, asking for flowers? In addition to the dwarf legions, the main legions of the Buck Principality have also gathered here. However, the legions of both sides were clearly divided into two formations, one on the left and one on the right. Coming. While everyone was waiting eagerly, they saw the darkness in the distance beginning to spread quickly, and the ghastly and terrifying power rushed towards them from a long distance away. The next moment, they saw an endless stream of energy on the horizon. Skeleton soldiers are rushing here one after another. You can see that every skeleton soldier is running wildly. They move briskly. They are obviously only 2-level skeleton soldiers, but now they are comparable to the speed of 3 to 5 levels. It's simply outrageous. At the same time, the aura of the undead gathered and shrouded in the sea of undead was also very surging. In the sky, ghost dragons roared and galloped one after another. Countless ghosts and resentful souls also gathered high in the sky. In an instant, undead souls all over the mountains and plains gathered here. Only when they had reached the temple and the dwarves' thousands of steps did all the undead stop. The undead were scattered, but not just for a head-on confrontation. These massive undead were in the form of a semi-encirclement, forming a huge semicircle with an extremely long battle line. The number alone is daunting, and this arrogant attitude of the undead made the Buck Principality and the dwarves feel angry. This is so inappropriate. The Bucks Principality and the dwarves unite, and the main legions gathered here by both parties exceed 200,000. These are all high-quality legions. When Lin Jin faced such a legion, he actually adopted the idea of encirclement. This was because he had regarded them as his own and planned to destroy them all. This is too arrogant. In their solemn gazes, a ghost dragon king roared in the sky and came to the center of the battlefield. Surrounding the ghost dragon king, there were hundreds of death angels guarding him. All the death angels were scattered, guarding Lin Jin in all directions, guarding him without any gaps. On the ghost dragon king's back, Lin Jin's figure finally came into everyone's sight. Death. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Dwarves, the only target of the undead is the Holy Empire. If you withdraw from the battlefield now, I can forget about it. Lin Jin looked down at the vast legions in front of him and said in a calm tone. This aloof figure looked down upon the world. At this time, not only the Buck Principality and the dwarves, but also a large number of players were looking up to Lin Jin. The vast majority of them were looking up to Lin Jin. Everyone looked at Lin Jin with emotion. They were all players, and they were still following the Bucks and the dwarves, but Lin Jin had gathered a large army to threaten the Bucks, and he could still maintain this aloof attitude. This is completely different from them. However, among them, the president of the Warhammer Guild, hammering the sky, just looked at Lin Jin with disdain. Haha, I really thought I was awesome, but that's because I haven't met a dwarf. You have no idea how powerful the dwarves are, Hammer Blaster Sky murmured. It was the Warhammer Guild who single-handedly provoked the war between the dwarves and the Stag Principality. As the initiator of the incident, they can be said to have made a lot of money. And after the Holy Empire compromised with the dwarves, Chi San-Chi, has gained great benefits. He has been among the dwarves for such a long time and has seen the dwarves' heritage. In his opinion, the dwarves' war potential is very huge. It's true. Because of this, he didn't think Lin Jin could win. A Holy Empire was outrageous enough, but he really dared to provoke another dwarf? Did he really think he was invincible? Huh. Undead, don't speak so loudly. The dwarves have nothing to fear. You dirty undead should get out of the Buck Principality. Wolfston, the king of the dwarves, looked up into the sky, and his breathy voice also sounded. This represents the will of the dwarves. It seems that you dwarves are really seeking your own death. Lin Jin showed a hint of sarcasm. The king of the dwarves did not mention the undead commanding the temple to attack the dwarves, nor did he confront him. From this point alone, he completely understood the dwarves' proposition. In fact, for the dwarves for now, it may not matter whether it was Lin Jin who did it or not. Dwarves also hate the undead. In this case, Lin Jin doesn't have to hesitate. Killing one by one will definitely not go wrong. King Yongya, do you really think you are invincible? With such a small number of troops, do you really think you can defeat the powerful dwarves? Today the dwarves will let you know what is invincible. Just when the dwarf king finished speaking, Hammering the Sky finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. This gives you a little face, and you really gasped. Seeing Lin Jin being so arrogant, he also wanted to slander Lin Jin. Some sense of existence. Lin Jin glanced over, staring at this hammer-exploding sky, but did not say anything else. Hammer-exploding sky was not qualified for Lin Jin to respond to his words. Lin Jin's lack of response made hammer-exploding sky feel very proud. He felt that he was the most dazzling presence on the entire battlefield at this moment, with countless people watching him. Just when he turned back to look at the nobles of the Holy Empire and the other dwarf heroes, he found that there were no people were paying attention to him. Their eyes were all looking solemnly to the northeast. Hammering the Sky could not help but look into the distance. But in the distance, a burst of dark clouds were also spreading towards here. The next moment, the frostbone dragon, the blue sky, was getting closer and closer, and in the blink of an eye, it was over the battlefield. Roar! The frostbone dragon let out a roar. Its withered wings spread out, and its hoarse voice resounded throughout the world. The Lich King Arthas on its back also caught everyone's eyes. Then, right on the horizon, there were a large number of flying over with a roar, followed by ghosts and resentful souls all over the sky. And in the entire north and even the northeast, a sea of undead souls were all running wildly, rushing towards here quickly. They were like a surging torrent, and like an endless swarm of ants. It is daunting. The skeleton soldiers are all crowded together, and all the skeleton soldiers have some torn clothes. Among them, the skeleton soldiers have different levels. In addition to the 1 to 2 levels, there are also, you can see, 3 to 4 skeleton soldiers. Behind the skeleton soldiers, there are continuous plague zombies. These zombies are all different and of different levels. Among them are a large number of warriors and magicians wearing armor, as well as surging zombies. Undead night. It was like an endless ocean spreading towards here. At this moment, the sky was shattered and the sound was lost. The whole person was shocked and dumbfounded. There are so many. There are too many. There are undead torrents in all directions, completely. Like an ocean, its number is exactly the same as Lin Jin's legion, forming a complete siege of up to 270. Even if these are all middle and low-level legions, with more low-level legions, this number alone is enough to make people despair. Owner, Alsace shouted respectfully towards Lin Jin. The wave of undead behind was still surging, as if it were endless. Attack! Lin Jin looked down at the battlefield in front of him and said faintly. The majestic voice became the last sound on this dead battlefield. Boom! At the next moment, he saw that the overwhelming undead were boiling. All the undead were like breaking a dike. Like a flood, they rushed towards the Buck Principality and the dwarves. All the skeleton soldiers ran wildly. The speed was shocking. The sky was overwhelming and the waves surged. In front of this vast sea of undead, the Buck Principality and the dwarves, the army of the clan, seemed so small. Death Canopy. At this time, Lin Jin thought and began to release magic. The next moment, an endless black curtain spread forward from behind Lin Jin. Darkness enveloped the battlefield. The scope of this death sky was much larger than before. Now Lin Jin's combat power has improved by leaps and bounds. He has obtained an artifact and is the master of the version. His power has also increased a lot, and the scope of the death canopy has naturally expanded again. That's what adaptive magic is. They all keep changing based on your attributes. All attacks will not cause any fixed damage. Dwarf warriors crush these undead. The king of the dwarves also raised the runed battle axe in his hand and shouted loudly, "Roar!" The next moment, the entire dwarf camp was boiling, but they saw the white bear charging. The dwarf white bear cavalry was the main force, and a large number of dwarf warriors also rushed forward. At the same time, each one was as huge as Godzilla. The dragons spit out flames one after another, and the terrifying flames immediately burned and killed a large number of undead, and the magma left behind continued to burn the battlefield. The dwarves did not have so many empty things. Like the orcs, they were also simple and crude. Since he decided to attack, he planned to crush all the undead head-on. In the blink of an eye, the dwarves and the undead all collided together. The moment the two sides collided, a large number of skeleton soldiers were knocked out and hit one by one. While the dwarves above, they even waved big sticks and kept bombarding the surrounding skeleton soldiers. During their attacks, a large number of skeleton soldiers were killed. The white bear cavalry also tore a huge hole and launched a charge forward. Behind, all the dwarves also launched attacks. There are a large number of shield defenders and berserkers among the dwarves, which are the backbone of the dwarves. Among them, the shield defenders are level 2 people, holding weapons similar to mine manuscripts in their right hands. The shield is held in the left hand. They are small, powerful, and defensive. The berserker abandons defense and completely pursues attacks. He wears light armor and carries large 5.5 weapons like tigers in both hands, except for the grip, is a triangular cone blade. This punch is enough to shatter a person's bones, which is extremely cruel. When the white bear cavalry tore the hole, all the shield guards and berserkers also fought with the undead from all directions. At that time, the proud shield guardians were dumbfounded. Originally, in everyone's eyes, skeleton soldiers were a symbol of weakness and could be broken at the touch of a touch. Although the shield guardians mainly focus on defense, they should also crush the skeletons. Soldiers are the only ones. But they suddenly found that it was difficult for them to kill the skeleton soldiers. As the shield defenders attacked, one by one the skeleton warriors either held up their shields to resist or raised their axes to fight back, beating these shield defenders. They were all confused. Are these still weak undead? On the other side, the berserkers are very powerful. With the help of equal levels of crushing, they rush into the sea of undead and fight with all their strength. The berserkers will definitely kill the skeleton with one punch. The warrior seems to be extremely brave. He is like a martial arts master who roams the battlefield, relying on his superb skills to kill everyone. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Unmoving like a mountain, aggressive like fire. The dwarves were motionless when they were not yet launched, but once they launched an attack, they appeared extremely violent. The white bear cavalry and the berserkers all launched an all-out attack, attacking the undead army. Wherever it passes, the force is like a broken bamboo. Fire meteorite, fire wave, cross flame. At the same time, the rune priests and rune guards wearing robes and holding tin staffs and staffs also began to release magic, but they saw the light on the staffs flickering, and then cross flames and fire waves bloomed on the battlefield. In the sky, a huge fireballs also fell down. Boom! The explosion of fireballs engulfed dozens of skeleton soldiers around them. There is no doubt about the strength of these rune priests and rune guards. Haha, well done, just fight like this and kill all these undead. Hammerblast Sky shouted loudly, with an excited look on his face. The rest of the players also looked excited. Such an overwhelming attack made the undead in front of them very weak. If the fight continues like this, there will not be enough undead to kill. But the dwarves, neither the heroes nor the heroes of the Buck Principality, were optimistic. In contrast, their faces were more solemn. The dwarves attacked the legions commanded by Alsace, but there were too many undead legions in aid Alsace. They are all just cannon fodder. Even if they are cannon fodder, these cannon fodder are already very powerful at this moment. They watched helplessly as some skeleton soldiers hit by the flames could still rush out of the sea of fire. This is simply unimaginable. These skeletons, the soldiers, have been enhanced too much. This is still the lowest level skeleton soldier. Once the middle and high level undead join the battlefield, what will happen? Moreover, the magic value of the rune priests and rune guards is also limited. Yes, their magic is poured into these skeleton soldiers, which does not have much impact on the battle situation. Instead, it consumes their own magic power. It can be clearly seen that no matter how many skeleton soldiers are injured or killed here, it will not affect the entire undead. As far as the sea is concerned, it is not worth mentioning. But in the distance, the endless undead souls are still rolling towards here, endless. As the temple hero watched, he finally discovered that the white bear cavalry over there had met his opponent. Groups of plague zombies limped over quickly. They looked disabled, but their speed was amazing. The indomitable white bear cavalry was finally unable to shake the shield wall formed by the plague zombies. These thick, blooded plagues, with the addition of terror zombies, are the real human shields. The weakening effect accompanying the attack of plague zombies also makes the white bear cavalry suddenly wither. At the same time, the berserkers who are madly rushing into the sea of the undead are also there. Facing a violent storm of attacks, a large number of skeleton soldiers kept pouring towards the berserkers. Surrounded from all sides, each berserker became increasingly unable to move and was beaten to death. 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. No matter how great the fighting skills of these berserkers are, they cannot deal with the constant stream of enemies. And these enemies are much stronger than they thought. On the battlefield, 1 berserker was drowned. At the same time, groups of white bear cavalry were also surrounded. Here, the temple had no time to continue watching the battle, and Lin Jin's undead army had already rushed in front of the shield wall of the temple. The undead that surrounded it from all directions launched a fierce attack. The Lich King Alsace possesses the national weapon, and coupled with the current bonus of the undead itself, the strength of the undead has been improved by several levels. But for Lin Jin, this is far from that simple. The strengthened undead natural disasters and artifacts, national weapons, advanced treasure sets, bonuses for the Death Angel race, exclusive bonuses for versions, offensive masters, defensive masters, country destroyers. At this moment, there are countless bonuses gathered on Lin Jin. His strategic attributes are very important for him. The Legion's bonus has also reached a shocking level. In the sky, endless bone spears and arrows were seen heading towards each other. However, under the cover of the arrow rain, the skeleton soldiers did not appear too much. Huge casualties. In addition to the MSS effect of many arrows, even if the attack hits, it will no longer be able to kill the skeleton soldiers instantly. On the other hand, looking at the shield wall of the temple, the warriors in the temple seemed to be carrying extremely violent attacks, and the warriors who formed the shield wall were crumbling. I saw some bone spears penetrated from a tricky angle, but they directly penetrated a sentry wearing heavy armor. At this moment, the sentinels who were hit all showed expressions of disbelief. The other Templar heroes and Templar players around were all dumbfounded. Skeleton Spearman, when did he become so powerful in combat? Muttered a Templar hero. The Skeleton Spearman represents the weakest undead type. Although it also has level 2, it cannot even defeat the level 1 Templar type. When will these Skeleton Spearmen be defeated? They were able to kill the sentries instantly. Before they could react, a large number of skeleton legions had already hit them, and all the shield walls were under attack. For a moment, the huge front that spread was under tremendous pressure. This completely subverts the world view of the temple. It's too exaggerated. It's too exaggerated. Now even the skeleton soldiers of the first level can exert the power of the third level troops, and the second level can also exert their power, exhibiting the power of 4 arms. The power exerted by the third-level arms is already comparable to that of the fifth level. All other arms have been enhanced, and on the contrary, the higher the level of the undead arms, the greater the enhancement they have received. Looking at the rapid attack in front of them, the skeleton soldiers who slashed twice in 1 second made everyone in the temple dumbfounded. Are all these skeleton soldiers on drugs? What is going on? What is going on with these undead? King Caldwell of the Bucks Principality, his mentality completely collapsed, and he shouted. The undead army led by Alsace was exaggerated enough, and the undead army led by Lin Jean was simply outrageous. The bonus of this kind of power, leaving him with nothing to do. Even if the temple has used a lot of buff magic, curse reduction magic, and a lot of magic scrolls, they are no match for this group of undead. What's even more terrifying is that these undead, the number is much higher than him. The cloud of death. In Caldwell's desperate eyes, the death magic balls in the distance drew a beautiful parabola and landed in the temple camp. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, streaks of green smoke bloomed. The enemies attacked by the big corpse, which basically died suddenly on the spot, and the shrouded poison 737 also caused a lot of damage. This almost instantly disintegrated the temple. Defense. The influence of the dark tide. The combat power of all undead is increased by 20%. Undead Scourge talent. The combat power of the undead is increased by 30%. Offensive Master. The attack power is increased by 20%. Defense Master. The defense power is increased by 20%. Abyss Decay. The attack power is increased by 20%. The defense power is increased by 10%. These basic increases alone have almost doubled the power of the undead. Coupled with the additional 4 attacks and 4 defenses of Lin Jing Death Angel. The temporary bonus of the version is 5 attack, 5 points of defense. The Dragon King suit, not counting this top suit for the time being. The Abyss Wither and Death Shadow Cloak increase the attribute points, unit health, and unit speed. In addition, Lin Jin's current strategic level is as high as level 32. The strategic level of ordinary high-level temple heroes is around level 15, and even the top temple heroes are only around level 23. Even in terms of high-level matching, Lin Jin is ahead of them in strategic attribute points by 17 points and 9 points respectively. The gap between the two sides is more than a world of difference. What's more, Lin Jin can command 300,000 undead and increase his strategic amplification to these undead, but the Holy Temple can only command 10,000 people at most. The powerful holy, the heroes of the church, cannot make all the warriors brave. Once this kind of battle breaks out, it really becomes a crushing battle. The undead, who have always been considered the weakest, are now crushing the church, which is known as the strongest overall strength. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The battles in all directions were completely overwhelming. The entire temple defense line was under unprecedented pressure. As for the middle part, when the curtain of death spreads over, the battle in the darkness becomes even more intense. At this time, Lin Jin was also stepping into the darkness, and a large number of rotten Lamassu and ghost dragons were whizzing past in the air. All the death angels also attacked at the same time. Here, it has become the real main battlefield, and the blazing dragons burning with flames, the lava dragons and magma dragons that are as big as Godzilla, are even more dazzling. The flames burning in this death canopy also slightly dispelled the darkness. At the same time, a large number of radiant spirits were also active on various battlefields, enhancing the light. However, the death sky is now darker than before. These so-called lights can only allow people to vaguely see the situation inside. The farther away they are, the harder it is to see clearly. Behind the battlefield, a group of magisters also used magic. Dame Magic. A magician raised his staff, and white light balls instantly hit the darkness of the death sky. Countless white light balls exploded instantly, and the entire darkness in the death sky was also dispelled. It was as bright as day, and all the undead seemed to emerge from the darkness. Are these the magisters of the academy? Lin Jin looked at the phalanx of magisters behind him and narrowed his eyes slightly. The academy is a camp dedicated to the study of magic. Because of its diversity of magic research, it even involves undead magic. As for the phalanx of magisters over there, This should also be a magister studied in the academy, like an NPC. The current war can be said to be getting more and more intense, and more forces are involved. Unexpectedly, in addition to the dwarves, the Holy Church they also invited these magisters. Because the academy also studies undead magic, the relationship between the church and them is not very good. They contacted these magisters and invited these magisters, which must have cost a lot. Hands and feet. The light returned to the sky of death, like daylight, which made all the temple heroes look happy. But when they saw the battle inside, they couldn't be happy. On the contrary, they became more desperate. On the battlefield here, a large lava dragon and a magma dragon are being attacked fiercely, and their health is extremely low. In their eyes, a magma dragon is continuously hit by the death cloud of the great corpse witch. The blood volume was completely emptied, and the huge body collapsed like a building. The fall of the magma dragon crushed many undead on the battlefield, but more undead stepped on their corpses and headed forward. March. At the same time, a large number of corpses of the burning sun crusaders and the corpses of archangels, and how angels can also be seen on the battlefield. In the air, archangels, who are far less numerous than Lin Jin, are also under attack. The situation is very serious. The temple just now, although the momentum is so great, it only removes the effect of the death sky, but the real power of the death sky is its enhancement of combat effectiveness. Lin Jin's own enhancement of the troops is already very exaggerated, and now with the addition of the death sky's effect, it is even more heaven-defying. What happened to these undead? King Caldwell of the Bucks Principality was stunned when he saw the situation in front of him. He had just used the effect of the Bucks' sword to strengthen the main army on the battlefield, and he still used the Song of the Holy Light. The range increased the power of the angels and the burning sun crusaders. But how long had the battle lasted? Why did they suffer such heavy casualties? He looked at the battlefield intently, only to find that the archangels under his increase were all killed by the death angel. Fighting with pressure. When both sides attacked, the angel of death was significantly faster, stronger, and more defensive. Every archangel was trying its best to resist the attack of the angel of death and was locked in a bitter battle. Here it can also be seen that King Caldwell's bonus is no longer weak. If not, with Lin Jin's current increase, the archangel would be completely unable to resist the attack of the angel of death. No, why are the blood limits of these archangels lowered? Why are the blood limits of my legion lowered? King Caldwell finally discovered the problem. These archangels seem to have no problem, but their upper limit of blood volume was directly cut by 20%. This is 1/5 of the blood volume. With the attributes of these archangels, this 1/5 of the blood volume is already an extremely huge number. When he scanned the battlefield, he found that the upper limit of blood volume of all the soldiers on the battlefield had also been reduced. Among them, the first-level soldiers had it was reduced by 30%, 10 soldiers were reduced by 40%, and the upper limit of the remaining soldiers' blood volume was directly cut by 50%. As he looked, several vampire counts were attacking a paladin, but he saw the vampire counts attacking extremely quickly. The sword kept slashing at the paladin. The paladin could only resist the attack of a vampire earl and grab the vampire earl to attack. However, his attacks were not much different from the latter's attacks, and after the vampire earl caused damage to him, he was able to recover blood again. He was obviously only an 8th-level soldier, but now he had an inexplicable advantage. Tear. A 10th-level vampire duke appeared out of thin air and slashed the paladin with the sword in his hand. When the long sword was slashed, nearly 40% of the paladin's blood volume was instantly emptied, and his entire body was emptied. Trembling, he fell down directly. The 10th-level vampire duke killed a paladin with 40% health and strong defense? What kind of joke is this? At this moment, Calder King was in a trance, and he even felt that he was under an illusion. Apart from illusion, he could not explain the current situation on the battlefield. Over there, the angel of death flashed past, and a blazing dragon with nearly half of its health also appeared. After being attacked, had a scar on his back. However, he saw that the eyes of this blazing dragon instantly dimmed, his blood volume was emptied, and the huge figure fell down from a high altitude. Fake, all this is fake, King Caldwell murmured. He no longer knew how to direct this war, nor how to defeat Song Dynasty. These ridiculously powerful undead actually had a way to weaken the blood limit of their crown, ranked troops, and even have a way to kill their troops. Isn't this a fantasy? Angels are symbols of holiness and can be immune to all negative conditions. He still used the Song of the Holy Light to improve the strength of the troops. It can relieve the abnormal state. But now, everything seems to be ineffective. Even the undead have begun to fight across the ranks, and even fight ghosts. Looking into the distance, all the undead legions are still endless, which makes people feel completely desperate. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Devastating. The main force that the Bucks dukedom and the dwarves had worked so hard to bring together seemed to be made of paper. As the battle progressed, they became more desperate. The Buck Principality faced Lin Jin's legion and was within the scope of the Death Canopy. Naturally, it was extremely desperate. The dwarves over there are not much better. Lich King Arthas's legions are endless. The more fiercely the dwarves attack and deepen, the greater the danger they face at the same time. One by one, the elite dwarf warriors were drowned. The undead from behind are still emerging, and the mid to high level undead have also begun to officially join the battle. This almost kills the enemy. In the air, the ghost dragon, which was regarded as the weakest rank unit, also began to turn over and sing under the various increases. They faced the ferocious attack of the blazing dragon, but they were still able to fight vigorously with the blazing dragon, and even suppressed the blazing dragon. This was particularly outrageous. If the wild ghost dragon and the wild blazing dragon really collide, the blazing dragon can completely suppress the ghost dragon and even fight 2 or 3. But now, ghost dragons are chasing and biting the blazing dragon. The blazing magma, like flames, hit the ghost dragon, but it was not fatal. The latter carried the attack and breathed out dragon breath. High in the air, Lin Jin looked down at the battlefield in front of him, but felt extremely happy in his heart. Originally, the dwarves plus the Buck Principality, 737, were enough to pose a threat to him. But with the increase in this version and the increase in artifacts, the enemies were no match at all. In the blink of an eye, offense and defense are exchanged. He was also very happy to see these enemies being killed one after another in the inundation of the undead. Although his legions on the battlefield were constantly dying, and from time to time they would be enveloped by area magic, drowning some of the undead. But he didn't take it seriously at all. He doesn't have many things, but he has many legions of undead. The undead army is all spread out. Even if the enemy uses magic to attack, the main force will not suffer too many casualties. Not to mention anything else, as long as he wins. The legions resurrected by divine soul spiritualism alone will definitely far exceed the legions he died in the battle. He has used the fragments of Asha's tears to enhance spiritualism beyond the divine level, and coupled with the Dark Tide's bonus to spiritualism, this will definitely not disappoint him. On the battlefield, there were tragic roars and screams, and the players who were under heavy pressure were almost desperate. "President, help me. This is impossible to defeat. Someone help." On the battlefield, a dwarf berserker shouted loudly at the hammer, blasting sky. The Warhammer Guild has now completely rushed into the sea of undead. As a result, they were unable to break through the endless sea of undead. Instead, they were submerged in this sea of undead. Now, the entire Warhammer Guild has gathered together, struggling to resist the attacks of the surrounding undead, and players belonging to their guild are also falling. Rush out and join the rest of the dwarves. Hammer blasted the sky with an ugly face and shouted loudly. At first, the dwarf attack was very fierce, and one after another the dwarf legions also rushed into the sea of undead. Perhaps they thought they could tear apart the sea of undead, thus defeat the enemy. But in fact, this is just a wishful thinking. The army of millions of undead is so vast. No matter how strong the dwarves are, it is impossible to break through the siege of such enemies. On the contrary, as they continue, the pressure I endured kept multiplying. "President, I can't rush out. There are too many enemies around here. Help, President." "Oh, no, don't come here, no." Just as he finished speaking, a player over there was approached by a plague zombie. The big kitchen knife in the latter's hand was also chopped off, and more plague zombies rushed towards him, squeezing him. Seriously, plague zombies are pot-bellied, strong, and extremely powerful blood, cow-type soldiers. But now, their health and defense are simply despairing. This player has no way to break out of the siege. He even unable to push away the plague zombies in front of him. Along with the shrill screams, all the plague zombies were slashed at them with knives. Their attack power was not strong, but with the knives slashed randomly, the player's health quickly dropped. Empty. After killing these players, the plague zombies pushed each other and crowded forward again. Outside the Warhammer Guild, one player after another was eaten away in this way. The original legion of more than 6,000 people was now only there are less than 2,000 people left. Call for help. Ask for reinforcements. Call back our blazing dragons, and help us clear a path. Hacking the sky, he roared loudly again. Roar! At this moment, a shrill sound came from the sky, and the corpse of a blazing dragon fell from the sky. The corpse smashed into a group of skeleton soldiers, crushing dozens of skeleton soldiers to death, and the bones flew around. However, in a moment, a large number of skeleton soldiers and undead creatures also rushed to the corpse of the blazing dragon, crossed over from the corpse of the blazing dragon, and continued to rush here. Yes, President, that is our blazing dragon. A player exclaimed. Hammerblast Sky stood there blankly, heartbroken and unable to breathe. 5 of his 6 blazing dragons were removed, leaving only one following him. Unexpectedly, the blazing dragon was actually still dead. Looking up at the sky, he found that a large number of ghost dragons, angels of death, and even soul-grabbing death scythes were flying through the sky, attacking the crown troops of the dwarves. At the same time, resentful souls filled the sky. Ghosts are also launching attacks. Their overall crown units are completely at a disadvantage and are constantly suppressed. This war is almost obvious. Boom! At this moment, another explosive shock wave bloomed among his legion. The spreading plague toxin caused their blood volume to decrease. He looked around and saw endless legions of undead all around. And it wasn't until very far away that he could see the dwarf legion that was also surrounded. Like him, the dwarves were completely surrounded and fought hard, but the movement became smaller and smaller. In fact, some dwarf legions were completely died in battle, completely overwhelmed by the undead. How could this happen? How could this happen? Listening to the screams that kept coming from around him, Hammer-blasting Cheong had a look of despair on his face. He had completely forgotten his previous high spirits. This is the main force of the Warhammer Guild. Now it is conceivable that with the defeat of their war, Warhammer the Guild was severely injured and suffered heavy losses. He looked at the sky again, only to find that Lin Jin was still standing on the back of the Ghost Dragon King, looking down at the main force of the temple directly in front. He was not even interested in looking at the Warhammer Guild. It can be said that he did not take Warhammer Guild seriously in the beginning. Seeing this scene, Hammerblast Sky suddenly felt a little bitter in his heart, and then his face became ferocious. Brothers, don't dare to worry so much. Come on, you must fight your way out of the siege and keep up with the king. He blasted the sky and roared loudly. He tore up a scroll of meteor and fire rain, summoned a large amount of fire rain in the air, bombarded the undead army in front, and then rushed towards the large army over there. It was the legion led by the king. He knew that perhaps only if he could rush to the king could he have a chance of survival. At the very least, even if he died in battle, there would still be greater value. Go! Follow the president. Everyone rush out together. All the Warhammer Guild players also shouted loudly. They took advantage of the blank area caused by the meteor shower attack and quickly charged. But at this time, a ghost dragon swooped down in the sky, spitting out a dragon's breath in this bright spot. Among the Warhammer Guild Legion. For a moment, the whole world became quiet. A large number of undead once again blocked the way forward. Soon, the entire guild was completely overwhelmed by the undead. They were like a group of people submerged in the sea. Like a small wave, there was no splash. One after another, the skeleton soldiers stepped over their corpses and continued to attack the dwarf army there. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading, collection, meteor and fire rain magic scroll. Lin Jin's eyes finally glanced at the fire blooming over there, but he immediately looked back. There are no longer a few magic blooming on the battlefield, But the number of undead is too much. Even if they are hit by this magic, the number of dead and wounded skeleton soldiers was limited. This level of magic alone could not attract his attention. Night fell, but the war was still not over. Lin Jin's Death Sky magic had ended long ago, and the temple on the battlefield only less than half of the Legion and the Dwarf Legion are left. The tide of undead from the distance has surged over, and it has spread over a large area surrounding it. At the edge, there is a steady stream of Templar Legion joining the battle. Similarly, a large number of players came to support. Dozens of players in the air were riding griffins, looking at the battlefield from a distance. However, their eyes were filled with wonder. How many trump cards does King Yongya have? Where did his undead come from? It's too strong. Our legion is just a drop in the ocean and has no effect at all in front of an undead army of this size. The Buck Kingdom and the dwarves have been surrounded. They have no chance. Next, the undead will march straight in. Who in the world can stop this madman now? Every player is talking to each other. Before this, everyone only knew that Lin Jin had an army of more than 300,000 undead. This was the army after defeating the Greyhound Principality and the Unicorn Principality. Until now, the appearance of Sass has made them all confused. On the distant battlefield, the main army of the Buck Principality and the Dwarf Army are trapped in a tight siege with nowhere to escape. If the battle continues like this, there will still be no suspense in this war. I finally came here, but I no longer want to join the battlefield. This is just a way to die? Even the main forces of the Buck Principality and the Dwarf Kingdom have been defeated. Why should they fight with Lin Jin? Damn it, I really don't want to retreat. This time the undead army swept across the Buck's Principality, and our territory and resource deposits can no longer be defended. One player was somewhat unwilling to speak. They have been hanging around in the Buck Principality and managed to develop. Once Lin Jin chooses to continue attacking, their territory will not be preserved. During the war in the Crow Principality, they were destroyed. There are no longer a few player territories. What can be done? The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. This has always been the case. Besides, our camps are different, so his attack is inevitable. No one can blame him. If you are not willing to give in, you can help the Bucks to defeat the King of Eternal Night. A person next to me said jokingly, forget it. I can't afford to offend you. I will withdraw immediately." The man smiled sarcastically, but immediately asked the griffin to leave this place. The war between players, especially the battle, is life and death. What's more, players in the same camp are still fighting to the death for their own interests. Now the two sides are originally. If the opposing camp hopes that Lin Jin will not attack them, it is simply ridiculous. The same is true on the battlefield. Since these players have chosen to join the Bucks Principality and the Dwarves and vote for this war, they are already prepared. At this time, they were killed, and you can't blame the enemy. After all, they came to kill Lin Jin in the first place. Those who kill, people will always kill them. Without the reinforcements of the players, the Bucks Principality's own reinforcements are far from enough. Those legions who came to support, they couldn't rush into the Sea of the Dead, so they were all killed. King, what should we do now? The power of these undead is too strong. In the center of the battlefield, a noble asked the king with a solemn expression. All their fronts were retreating steadily, and the attack of the Lin Jin Legion was too fierce, especially the vampire earls. All the 8th level vampire earls are now like the 10th level troops are average and invincible. This is a total of 25,000 vampire earls. Once this spreads, it will be like a nightmare. The number of Lin Jin's Great Corpse Witches is not large, and the magic value of the Great Corpse Witches is also limited. The plague's existence time is also limited. On the battlefield, the lethality of these Great Corpse Witches is not that terrifying. They only exert miraculous effects when breaking through the enemy's formation in the early stage. These vampire legions are the real backbone combat power. Moreover, the vampires led by Letitia have the ability to continuously improve. In the last war, nearly 3,000 vampires were upgraded. They faced not only 8th level vampires and the 10th level vampire duke. It was these murderous vampire legions that quickly killed the soldiers of the temple, and the latter suffered only a handful of casualties through their blood-sucking ability. Asking for flowers? There is no other way but to fight to the death, King Caldwell said with a tragic face. He was blinded by Lin Jin's power at first, but when the battle reached this level, he had no choice. The surrounding enemies had surrounded them, and they had no choice at all. The opportunity to choose can only continue to fight. Moreover, behind him is the Bucks Principality. Once Lin Jin breaks through the border here, the Bucks Principality will be exposed to Lin Jin. Once the undead natural disasters pour into the Bucks Principality, what will happen to the Bucks Principality? In other words, it will definitely be a devastating disaster. There is only a bloody battle. There is only a deadly battle. Everyone, fight to the death today. King Caldwell drew the stag's sword and shouted, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" All the warriors in the temple were boiling. They roared one after another, and their tired bodies seemed to have a little more strength. Great resurrection. King Caldwell again, an extremely precious scroll was cracked, and the light from the scroll emerged, covering the corpses of more than 20 archangels on the battlefield. Angels who died in the war came back to life one after another. Go and unleash the doomsday judgment. He handed a top-level scroll to the angel next to him with a solemn expression. This scroll is extremely rare and extremely difficult to make. There are not many even in the Holy Empire. Once a scroll of this level is released, it may be directly turn the battlefield around. Originally, this was his treasure, but now he no longer cares about that much. No matter what, kill as many as you can, and you must curb the momentum of the undead. The archangel took over the magic after the scroll. It quickly swept through the sky and rushed towards the sea of the dead over there. The angel of death in the sky also immediately chased after the archangel. The two sides chased each other in the air, causing bursts of sound in the air as they flew. But the death angel was much faster than the archangel. Seeing that the death angel was about to catch up with the archangel, at this moment, the archangel suddenly stopped and tore the magic scroll in his hand. In an instant, a crimson light shot up into the sky. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Light beam rose into the sky and the earth changed color. Just for a moment, the power of the fire elements boiled and rolled, and the dark clouds in the sky were all stained with a red color, as if there was magma surging inside. Doomsday Judgment. Lin Jin felt the changes between heaven and earth, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Doomsday Judgment. This is the most advanced magic and the most lethal magic among fire magic. Lin Jin also saw the Doomsday once in his previous life. Judgment. It was like the end of the world. At that time, a demon used the magic scroll of Doomsday Judgment, which was so powerful that it destroyed half of the city. Unexpectedly, he would see it again here. The Doomsday Judgment. Different from the other magic scrolls in the temple, this is a real offensive magic, and it is the most powerful 7/3/7 attack-type magic. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky, and the eyes of countless people on the battlefield were looking at the sky. Even the dwarves fighting there were looking at the sky with fear. On the contrary, it was the undead. The undead have no so-called morale and no other complicated emotions. Skeleton soldiers and plague zombies are still there. The attack did not change at all. But at this moment, a huge magma meteorite appeared in the sky. Looking up, there was already an endless stream of magma meteorites high in the sky. The magma meteorites were like raindrops, constantly hitting the battlefield. All of this really felt like the end of the world. The lava fell, and the large pieces of rotten lamisu and ghosts and resentments in the air were shattered, and their blood volume was emptied. The huge ghost dragons were also attacked, and their health volume dropped sharply. But they died. The angels were very fast and kept dodging, quickly dodging the attacks of magma meteorites. Only a few death angels were hit by this attack. Boom. Finally, the first magma meteorite also fell to the ground. When the magma meteorite hit the ground, killing 3 terrifying knights in an instant, and the ripples of the explosion swept around, and each skeleton soldier disappeared into thin air. On the entire battlefield, in such a large area, a large number of magma meteorites fell, and every magma meteorite fell. All of them will inevitably sweep away the surrounding undead. The casualties of Lin Jin's undead army increased instantly. At the same time, The scope of the Doomsday Judgment magic also reached the military formation of the temple, and a temple soldier was also blasted out. On the spot death suddenly. This is a magic that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Once the Doomsday Judgment is released, all surrounding creatures will be enveloped. In addition to Lin Jin's undead, this legion is also under attack. Obviously, King Caldwell is already the broken jar was broken. The Templar Legion had suffered heavy casualties. Even if they were attacked by Doomsday Judgment at the same time, their casualties would be much smaller. The world turned into a doomsday scene. Explosions and hot breath swept the entire battlefield. Lin Jin remained motionless. Occasionally, magma fireballs would attack him, but they would be intercepted by the Angel of Death and shattered directly in the air. I don't know how long it took, but with the magma meteorites falling down at the last moment, peace finally returned to the world. All the dark clouds exuding a scorching breath in the sky disappeared. On the battlefield, gunpowder smoke filled the air, and a large number of fire pits appeared. Many undead died in them. Several ghost dragons were killed by the Doomsday Judgment. The ghost dragons were too huge. In this kind of range attack, it is difficult for them to dodge. Dark Messenger, this is just the beginning. The foundation of our holy empire is beyond your imagination. The holy light will surely win. King Caldwell felt that he had regained a victory and immediately shouted loudly. In this wave of attacks, at least more than 10,000 undead were killed, and injured undead were everywhere. All the heroes of the temple and the temple, when the soldiers heard this, they all became excited. Resurrection. Lin Jin did not respond. He just asked the death angel beside him to release the resurrection technique. However, he saw a death angel holding a giant cross, sword raising the giant sword in his hand, while the death angel, holding a sickle moon scimitar, raised his sword. He raised the Sushing sickle. In an instant, beams of light enveloped the battlefield. In the beam, the body of the ghost dragon that had been smashed began to recover quickly, and the worn-out bones also quickly regenerated. Bang! With the black soul fire suddenly emerging, the ghost dragon vibrated its wings and flew up again. The remaining ghost dragons were also ordinary and were resurrected one after another. At the same time, the vampire earls, terror knights, and great corpse witches who died on the battlefield were also resurrected by the Angel of Death. King Caldwell's face became stiff again now. The excited faces of the other temple heroes and warriors all became stiff. He suddenly remembered that the Angel of Death can also resurrect the dead. Under the onslaught of the Death Angel, the archangels and how angels on the battlefield had difficulty using resurrection spells and could only use some offensive magic. But the number of death angels in Lin Jin is simply not too many, more than twice that of angels. His crown units also crush the enemy by a wide margin. There are always death angels stationed around him, and these death angels can naturally use resurrection techniques and scrupulously. After resurrecting most of the mid to high-level undead, Lin Jin didn't take the remaining skeleton soldiers' deaths into consideration, and the waves of undead that kept coming from behind filled all the gaps in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to its previous state. At this moment, King Caldwell was truly desperate. The Doomsday Judgment was his last resistance, but it still had no effect in front of Lin Jin. On the battlefield, the undead continued to launch fierce attacks, and the church was finally retreating. From high in the sky, Lin Jin 5.5 watched with his own eyes the huge legion of the Holy Temple and the dwarves, getting smaller and smaller, until they were completely overwhelmed by the undead. With the final siege, the Templar Legion and the Dwarf Legion were all annihilated. This side of the battlefield has also been occupied by endless undead. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. Your strategy level has been improved. Your current strategy level is level 33. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have a new understanding of war and your offensive master proficiency has improved. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have a new understanding of war and your defense master proficiency has improved. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have a new understanding of war and your war master proficiency has improved. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The war has come to an end. Compared with the Orc War and the Dark Elf War, This war is too simple. During the Orc War and the Dark Elf War, Lin Jin did almost everything personally. Especially during the Orc War, he coordinated the battlefield and fully monitored the battlefield situation in order for the Orcs to win. That is the real command war. You must pay attention to the situation and the opponent's dynamics at all times. But this war is different. From beginning to end, he barely directed anything. After surrounding the enemy, the attack is complete. The legion in front died, and the legion behind followed suit. Then the great corpse witches scattered in the sea of undead also launched an attack and carried out coverage bombing. This advantage was already extremely exaggerated. He didn't need to command at all, and he completed this mythical victory with just that offensive command. The victory in the war gave him a lot of strategic experience. The number of legions killed in the battle on both sides was too great, which caused the strategic experience of both sides to skyrocket. On the contrary, the enemy can also gain a huge amount of experience, but as the defeated party, they gain much less experience points, and a large amount of experience points will be deducted when they are resurrected. On the other hand, look at Lin Jin. Lin Jin only upgraded by 1 level, but Lich King Arthas' level increased by 2 levels, reaching level 25. In addition, Uther, Letitia, and all the undead heroes on the battlefield have also received certain improvements. This harvest is definitely more than just this. The undead heroes have begun to collect corpses, and vampires and terrifying knights on the battlefield have also awakened one after another. Among them, some of the original vampire earls and terrifying knights began to increase in strength. Groups of vampire earls were promoted to vampire dukes, and several terrifying knights were directly promoted to level 13 terrifying ghost knights. This is the power of Letitia and Uther. They can continuously advance their troops and break through the constraints of their troops. As for the two of them, their character levels have also been promoted to 14. In addition, some of the corpses of the Red Dragon and the Blazing Dragon also underwent corpse transformation. Their scales fell off and they themselves turned into bone dragons and ghost dragons. This is the effect of the Lich King Arthas. He is a race hero of the ghost dragon type. Originally, he was supposed to be a race hero belonging to the dragon family, blessed by the Holy Dragon, but after his death, he became a race hero of the ghost dragon. He can also summon ghost dragons directly from the corpses of dead dragons. This alone shows how talented he is. On the battlefield, a large number of corpses automatically resurrected. Lin Jin could feel that even the number of soldiers resurrected by their characteristics was greater. More than 20,000 vampires were resurrected. Nearly 2,000 undead knights were resurrected. Among them, the White Bear Cavalry and Black Bear Cavalry of the dwarves are the majority. These are also cavalry, but they are only level 10 and there are many of them. Divine Spiritualism. After they were resurrected, Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and then used the divine level. The next moment, endless black mist bloomed from the ground under the corpses, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in thick black mist. In these black mist and the fog, there was a heavy music calling them to wake up. The world became solemn. Inchi swept across. In the midst of this solemn music, one skeleton soldier was seen. Skeleton warrior stood up staggeringly, and there were also plague zombies, vampires, great corpse witches, and terrifying knights. In addition to the tens of thousands of legions supported from behind the temple, there were nearly 350,000 corpses here. On these corpses, the undead army belonging to Lin Jin is now beginning to be born. At a glance, everything turns into a boundless ghost realm, and the endless undead are all resurrected. 300,000 undead. Light. From these 350,000 corpses, Lin Jin resurrected 35 undead. Most of them were low-level undead, but the proportion of mid-level and high-level undead was much higher than before. The number of great corpse witches a total of 5,000 more. The number of vampire legions increased by 30,000. It has to be said that on this main battlefield, the number of level 8 troops on both sides is extremely exaggerated. If it goes according to the past, Lin Jin can also resurrect more than 10,000 vampires legion. But after the increase in the tier fragments of Asha and the version increase, the number of undead legions he resurrected is too exaggerated. This era belongs to the undead. Lin Jin looked at his resurrected legion and murmured, Even he was shocked. The scale of this resurrection was too exaggerated. During this battle, the legions he and Alsace sacrificed were there are only more than 300,000, but the vast majority of them are low-level undead, and the number of mid- and high-level undead they sacrificed is very small. Now in this resurrection, they have completely made up for it. You know, this enemy they are not cannon fodder. They all belong to the main army. Even demons will suffer heavy losses when facing this kind of army. But now with the use of God-level spiritualism, Lin Jin has suffered no losses, but his combat power has been enhanced. This is also it's too unbelievable. If you can even make a fortune by attacking the main army, how much gain will there be when attacking those towns? Thinking of this, Lin Jin's breathing quickened. This is too unbelievable. This is so unbelievable. If the fight continues, maybe he can directly penetrate the Holy Empire and make the Holy Continent completely surrender under his feet. However, Lin Jin quickly calmed down his mood. Must not expand 737 enough. No matter what, the Holy Empires their backgrounds are very strong, and they have their backs to heaven, but heaven has not yet taken action. On the other hand, after this war, the relationship between him and the dwarves has been completely forged. The two sides will inevitably become enemies of life and death. Next, he needs to face more dwarf armies. The appearance of the Magister in this war also makes him very vigilant, which represents the power of the Academy. Once the fight continues, his strength will become stronger and stronger, but he will also attracting more and more enemies. Thinking of this, not only was he not afraid, but a cold look flashed in his eyes. The more this happened, the more he needed the power to expand in one go. By then, no matter who dares to be his enemy in the future, anyone dares to fight back. Whoever comes, fight whoever. Alsace, assemble your legions and prepare to march on. Lin Jin said in a deep voice. The undead never need to rest or adjust. Once the Templar Legion has been fighting for a long time, their own combat effectiveness will be weak and their morale will continue to decrease. This is unavoidable. Facts, this is true for all creatures. They cannot fight endlessly. But strictly speaking, the undead are not considered creatures. Their morale is constant and will never increase or decrease. This can support their eternal battle. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Yes, Master. Alsace responded respectfully. It is worth mentioning that Alsace's legion lost nearly 200,000 people in the battle, and all the corpses were caused by Lin Jin's spiritualism, so there was no replenishment for his legion. But despite this, his legions were close to 1 million. Just as Alsace was gathering his legions, changes were also taking place in the crowned soldiers on the battlefield. Countless souls poured into the battlefield from the sky, and finally disappeared into those archangels. How Angel, Blazing Dragon, and Lava Dragon. Groups of extremely condensed black mist enveloped the battlefield. Lin Jin also looked at this part of the black mist with great anticipation. This was the power he was most looking forward to, and he was also very curious. How many crowned troops can he summon from these corpses? As he watched, one death angel emerged from the black mist first, and after the figures emerged, they instantly flew into the air. There are more than 400 angels in Buck's Principality, including the angels in the Church of Light in Buck's Principality. These angels who died in the war have also been resurrected. Ding! Congratulations on resurrecting 301 death angels. Ding! Congratulations on resurrecting 104 ghost dragons. A large number of death angels flew into the sky one after another, and at the same time, one after another dragon roars also sounded. There are hundreds of ghost dragons, 300 death angels, and the angels' resurrection ratio has reached 3/4. Even the resurrection ratio of ghost dragons has reached close to 1/3. Previously, when Lin Jin resurrected the death angel, he could only resurrect half of them, but now it has increased by a full 1/4. As for ghost dragons, the ratio it has also been greatly improved. The number of ghost dragons he killed in this war was only 27, and the number of death angels killed reached 48. But now he has completely made up for it. The increase in combat power has not only doubled so simple. It is worth mentioning that resurrection spells are not omnipotent. All resurrection spells have only one chance for the same target. Whether it is an angel or an angel of death, this is the same. On the battlefield, more than 400 angels are already a very powerful force, and the enemy's cards are all out, and a large number of magic scrolls are used, which can still make more than 400 angels exert great power. The Great Resurrection spell used by King Caldwell later, the scroll also resurrected a group of angels forcefully. Although Lin Jin's Death Angel was powerful, it was difficult to avoid casualties. The Death Angel could be resurrected after the first death, but once it died for the second time, it could not be resurrected. These are the real battle deaths. With this overwhelming advantage, the temple and the dwarves were able to cause such heavy casualties, which is enough to prove their resilience and strength. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the new species, the second stage of Rise. Ding! Congratulations on the number of resurrected Death Angels reaching 1,000. The power of Death Angel Erica has been enhanced, and she has automatically been promoted to SSS, level odd, level hero, and her quality has been upgraded to SSS. Death Angel Ella has been automatically promoted to SS, level legend. Level hero, the quality is upgraded to SS. Death Angel Hill is automatically promoted to SS level. Legend level hero, the quality is upgraded to SS. Ding! The attributes of Death Angel Alina are gained, and new skills and characteristics are learned. Ding! Congratulations on completing the myth. Mission, the second level of the Rise of a New Species. The quality of the Death Angel has been improved, new skills and characteristics have been learned, and the attributes have been improved. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the second phase of the Rise of a New Species, and obtaining the architectural diagram of the Angel of Death's Lair. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission. In the second stage of the Rise, your strength has been greatly improved. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mythical mission, the Rise of a New Species, and activating the third phase. The Rise of a New Species. Description: an angel protected by the holy light begins to live in this world in a new attitude after death. She can no longer be called an angel, but a kind of angel. It is recognized as a brand new species, and it is also a brand new species at the crown level. It will be your duty to develop and expand this species. Next stage, 1240 over 10,000 mission reward. Unknown. Is there a third stage? Lin Jin was not surprised to complete the mythical mission. When he attacked the Bucks Principality this time, he was already ready to complete the second stage. However, this third stage is too exaggerated. He never thought that this mission could have a third stage. 10,000 Angels of Death. Is this serious? To put it bluntly, 10,000 Death Angels are enough to sweep away all the forces in the world. Still the kind of complete crushing. Such a crazy mission can actually have a third stage. Before Lin Jin came back to his senses, he discovered that all the Angels of Death were surrounded by a dark power, and their aura was constantly increasing. Among them, another Death Angel was promoted to SS, level hero. This should also be a compensation for biological laws. More than 1,000 Death Angels in the sky, including 3 Death Angel heroes, all turned their attention to Lin Jin. All the light and dark auras from their bodies flew out and struck into Lin Jin's body from the air. The next moment, Lin Jin's cloak shook, and a violent and deep aura emerged from his body crazily. Lin Jin himself was completely enveloped in the dark aura. The dark flames soared into the sky, reaching a height of several feet, and the waves they emitted shook the world, just like a super scion. A large number of fragments also emerged in his mind, all of which were fighting techniques and moves, including a large number of skills. Ding! Congratulations on understanding the top strategic magic, Dark Burial. Ding! Congratulations on understanding the magic, Dark Cross, Finger of Death, and Corpse Explosion. Ding! All your attributes are improved, and your basic strategic attributes, +1. According to biological laws, all Angels of Death have been enhanced. Similarly, Lin Jin, as the creator of the Death Angel, has also received a huge increase, and his strength has been greatly improved. The crazy dark aura surged, making Lin Jin himself like a demon, and the space around him even felt faintly distorted and very unstable. Thousands of Death Angels all amplified Lin Jin's power, which was already a forbidden power. At this time, Lin Jin's own spreading power was still increasing. Click. There was a crisp sound all around, as if there were cracks in the space. What a powerful force this is. Alsace stared at Lin Jin, extremely shocked and amazed. He thinks that his strength is already very strong, and using the entire kingdom of White Knight as a sacrifice has also raised his strength to an unimaginable level. But in front of Lin Jin at this time, he seemed extremely small. This arrogance alone suppressed his soul fire song. This aura even brings a sense of destruction, as if it is going to swallow up everything around it. Boom. But at the next moment, when the cracks in the space intensified, majestic black flames were seen instantly pouring into Lin Jin's body. He felt that his body was a little hot, but he saw that there were countless obscure lines on his upper body. The lines were dark and filled with evil aura, climbing all the way to his neck. Surprisingly, this pattern fit Lin Jin's profile, making him seem more noble. The power is beyond what this world can bear, and the increase in creation of crown-level creatures is already unimaginably strong. It is precisely because of this that all the rest of the power is suppressed in this pattern. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Dark Burial. Summon a huge dark energy ball, which will hit a fixed area. The energy ball has a strong effect of confining and banning magic. When the energy ball is released, enemies within the range have their movement speed reduced and cannot release magic. Lin Jin immediately checked the effect of Dark Burial. Strategic magic is completely different from ordinary magic. Just like the resurrection of the dead, dark disillusionment, flames of annihilation, dark prison, gate to the underworld, shadow teleportation, and crushing heart that Lin Jin had previously learned, these are all general magic. The power of this kind of magic is limited, and most of it is used for personal combat. Lin Jin did not participate in the fighting on the battlefield. At most, he used the resurrection of the dead technique to resurrect the angel of death. But strategic magic is different. You can get a glimpse of this in just 2 words: strategy. This is a magic that can have an impact on the battlefield. The power of magic is infinitely more powerful than ordinary magic. The effects of releasing strategic magic also rely on the player's own strength attributes. This is one of the 4 major attributes of strategy, and it is an attribute that can only be improved after the strategy level is upgraded. A player may have very weak attributes and cannot defeat any level 6 troops. But as long as his strategic level is high enough and he can release a strategic magic at will, he can easily kill any level 12 troops instantly. On the previous battlefield, the Doomsday Judgment Scroll used by King Caldwell 737 was to release Doomsday Judgment, the top strategic magic. Only this kind of strategic magic can kill tens of thousands of undead at once. Now Lin Jin himself finally gained the strategic magic to attack directly. This is infinitely more powerful than all the magic he has learned before. Once this level of magic is released, it can directly change the situation of the battle. Of course, this kind of strategic magic that destroys heaven and earth also has great limitations. Not to mention the powerful magic value required to release it. Even the cooling time is a full 5 days. This means it can only be used once every 5 days. Of course, this is just a minor problem. If this kind of strategic magic was not restricted, it would actually be a disadvantage for Lin Jin. Under his command, only the Lich King Arthas now controls top strategic magic, and his enemies are countless. Except this Dark Burial. He also checked the attributes of the Angel of Death. Erica, Al, and Hill all saw their strength improve by leaps and bounds. In addition to their strategic level improvement and the addition of some specific skills, their personal attribute values have also been greatly improved. As for the rest of the Death Angels, their attribute values have also increased one after another, and even their qualifications have changed again. Many Death Angels with low qualifications have improved their qualifications one after another. In addition, they did not disappoint Lin Jin and understood the teleportation attack. All Angels of Death who control teleportation are even more unpredictable and bring the greatest fear to people. In the sky, thousands of Death Angels were flying, extremely majestic. And among the stars and the moon, Lin Jin was the only focus in the sky and the earth. On the ground, Alsace's undead army has gathered, and the undead army behind has dispersed again. March on. At this time, Lin Jin also issued an order. In an instant, Endless undead souls rushed forward. Undead souls all over the mountains and plains first arrived in front of the border military fortress. It can be seen that there are still thousands of people on the walls of this military fortress. The Legion had a resolute look on their faces, united as one, holding their swords and shields tightly with both hands. In front of their eyes, the vast sea of undead also rushed over. All the skeleton soldiers galloped one after another, at an astonishing speed. No, it didn't take long for a large number of skeleton soldiers to arrive under the city wall. Countless bone arrows and spears in the sky covered the enemies on the wall. The shields in the hands of the Templar warriors were shattered by the fierce attack. At the same time, the death cloud magic bullet bloomed, and once again enveloped a large number of enemies. Then, the Vampire Earl and the Vampire Duke used teleportation and rushed directly to the city wall. Immediately afterwards, the city gate opened, and a large number of undead poured into this high-level place. In the military fortress, clean all the enemies along the way and quickly capture this town. Ding! Congratulations on conquering a high-level town. You can destroy it or convert it into a cemetery town. Transformed into a cemetery town. Lin Jean narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The undead need a territory of their own. Now that he has chosen to stand up, he needs more legions and a larger territory. He has taken a liking to the Bucks Principality." Soon, the entire town began to transform. The original silver, white city walls were stained with the smell of decay, and mottled traces appeared. Then the bones spread, a dark green light shrouded them, and the temple buildings transformed into buildings similar to pyramids and obelisks. The entire building complex is solemn and solemn. Ding! It is detected that there is an altar building to heaven in the city. You can pay 200,000 gold and 1,000 units of mercury to convert it into the altar of the Angel of Death. Transform or not. Transform. After completing the second stage, Lin Jin also unlocked an exclusive building, the Death Angel Hades Altar. He can build the top building Death Angel Hades Altar in a high-end town. By paying the recruitment fee every week, from angels are recruited inside. This is similar to the Dark Moon Cavalry Camp and Eternal Night Cavalry Camp built exclusively by Uther. The only dragon tombs and high-level dragon tombs that can be directly built by ordinary cemetery camps are like. This kind of special building and special arms cannot be built by ordinary heroes. As for the Death Angel Underworld Altar, it is also ordinary. Only Lin Jin and 3 high-level Death Angel heroes can build it. In addition, because of its special ability to restrain the Holy Temple. When conquering high-level temple towns, if there are top-notch buildings in the city, they can be directly transformed. In towns from other camps, there will only be dragon tombs and high-level dragon tombs. It will take a lot of time to build them. It has to be said that the temple is indeed Lin Jin's favorite enemy, because attacking the temple can bring great benefits to Lin Jin. After the transformation is completed, because the original quota for recruiting archangels in the Heaven Altar has been used, Lin Jin cannot recruit the Angel of Death. He will not be able to recruit the Angel of Death until the quota is refreshed in the new week. After the completion of the second stage, he can be considered to have his own heritage. Next, even if he does not attack the Holy Empire, he will be able to continue to recruit the Angel of Death. Added Death Angel. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Conquering and occupying this military fortress, Lin Jin asked Alsace to leave an undead hero to garrison, along with thousands of troops. This didn't take any time, and then Lin Jin left here. The sea of undead continued to surge forward. The battle line was completely spread, and Alsace and Lin Jin also began to spread out their undead heroes to attack various towns and resource points. The undead heroes dispersed in a regular pattern. Generally speaking, an epic undead hero will appear every certain distance. Once a large-scale conflict breaks out somewhere and a large number of lives are lost, these undead heroes will be able to perform spiritualism. Lin Jin's spiritualism is the most abnormal, but when darkness surges, the spiritualism of other undead heroes also increases. Especially for epic heroes, the proportion of them who can summon souls is still very impressive. In addition, whenever there is a war in an intermediate level town, or above, Lin Jin will personally arrive at the battlefield and perform God-level soul moving skills. Now he has relatively more time, and for him, it is completely necessary to resurrect this part of the undead army. The more legions, the stronger the undead natural disaster. At that time, no matter what cards the enemy has, he will not be afraid. Besides, he was not needed to direct the battle now, so he was free. The undead are galloping, and they are like breaking bamboos all the way. A large number of towns, troop nests, and resource mines were all conquered by Lin Jing. With the continuous conquest, even the entire Buck Principality has an aura of death and ruin. At this time, Hongcrest's luxurious and magnificent palace now seemed extremely dull, and everyone's faces were very heavy. On the main seat, King Caldwell had a gloomy face and his eyes were thinking about something. King, the Dark Messenger is still leading the undead army to attack, and people are asking for help from everywhere. A noble came in and said seriously, after everyone was resurrected, a large number of nobles returned to the main city of the Bucks. But they all knew that the war was not over, but had just begun. Ask for help. Ask for help from other principalities. King Caldwell said in a deep voice. Already asked for help from other principalities. The nobleman responded. But everyone knows that this is not realistic. No matter any principality now, there is simply not enough power to support the Bucks Principality. Moreover, the undead are attacking like a wave. Before their reinforcements arrive, I am afraid that the Buck Principality was riddled with holes. There were millions of undead. According to the news that came later, after the battle, Lin Jin resurrected a large number of undead. It was like a nightmare. The Bucks' kingdom never thought that they would face such a terrifying threat. What about the dwarves? What do the dwarves say? King Caldwell then asked. King Wolston of the dwarf tribe has contacted the other kings of the dwarf tribe, convened a council, and is preparing to call on the entire dwarf tribe to launch an attack. They are also preparing for war quickly. This time the troops invested by the dwarves will be even stronger. Another person stood up and reported. Lin Jin wiped out all the dwarves, which undoubtedly has affected the dwarves. If it was just a small fight before, then it will only drag more into the quagmire of this war. Hearing this, King Caldwell's appearance improved a lot, and then asked, where is the Golden Dragon clan? How long will it take for the Golden Dragon tribe to support the Bucks Principality? It will take another 7 days, which is already the fastest speed. The Golden Dragon Emperor must first recall the Golden Dragons from various places before he can come to support us. Another noble stood up. 7 days. They don't know how many more people they will suffer in 7 days. What about the Dragon Knights? The Dragon Knights are currently fighting against demons, and they have no way to support us. The scene returned to dead silence for a while, and no one knew what to say. At this moment, a light flashed in King Caldwell's eyes, and he seemed to have made a decision, and said in a deep voice, where is the college? Requesting reinforcements from the academy. Academy, a camp with magic puppets as the main force. In the academy camp, there are soldiers such as gargoyles, iron men, iron golems, jinn, and titans. These soldiers are not living bodies and cannot be resurrected through spiritualism. It also has no morale and will not be affected by undead magic. If the undead can restrain the temple, then the academy can restrain the undead. But if you want to ask for support from the academy, you must first agree to their conditions. They have wanted to settle in the Bucks Principality for a long time. Once they come in, the Bucks Principality will be greatly impacted. Moreover, requesting support from the academy also requires us to pay a large amount of resources and gold. A noble said with some hesitation. Due to the suppression of the Holy Empire, the college has not developed very strongly. The entire college is controlled by the organization Silver City State. Their territory is far inferior to that of the Holy Principality. Bucks Principality, they had previously negotiated with the academy and planned to have the academy send troops to help them. However, the academy required the spread of faith and magic in the Bucks Principality and asked the Bucks Principality to provide them with a part of their territory. Spreading faith and magic was already provoking the Holy Spirit. After all, the Holy Church has always been known for its strongest beliefs. Within the entire Holy Empire, the Holy Church also has very strict control over beliefs. They do not allow other beliefs to appear, nor do they allow the people of the Bucks Principality to study them. Other systems of magic. Asking for flowers? The only ones that are truly spread within the Holy Empire are the light magic and the paladin system, which require joining the church and advocating the holy light. In addition, in order to better spread faith and magic, Silver City State also needs the territory provided by the Buck Principality, which is even more excessive. This is forcing the Bucks Principality to cede territory. For two reasons, the Bucks Kingdom absolutely cannot agree. However, with Lin Jin's fierce offensive, they now have no choice. In front of the undead, Silver City State can barely accept it. If we wait until the undead sweep across the entire Buck Principality, it will be too late to talk about all this. What time is it now? Does the Bucks Principality still have a choice? Who of you objects? King Caldwell glanced at him and asked calmly. His voice was calm and authoritative. All the nobles present lowered their heads, and no one spoke. Who dares to speak? Besides, once the Bucks Principality really are destroyed, they will also be dead by then. Tomadal, the main city of the dwarf country, is now crowded with dwarves. Dwarves from all clans all gathered together. Although they were short, they were united and their faces were full of anger. The defeat of the tribe is equivalent to their defeat. The shame of the tribe is equal to their shame. Such a huge dwarf army was directly destroyed, which completely angered this group of dwarves. All tribesmen, the undead, have caused indelible pain to the dwarves. Those dirty things are still continuing to attack the Buck Principality. Sooner or later, they will come to our dwarf territory. For revenge, for death, seeing the power of our dwarves, we must launch a counterattack. The heroic voice of King Wolfston then sounded, and the long beard hanging down to the ground was full of power and kept vibrating. Fight back! Fight back! Fight back! All the dwarves raised their right hands and roared. The sound waves gathered by countless dwarves shook the world and the mountain. The roar was full of violent power. In an instant, a large number of dwarves gathered together. And at the same time, news spread. Like a chain reaction, all the dwarf kingdoms now knew about this matter. As if they had been provoked, they began to gather troops one after another. In a large number of dwarf legions, the dwarves gathered together in high spirits and left the mountains. The dwarves have always been characterized by unparalleled brutality and iron, like discipline. After receiving the order, all the dwarves gathered together in the shortest possible time. The entire dwarf kingdom, like a huge and extremely precise instrument, it started to run and die. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. City. State Sky Dome, Al Fair. This is a city suspended in the sky, which is also the main city of Silver City State. In the central hall, dozens of people gathered at a round table. These were all important lords of the Silver City State, and the lowest per capita was also the Great Magister. Grand Magister is also one of their titles. The Magister is level 10 to 12, while the Great Magister is level 13, and the higher one is the Holy Magister, which is level 14. Despite their level, the combat effectiveness they can exert is much stronger than that of soldiers of the same level, and each of them also controls a large amount of magic. King Caldwell of the Bucks Principality has agreed to our request, allowed us to enter the Bucks Principality to spread our knowledge, and also promised to provide us with territory. The leader, an old man wearing a robe, said in a deep voice. His forehead was full of wrinkles, his beard was gray, and his eyes were very calm and filled with the light of wisdom. This is the Holy Magister, Sai-Chi San-Chi Les. He is also an important person in power in the Silver City State. The development of Silver City State has now reached a bottleneck. If it wants to develop further, it must have more talented magic apprentices and more resources. Ever since the Holy Empire was in turmoil, they had been eyeing the Holy Empire. When Lin Jin defeated the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality and entered the Buck Principality, they took the initiative to contact the Buck Principality. Lin Jin thought it was the Bucks Principality that found the academy, but on the contrary, they found the Bucks Principality. Great. As long as we help the Buck Principality defeat the undead, we will be able to gain a larger territory, a large number of magic apprentices, and our Silver City State can also go further. Another great magister said with a smile. Silver City State also has a parliamentary system where everyone is equal. Therefore, they can all speak freely. However, this dark messenger is indeed very powerful, and its army of undead has exceeded 1 million. This is not an easy opponent. We will also pay a high price for helping the Bucks Principality. Moreover, will we offend the dark messenger? Some people frowned, obviously not very confident. What are you afraid of? Since the Orc Rebellion, our Silver City state has chosen to expand its military strength under the advice of Holy Magister Cyrus. Now our military strength is also very strong. If we don't help the Bucks Principality, the maintenance cost of these troops will also be a huge expense, which we can't support at all. Now putting these troops into the battlefield can also add a lot of income to us. A great mage said with a calm face. Apart from the undead, the Academy may be the only one that can regard military units as units of measurement. After all, the military units in the Academy are all magical creatures and puppets, except for the troops they recruit themselves. In addition, each of them has created a lot of puppets. Now that the church is asking for their reinforcements, they will naturally have to pay a large fee. Exactly. Our legion restrains the undead, and combining the strength of our three parties is enough to defeat the undead. There are too many enemies of the undead, and no one will sit back and watch the undead develop and grow. That's right. Besides, you all know that the Holy Empire is not that simple. As soon as the words fell, the whole place became dead silent. Everyone's faces became a little more solemn. Any huge empire is far from that simple. As an academy that specializes in creating magical creatures, they also from the How Angels of the Holy Empire, we can see the shadow of magical creatures. The How Angels in the Holy Church have always been a mystery. They have no idea how many How Angels there are in the Holy Church, let alone how many How Angels the Holy Church can create. Angel. Besides, the Holy Empire has heaven as its back. Unless heaven falls, the Holy Empire will not perish. In this case, let's vote. I, the Bucks Principality, attack the undead. I agree with attack the undead. Saint Magister Cyrus saw the silence in the whole place, so he spoke in a deep voice, and at the same time raised his right hand. I agree. I agree. I agree. 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 Soon, everyone present raised their hands and chose to help the Bucks Principality to attack the undead. They have determined that the undead cannot win. Once they made their decision, it was a done deal. Everyone left here one after another and went to mobilize their own legions. But in the college town, building doors opened everywhere, and then groups of puppet creatures gathered together. A large number of little goblins, advanced goblins, gargoyles, stone men, iron golems, steel golems, mages, archmages, jinns, jinn elders, Rakshasa kings, and huge titans all gathered. The trickling streams merge into the sea, and the roaring rivers pour into the ocean. All the legions gathered together from all directions, and then, led by a famous Academy hero, they march towards the Bucks Principality. The momentum is overwhelming. Army of the Undead, 1.4 million. Army of the Undead, 1.5 million. Army of the Undead, 1.6 million. Army of the Undead, 1.7 million. Army of the Undead, 2 million. On the other side, Lin Jin didn't know about the college's march. In other words, even if he knew about the college's march, he wouldn't mind. Whoever comes will die. In these days, he just kept spreading the undead army and launched an all-out attack on the Bucks Principality. In just 3 days, Lin Jin was gaining momentum, and his undead army was getting bigger and bigger. The version of the undead, the age of the undead. There are just too many buffs and bonuses out there. It can be said that Lin Jin has always been cautious and cautious. Many times he was in a disadvantageous position due to headwinds. Only at this time did he really stand up. He has never fought such a battle of wealth. But since the fight started, let's fight with open arms and legs. A high-end temple town saw that all the undead had surrounded the town, and countless undead were attacking the city wall. The cloud of death in the sky and magic bullets kept roaring and sweeping across, blasting the city walls all over. Many magic bullets simply bombarded the city wall. In addition, after countless undead approached the bottom of the city wall, a large number of vampire earls and vampire dukes also used teleportation to attack the city wall. The great corpse which took cover, and the vampire earl attacked. The city wall was completely breached in an instant. Immediately afterwards, endless undead poured in from the four walls and began to completely kill the enemies here. With their fierce attack, the Templar Legion retreated step by step. Not long after, the entire city fell into deathly silence again. This high-end town was captured by Lin Jin so easily. To be precise, this was bulldozed by the sea of the undead. With the use of god-level spiritualism, more undead joined Lin Jin's camp, and this town was also occupied by Lin Jin. Once the new 5.5 week comes, a large number of legions can be recruited here, and 2 Death Angels can also be recruited. The reason why the Holy Empire can have such endless military strength is because of their heritage. They have too many towns and resource points, and they can recruit a large number of troops every week. If the number of enemies you kill does not exceed the number of troops they can recruit, then you will be considered a victory, but also a defeat. Fortunately, Lin Jin himself can increase his legion by summoning corpses. Otherwise, he would be completely unable to compete with it. Now that a large number of towns have been added, in addition to summoning souls, he has once again added the undead's own heritage. Once he captured the Buck Principality, he didn't even need to instigate war. You can even sit back and watch the battle between the temple and the devil, because his undead army will be able to continuously increase. And since the undead army has no maintenance costs, it can accumulate an appalling number. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Buck's Principality has truly become a paradise for the undead. The footprints of the undead can be seen everywhere, and a large number of cemetery towns have sprung up. In 7 days, Lin Jin's undead army expanded to more than 3 million people. This legion can no longer be described simply as massive. It is worth mentioning that part of it originated from the slaughtered people of the temple. Under normal circumstances, Lin Jin would not hunt down those weak civilians. For one thing, you don't gain much experience by killing them. On the other hand, the people of the temple all believe in heaven. Once they die significantly, they will also attract the attention of angels. Now it is the devil who bears the main power of heaven, and he does not want to help the devil attract the hatred of the angels. However, there are still many people who are fanatical about the temple. They choose to launch an attack on the undead army without hesitation, or they use flesh and blood to form the defense of the town. He also directly slaughtered all the people in the temple. This was the reason for such an exaggerated increase in his military strength. 7 days later, the undead army of Lin Jing approached Honcrest, the main city of Buck Principality. At this time, the Buck's Principality officially started its second battle. On a plain not far from Honcrest City, the Buck's dukedom gathered a large number of legions here. The battle in the main city was not conducive to the 28th Regiment of the Temple Army. Therefore, they also took the initiative to choose this place to station themselves to fight against Lin Jin's army. On this vast plain, the center is dominated by the Temple Phalanx. The silver, white Temple Phalanx is like an ocean, solemn and sacred. On the left is the Dwarf Phalanx. Groups of dwarf legions were like toy soldiers, but standing there, they looked very powerful. And among the dwarf legions, you can also see behemoths like Godzilla rising from the ground. It is the Lava Dragon and the Magma Dragon. They are both 14th crown units, but the focus of the two sides is different. The Magma Dragon's body is covered with a layer of burning stone, which acts as a shield and has strong defensive power. The Lava Dragon abandoned this layer of shield, and its body looked particularly bright, with the ability of flames flowing, and its attack power was powerful. There are Magma Dragons and Lava Dragons that look like tall buildings, and the number reaches more than 200. In the sky, the relatively thin blazing dragons were also fluttering their wings. Every time they flapped their wings, sparks flew up all over the sky, and the air became a little hotter. There are also more than 200 blazing dragons. It is worth mentioning that when the dwarfs and the Buck Principality started a war, the entire dwarfs began to reserve troops. They were ready to fight the entire Holy Empire. But with the outbreak of the undead natural disaster and the rebellion of demons, the dwarves and the Buck Principality united together. The legions originally used to fight the Holy Empire now became their reinforcements. This also makes people sad. Of course, the Holy Empire also gave another war subsidy. The rest of the Holy Principalities were unable to support the Bucks, but they donated a lot of money to the Bucks. It can be said that they were united to tide over the difficulties together. They all obviously knew that if they refused to die, their situation could be imagined once the Bucks were defeated. Lin Jin was not surprised that the dwarves joined. Their troops were strong, so Lin Jin could still accept it. But the continuous group of colleges on the right side of the Holy Empire made Lin Jin frown. The academy did join the war. Moreover, they participated in the war in large numbers. At the forefront of the academy's forces are stone men, iron golems, and steel golems. The stone man is a level 5 soldier, and the human is a level 6 soldier. Iron golems are level 5 soldiers. Steel golems are level 6 soldiers. As their name suggests, they are like people made of stone, iron, and steel. They have the ability to act independently because they are infused with magical power. Its health and defense are extraordinary, but its attack power and movement speed are unsatisfactory. Among them, the Stone Man and the Iron Man have no weapons in their hands and have strong defense power, while the Iron Golem and the Steel Golem both look exactly like human warriors, with a tall body and 2 scimitars in their hands. The sky was filled with gargoyles and gargoyles flapping their wings. Gargoyles belong to the 3rd-level soldiers, and gargoyles belong to the 4th-level soldiers. They are made of stone statues that look like demons. When they are still, they look extremely ferocious and ferocious. They are indeed suitable for guarding homes and courtyards. The powerful stone men, iron golems, and steel golems formed an airtight defense line in front and were blocked by gargoyles and gargoyles in the air. Behind the gargoyle, there is a 9th-level Jinn and a 10th-level Jinn Elder. The Jinn is an ancient elemental spirit. He has a burly upper body and a lower body replaced by blue smoke. He has a scimitar on his waist and looks very powerful. They also have the ability to cast magic. There are also high-level spirits at the rear of the battlefield. This level 2 long-range attack unit is a creature with a head like a bat and a short body like a goblin. They wear thick clothes and hold magic barrels in their hands, which can carry out long-range attacks. They also have the ability to repair golem creatures. Behind these high-level spirits are the Rakshasa King and Archmage that the Academy is proud of. King Rakshasa, a 12th-level soldier, a half-human, half-cat beast, with 4 arms and scimitars on each arm, combined with their wild speed and reflexes, unparalleled sword training, and enchanted weapons gifted by their mage masters. They are definitely the most terrifying hand-to-hand combat warriors on the battlefield. Moreover, they have protective tattoos on their arms, which add agility effects and make them even faster. That heroic figure is full of arrogance. Behind the Rakshasa King is the 8th-level Archmage. These Archmages were dressed in Aladdin's robes, but they did not hold a staff, but a scroll in their hands. They were only level 8, but they were good at a variety of offensive magic, and their destructive power was extremely shocking. In addition, scattered among these arms is a 14th Titan. Titans also reach a height of 7 to 8 meters, like tall buildings. They are made of expensive metals and minerals. They are also very sophisticated structures. With the driving Titan heart, they are extremely destructive. After being driven, every Titan's body is filled with a faint light, which is extremely conspicuous. This is also the Academy's crowned military unit, the highest product of magical creatures. The number of these Titans has reached more than 200. The troops in the Academy are very strong, but their maintenance costs are very expensive, especially these Titans. After all, they are magical creatures and cannot tolerate any mistakes. The so-called maintenance is equivalent to regular cleaning and maintenance. Once it is left for a long time, it may malfunction. It is precisely because of the high maintenance cost that the number of Titans is only more than 200. Of course, more than 200 tanks are already very scary. Titan has powerful long-range attack capabilities. The long-range turret among the crown-ranked troops, just thinking about it gives me a headache. The most important thing is that, except for the Archmage and the Rakshasa King, the entire Academy Legion is all inanimate. This means that the vampire army cannot absorb blood from them, and all the curse effects of the undead are completely useless. Lin Jin's Undead Natural Disaster Effect, in addition to increasing the combat effectiveness of the undead, is also able to apply various curse effects during combat. Once the battlefield is spread out, these effects will naturally be very significant. But facing the Academy's troops, half of his undead natural disaster effects were nullified. Even if he defeated the college's legions at a high cost, they were still magical creatures and puppet creatures, and Lin Jin's god-level spiritualism could not revive them. This is even more uncomfortable. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. What is supposed to come will eventually come, and the Academy camp finally joins the war. Lin Jin looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. When the Academy camp gathered troops to go to the Bucks Empire, Lin Jin received the news. But he didn't expect that the Academy camp would actually gather so many legions. After seeing it with his own eyes, at that time, he still felt shocked. If possible, he would rather face more Templar legions and Dwarf legions than face these insubstantial things. These are indeed the nemesis of the undead. Fortunately, the development of Silver City state the situation is not good. Their troops are much smaller in comparison. If Lin Jin had just attacked the Bucks Kingdom, the legions of these colleges had come, then he would still have a headache. But now, he would have already things are different now. Only the undead can achieve this kind of improvement in combat power in a short period of time. That is the King of Eternal Night. Lin Jin looked at the Academy camp, and the heroes at the Academy camp were also looking at Lin Jin. Especially Holy Magister Cyrus, whose cloudy eyes seemed to span the entire battlefield and saw Lin Jin. Even though he is a holy mage and a legendary hero, he is very afraid and in awe of Lin Jin. He has been watching him since Lin Jin started the Orc Rebellion, and he watched Lin Jin step by step. He stood up and caused huge damage to the temple step by step. To this day, he has swept the undead natural disaster and frightened the entire Bucks Principality. Such an amazing and talented person makes even him feel ashamed. In his heart, I am still grateful to Lin Jin. If it weren't for Lin Jin, the college would have no chance to reach out to the Holy Empire. Of course, gratitude is gratitude, and the undead will still be killed. Holy Magister Cyrus is not willing to let the undead sweep the Holy Empire, because that means that the Academy can't go any further, can't have more students, and can't spread its own academics. They can't rely on the undead to study magic. What he never said was that he actually felt Lin Jin it is possible to subvert the Holy Empire. But he will not say it, because he personally also wants to unify the heroes in the Academy and defeat the undead. As the Holy Magister Cyrus is watching, the sea of undead in front of him is. Suddenly, there was movement, and a large number of undead poured in here from all places. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and there was only the endless sea of undead in front of us, which was daunting. Have you ever seen the real ocean? It is boundless and incomparable. Vast. Have you seen the waves rushing wildly? Like the might of heaven, one wave after another, unstoppable. This is the sea of the dead in front of them. At this moment, it seems that only spirits are left in the world, and what they are facing is also the vastness of the world. The general situation. At the moment when the undead were rushing in, even the arrogant Dawn, the indifferent Academy, and the fearless dwarves all became extremely solemn, staring at the undead in front of them. The dwarves. Legion was 200,000. There are 3 Templar legions and 200,000 Academy legions. They add up to only 700,000 troops. Among them, the Dwarf Legion and the Academy Legion are the main forces. However, the Templar Legion has a lot of water, and there are still a large number of players in it. The so-called the main army of the temple is only more than 200,000. Their number is really not enough in front of Lin Jin's 3 million undead. Of course, Lin Jin's undead army has more moisture. Among the 3 million undead army, there are exactly 1.5 million cannon fodder is an exaggeration. However, cannon fodder is cannon fodder, and now under the control of Lin Jin, cannon fodder can also exert extremely strong power. It is worth mentioning that Lin Jin alone controlled 2 people on the battlefield, more than 1 million undead. Even if there are mostly low-level undead among them, this number is still a very terrifying number. This is also due to the artifact of abyssal decay. This artifact increases the control by 40%, which is simply exaggeration. Coupled with the control reduction of the undead version and the racial advantage of the Death Angel, Lin Jin has transformed into a true undead master. Just after completing the second stage of the myth, Lin Jin himself improved, and his control ability also increased. Improved again. Now, except for the undead army led by Alsace, he is leading almost everyone else on the battlefield, and this has not yet cleared his upper limit. This means that he can also command more legions. His growth rate is extremely exaggerated, and he can control more legions, which means that the combat effectiveness of his legions will far exceed the enemy's estimates. Warriors of the Bucks Principality. The undead were rushing over, and King Caldwell, who was riding on a war horse, also pulled out the sword at his waist and roared loudly. Drink. Accompanied by uniform roars, all the warriors in the temple showed extremely determined expressions on their faces. Behind us is our home, and we will never allow the dirty undead to step into our home. In this battle, fight to the death and defeat the undead. King Caldwell's majestic voice sounded again. In addition to the recruited legions, there are also many people from the temple. They all responded to the call and joined the legions. King Caldwell was also right to these people in courage. Fight to the death to defeat the undead. Fight to the death. Defeat the undead. Fight to the death. Defeat the undead. Everyone roared one after another, and the thunderous voice seemed to overwhelm the momentum of the undead gathered in front of them. At this moment, the Holy Temple was the protagonist on the battlefield. Kill! King Caldwell waved down the long sword in his hand and shouted with all his strength. In an instant, the entire Templar Legion galloped towards the undead in front of them. The Templar has begun to realize that in front of the undead, orderly the military formation will become the target of the Great Corpse Witch. In this case, it is better to choose a melee and rush into the enemy. As long as they fight, the impact of the Great Corpse Witch on them can be reduced to the minimum. The Silver Torrent is heading straight towards the undead rush. Dwarf warriors, crush these undead and let them see the wrath of the dwarves. On the left, King Wolfston waved his ruined battle axe and roared again. The dwarves don't need so many impassioned speeches. For the dwarves, dying on the battlefield is a matter of course. This kind of glory. Except for the players, the dwarves are definitely an army that will never retreat. They are also feared by others with this fierce fighting style. It is still the same formula. This time, King Wolfston personally led the team, riding white bears, led the cavalry to charge towards the enemy without hesitation. Wherever they failed, they got up. Last time they were unable to break through the sea of the dead. This time, they must completely crush the sea of the dead. As for the right wing, relatively in comparison, it was much calmer. There were no cavalry in the academy camp, and they never needed to charge. However, all the stone men, iron golems, and steel golems were all still, waiting quietly. Unnamed the archmages began to open the scrolls one after another, waiting calmly for the arrival of the enemy. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The rushing wave of undead is as vast as the sea. The charging Templar Legion and Dwarf Legion were like thunder. Before the two sides collided, countless arrows crossed in the sky, magic bullets of death clouds flew, and fireworks erupted on the battlefield. Under the cover of this long-range attack, the skeleton soldiers, the dwarf cavalry, and the temple elite finally collided together. The dwarf cavalry and temple elites in front already had a lot of buffs on them, and the silver wolves on the ground charged unstoppably. In an instant, the undead army rushed away like being crushed, and countless skeleton soldiers turned into skeletons and scattered again on the battlefield. As for the Templar Legion and the Dwarf Legion, they have completely rushed into the sea of the undead. They are advancing hand in hand, as if to see who can have a greater advantage. In the sky, the Royal Griffin, Yao Ling, and Sun Crusaders also launched attacks. Lin Jin's ghosts, resentful spirits, and rotten Lamisu also roared past. The Golden Wave and the Black Wave collided together, and the legions on both sides continued to melt like snowflakes. As for the Blazing Dragon among the crowned troops, they also fought fiercely with the Ghost Dragon. No one can stop the Lava Dragon and Magma Dragon 073 on the ground for the time being. They spit out magma flames from their mouths, and a large number of undead legions meld away, and flames burst out on the battlefield. These attacks were still within Lin Jin's range, but now his eyes were looking at the Academy's camp. But they saw that a large number of undead had rushed to the front of the College Legion. Skeleton soldiers also fought with the Academy's troops one after another. Facing the stones, iron men, iron golems, and steel golems in front of them, the skeleton soldiers really met their opponents. These soldiers are of a higher level than skeleton soldiers, and their defense and health are extremely powerful. They are juxtaposed to form a steel city wall. In the sky, a large number of bone arrows and bone spears were scattered among these legions, but they were bounced away as if they had really hit the rocks. It can be seen from the health of the Stone Man and the Iron Man that these injuries are not worth mentioning at all. Among the legions, a great corpse shaman concentrated energy on his staff, and the cloud of death magic bullets hit these puppet squares again. All the Stone Men and Iron Men were motionless, and the damage they received was also very low. Especially the Iron Golem and Steel Golem. Their bodies are equivalent to armor, and the outer layer of their bodies is covered with anti-magic materials, making them immune to very high magic damage. The spreading poisonous mist of plague could not affect them at all. So restrained. The Academy camp is indeed too restrained against the undead. If you want to defeat them, you have to use real power to smash their defenses. When the big corpse witch launched the attack, the other side launched attacks one after another. They locked on a big corpse witch on the battlefield, and the scroll in their hands exuded dazzling light. A big corpse which was chanting magic and continued to attack, but at this moment, a flaming iron fist came down from the sky and hit his head directly. An attack reduced the blood of the great corpse witch, but then 2 angry iron fists came down, killing the great corpse witch instantly. At the same time, some archmages were chanting higher level fireball magic to cover the undead army in front of them. With the size of these undead legions, there is no need to aim at all, just release forward and hit them accurately. On the battlefield here, fireballs continued in the sky, covering the undead like a storm. As the fireballs bloomed, a large number of undead were blasted into pieces. Some vampire earls were hit by flames, and their blood volume dropped sharply. They finally got up from the battlefield and tried to search for targets that could suck blood. However, in front of them, there were only these puppet creatures without any blood. The long sword in his hand made a successful mission, but his blood volume could no longer be increased. During the counterattack of these steel golems and iron golems, one vampire earl also fell down one after another. The titans, whose names were like tall buildings scattered among the Academy's formation, also launched attacks one after another, but they saw the energy in the hands of each titan gathering together to form a lightning mark. The next moment, he threw lightning from his hand. Lightning flew, hit the battlefield, and exploded instantly. The violent thunder power enveloped all the surrounding undead. In addition, some titans raised their right hands as if they were casting some magic. Immediately afterwards, the sky changed color, dark clouds gathered, and massive thunder poured down from the dark clouds, covering a large number of undead below. The entire battlefield, in addition to the flames, was the roar of thunder, and the deafening thunder covered up the sounds of fighting on the battlefield. Thunder hell descended from the sky, destroying the sky and the earth. More than 200 titans all launched an attack, and a large amount of lightning hit the crowded sea of undead. Even the undead army in the sky is within the attack range of Titan. In their lightning throws, even these 12th level rotten Lamassu couldn't withstand a single blow, and the lightning storm hit the undead like candles in the wind, without any resistance. If these titans are allowed to attack, no matter how many undead there are, they won't be enough to kill. However, as a legal unit, titans' attacks are naturally not unlimited. They also have energy limitations. Just like the Great Corpse Witch and the Archmage, their magic value is limited, and the use of magic requires chanting and cooling. This is a limitation. Once their magic points are emptied, they cannot use magic. But compared to the Great Corpse Witch and the Archmage, as a crown-ranked soldier, Titan's own energy is extremely powerful and can support their magic attacks for a long time. Furthermore, their Titan hearts can continuously absorb lightning elements from the surroundings, and their energy recovery speed is extremely fast. If they were really allowed to attack, their attacks would be endless to a certain extent. The war had just broken out, and the casualties on Lin Jin's battlefield were already horrific. Almost all of them are crushed. Judging from the battle losses alone, Lin Jin's losses exceeded 100,000 in a short period of time, and his casualties continued to increase every minute and every second. All the players watching this scene were extremely excited and regained their confidence again. Can win. We can definitely win. In addition to the players, even the Templar heroes looked excited. In this kind of indiscriminate bombardment, many hollow areas were broken out of Lin Jin's Sea of the Dead, and there were more open spaces in the originally crowded sea. If the bombing continues like this, no matter how many undead there won't be enough to kill. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. As expected, I can't stay in the academy. After this time, we have to find a way to destroy the Silver City state. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes and thought in his mind. If it were just a crown, ranked unit, the undead could be piled up, but these academy units cannot. They are too restrained to the undead. Fortunately, the academy camp has relatively few troops now. If their camp develops, the army grew stronger and its troops expanded again, which also put a lot of pressure on Lin Jin. Originally, this war had nothing to do with the academy, but now that they chose to join in, the relationship between the two parties can no longer be eased. Erica, lead the Angel of Death to destroy those titans. Lin Jin ordered in a deep voice. At the same time, he also began to send a large number of rotten Lamasu and Terror Knights to launch a fierce attack on the Academy's formation. He had always used the Sea of Dead attack method before, but in this Sea of Dead, there is an independent legion. That is the Terror Knights. Under Lin Jin's command, in addition to the largest number of vampire legions, the most dazzling one on the battlefield is the Great Corpse Witch. In addition, these terrifying knights, it is difficult to see their figures. As knights, if they are mixed in the Sea of the Dead, they will not be able to give full play to their advantages as cavalry. After all, as cavalry, they can increase their combat effectiveness with the distance of the charge. Being in the Sea of the Undead would only slow down their speed. Therefore, Lin Jin has always divided them independently and does not participate in wars under normal circumstances. But now, with the changes in the war situation, he must also use these legions. Wherever Lin Jin looked, the undead on this side of the battlefield made way for a wide path, and behind, groups of terrifying knights galloped on their horses and launched a charge. The number of these terrifying knights was nearly 10,000, and they charged. The dark aura of the undead makes people feel extremely stressed. There is nothing to say about attacking these puppets. It is to completely smash their defenses. Skeleton soldiers, zombies, vampires, and even the Great Corpse Witch, their destructive power against the undead is not considered powerful. Only the Terror Knight. These 12th level Terror Knights have extremely powerful attack power. Especially their attacks may trigger a fatal blow, causing double damage, which increases their power. If the Terror Knight launches a charge, it was enough to overwhelm these undead legions. The deep sound of the hoofbeats of the undead war horses still seemed very depressing on this battlefield filled with thunder and flames. All the heroes of the academy could not help but look up over there. They also saw the terrifying knight who launched the charge to AT this time. Everyone's faces became extremely heavy. The horrible knights. Saint Magister Cyrus murmured in a deep voice. This is the 12th level unit and the mainstay of the cemetery camp. The cemetery camp's crown unit is not strong, but as its 12th level unit, the Terror Knight has many strong dominants. Even the academy camp can't kill so many Terror Knights. This is the Terror Knight. All the archmages focus their fire, and they can't kill many Terror Knights in seconds. When the Terror Knights charge, the poisonous Lamasu and death angels also flew over one after another. One after another, the death angels streaked across the sky, causing a series of piercing sounds in the air, and quickly approached the Titan. Concentrate your fire and attack the Angel of Death. At this time, Cyrus ignored the terrorists who were still some distance away, and instead asked all the Titans to lock on the Angel of Death. The first-ranked troops are the only ones who need special treatment on the battlefield. They themselves represent the strongest warriors. Strength. Once the crown-level troops arrive here, the Titan's attacks will be restricted. Although the Titan also has melee attack capabilities, his melee attack is not very powerful, especially because of its huge size, and it is easy to be kite. However, seeing that all the titans on the battlefield were holding thunder and lightning. In the next moment, thunder and lightning struck these death angels at a faster speed. Erica and other highly qualified angels in the front easily dodged the enemy's attacks, but the death angels behind them can't do it. They also know that they can't avoid the attack with speed and anticipation. However, they also have other means. Teleport. Just when the lightning came towards a death angel, the death angel also directly used teleportation. The figure swayed in the air and then disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already in front, more than 10 meters away. Suddenly, a large number of death angels used teleportation, and only a small number of death angels were hit by the Titan's attack. One death angel was hit hard, and was hit in the air behind by the power of the explosion. Go. But after they just flew upside down for a short distance, they immediately froze their bodies. The armor and cloak on their bodies were scorched black, and they looked embarrassed, but their health points were still quite healthy. After the last improvement, the Death Angels' combat effectiveness has improved by leaps and bounds, especially since they have added the ability to teleport and can easily avoid many fatal attacks. If not, I am afraid that many Death Angels will be killed in this wave of activation. During the flight, the lightning storm in the sky once again shrouded the Angel of Death. Zero requesting flowers. At this moment, the Death Angels were unable to use their teleportation ability, but they were not afraid and just carried on the attack and broke through. Even if lightning strikes, these Angels of Death will not waver at all. In a moment, they broke through the blockades. Furious Iron Fist. The scroll in the Archmage's hand flashed with light, and they chanted magic and used the Iron Fist of Fury. A large number of Iron Fist of Fury bloomed on the bodies of the Death Angels in front of them, further weakening their health. But in comparison, these attacks seemed insignificant. Some Death Angels cast healing spells, and their own health can be quickly restored. These college arms have great advantages. However, Lin Jin gives these Death Angels a stronger increase. Without Lin Jin, the Death Angels would only be affected by the impact. All of these college legions have suffered heavy losses. Zero. Just because Lin Jin was alone, they were able to break through all the defense lines easily. Another point is that there are too many Angels of Death. Led by Erica herself, there were a total of 500 elite Death Angels, which was more than twice the number of the enemy. The enemy can't target it at all. Die. Erica's figure flashed, and she quickly rushed in front of a Titan. At this moment, the Titan also punched Erica, but Erica's wings vibrated, grazing the edge of the punch, and rushed in front of the Titan. The two swords in his hands glowed with a faint light. They swung them down at the same time, and a black cross, several meters long, roared out and hit the Titan. Boom! With a loud noise, the Titan staggered and stepped back a few steps. The other two Death Angels rushed over quickly, one from the left and one from the right, slashing with their double swords like a violent storm. When they passed each other, a large number of scars erupted on Titan's body, and his huge body collapsed. The double swords in Erica's hands also became high-level strategic treasures exclusive to the Angel of Death. The quality of these two swords was higher than it is stronger than ordinary strategic treasures. It is unparalleled when used in combat. More importantly, these two swords can continue to evolve and can be regarded as strategic treasures for racial growth. This is similar to the sword of Corpse Witch King Casper. The Corpse Witch King's staff is somewhat similar. The remaining two Death Angels only make up for the damage, but Erica's cross slash has wiped out most of the Titan's health. SSS qualifications, top equipment, plus Lin the bonus given by Jin. Erica is the true god of war on the entire battlefield. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. In the sky, Erica rushed towards the Titans quickly. Some Titans were still gathering attacks, and at the same time, the mages on the ground were also attacking Erica. Thunder and flames can be seen all over the sky, forming a dense blockade. But Erica dodged all the attacks easily and gracefully. No matter how dense the blockade was in front of her, there seemed to be a hidden passage in her eyes. This way of dodging is dazzling and dizzying. While a famous Academy hero was watching, Erica rushed in front of a Titan again. She dodged the Titan's attack and kept slashing with the two swords in her hands. Every swing of the sword brought out a huge arc-shaped slash. The sword energy was swaying and extremely sharp. During this hunt, another Titan was killed without any resistance. If Erica is allowed to continue fighting, it is hard to imagine that she will be able to kill all these Titans by herself. At least with legendary strength, the qualifications of the Death Angel under this Dark Messenger are actually so high. Saint Magician 073 of Cyrus had heavy eyes. He raised his staff high in the air and finally began to lock on Erica. He could not tolerate Erica continuing to slaughter like this. Crack shot. Magic arrow. He applied a buff state to himself, then raised his staff, and lightning arrows flew out, locking on Erica in the sky. The lightning arrows whizzed and shot towards Erica. Then, the reporter was fighting, but she noticed the enemy's attack at the first time. She immediately gave up the attack and quickly dodged. But when she dodged, she found that these lightning arrows seemed to be able to turn and shot up in the sky again. Zhong turned around and flew towards Erica. The latter frowned and slashed directly at the lightning arrow with both knives in his hands. After the lightning arrow was shattered, a shock wave erupted, and Erica was finally hurt. The blood volume on his body dropped a little. Then another lightning arrow exploded. The Titan on the side also found an opportunity and swung his fist fiercely at Erica in the air. Teleport. Erica disappeared. The alien changed positions and came directly to the back of the Titan's neck and slashed with the two swords in his hands again. Along with an arc-shaped sword light, two deep cross slashes were added to the back of the Titan's neck, and his figure exploded. Collapse. Kill him. Erica's voice rang out, and her eyes were fixed on the holy Magister Cyrus on the ground. She judged that the enemy should be a very important hero. As long as this hero was eradicated, it would also give the Legion a greater advantage. Sky, hundreds of death angels heard Erica's words, gave up their enemies one after another, and swooped towards Cyrus. Jin stopped them. Seller's eyes were solemn, and he shouted in a deep voice. A large number of Jin gods rushed towards the death angel in the air. Their hands quickly fought, but at the moment when the two sides fought, they saw one death angel holding a curved hand. Swinging the knife, slashing with the cross sword, he easily deflected the attack of the Jin and killed him. In the air, all the famous Jin shattered and dissipated instantly. The Jin also had no physical body, and they were like a body. Once a soul is killed, there will not even be a body. The angels of death are like breaking bamboos, killing the Jin, and rushed towards Cyrus. The surrounding academy heroes also realized the goals of these angels of death and immediately used magic. The angel of death. At the same time, they also summoned more, even gargoyles, and swarmed towards the angel of death. Hundreds of death angels were not so easy to stop. One after another, the sword light swayed and swept towards the countless gargoyles. They were all killed in battle. As for the remaining 400 death angels, attacking one. Death Angel in twos is enough to win in a single fight, but if two people cooperate in attacking, the Titan will be killed faster. Because the Titan is contained, so they could not support Cyrus. At the same time, a large number of Rotten Lamassu over there had also rushed over. The Rotten Lamassu took the lead in fighting the gargoyles. During their attack, the gargoyles turned into rubble and fell from the air. There was a huge difference between the 12th level soldiers and these 4-level gargoyles. Just the insect swarm controlled by Rot Lamassu could gnaw away the bodies of these gargoyles caused damage. Finally, with another slash, Erica was killed from the Jin and rushed towards Cyrus. Death angels also appeared from the air one after another direction and rushed towards Cyrus. It must be said that Cyrus still underestimated Erica's fighting power. The so-called Jin could not stop Erica for a moment. Atmospheric Aegis. Lightning Barrier. Titan's Arrow. Sellers also regretted a little. He misjudged Erica's power, and because his position was revealed, he fell into a desperate situation. But now he has no choice. He used several defensive attacks in succession. Magic. And at the same time the magic power condensed on the staff, an extremely violent thunder and lightning shot towards Erica in an instant. The Titan's Arrow. This is also a very powerful magic. Dark Blessing. Erica's eyes were slightly condensed, and a black barrier appeared on her body to protect her whole body. The Titan's arrow bombarded and hit the black barrier, but it seemed to be swallowed by the black barrier without causing any waves. At the same time, Erica also rushed to the barrier in the air. She waved her hands quickly and directly cut through the barrier, and she was getting closer and closer to Cyrus' position. Roar! On the ground, a Rakshasa king showed crazy fighting intent in his unruly beast eyes. These half-human, half-cat warriors kicked hard with their powerful feet and flew towards Erica. Four of them, the arms and four knives, slashed at Erica at the same time. The tattoos on their wrists were flashing with light, and the speed was astonishing. At this moment, a total of 4 Rakshasa kings launched attacks from 4 directions. But they saw Ilika waved her scimitar with both hands, and before the 4 Rakshasa kings could launch an attack, their bodies were cut into 2 pieces. They were as powerful as the 12th level Rakshasa kings, especially the high-quality Rakshasa kings guarding Cyrus. It was too exaggerated to be able to block Erica's attack at all. Rakshasa kings flew up one after another, but their bodies were quickly and neatly chopped into 2 pieces in the air. It was very shocking. In this kind of situation, chopping vegetables and meat, Erica had already rushed in front of Cyrus, her beautiful, cold, and arrogant face bursting with the most blazing, murderous intent. Thunder barrier. In a hurry, Cyrus used another. The lightning barrier was released, but the lightning barrier was easily broken. Erica's figure was already within easy reach of Cyrus, and the sword blade in her hand was cut off. The original Cyrus figure was split into 2, but not a drop of blood was left, only a scarecrow chopped into 2 pieces. At the critical moment, Cyrus had already used a substitute straw and disappeared in place. Over there, when the sword was slashed, Erica noticed the position of Cyrus. Just as she was slashing, her figure had disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind Cyrus. The shadow enveloped Cyrus at this time. He did not look back, but his face was condensed. With a 5.7 knife, fresh blood burst out. Holy Magister Cyrus! On the spot, a large number of Rakshasa kings rushed over. Burly, his body covered the sky, and the 4 scimitars in his hands were all slashed towards Erica. Die! With a light closing sound, the 2 swords were swung, and the sword light spread out and enveloped these Rakshasa kings. Dozens of Rakshasa kings in the air were killed, and Erica also flew into the sky again and rushed towards the Titan. 10 killing 1 person at a step, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. When the matter is done, he brushes off his clothes and hides himself and his name. Looking at Erica's calm appearance, it seems that killing the Holy Magister Cyrus is just an easy and trivial matter. The crown creatures of SSS are all the real masters on the battlefield, not to mention that Erica still belongs to the high-ranking Undead Death Angel clan. To put it bluntly, not many people can stop her on this battlefield. And Erica left the battle, and the rest of the Death Angels gave up entangled with these Jinn and Gargoyles, and rushed towards Titan again. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Holy Magister Cyrus was killed, and a large number of legions lost their masters and growth immediately. Their combat effectiveness suddenly dropped drastically. Generally speaking, killing generals in front of the formation will basically never happen. Just like the Holy Magister Cyrus, he is powerful and good at many kinds of magic, and he is surrounded by a vast legion of guards. To take his head among thousands of armies would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, he misjudged Erica's power. Erica is no ordinary angel of death. Erica is the ultimate SSS among the crown troops. Her strength is exaggerated, and she can completely crush all crown troops. Moreover, her teleportation cooldown time is faster, her combat skills are rich, and she has an extremely keen sense of combat. She is born to fight. Although Cyrus is also a legendary mage, he is only a human after all, and his physical fitness and Erica are far inferior to the naturally strongest angel of death. Her combat ability was also completely crushed by Erica. All the Titans were blocked by the Death Angel 02, and there were hundreds of Death Angels to support them. Moreover, the legions spreading around them also prevented the Titans from attacking Erica unscrupulously. In this case, his fate was sealed. On the battlefield, the terrifying knight also rode an undead war horse and rushed in front of the Stone Man and Iron Man. But they saw that the heavy scimitar in their hands had been raised, and the scimitar slashed down fiercely. The huge impact of the war horse also hit the Stone Man, scattering the latter's formation. Even if the stone men and iron men are like a steel city wall, the Terror Knights can directly break through this wall. When the broadswords slashed down, a stone man and an iron man known for their defensive power were chopped into two pieces and fell to the ground. The terrifying knight raised his sword and lowered his sword, and the academy position in front of him was finally breached in an orderly manner. The Archmage was still attacking non-stop at this time, with continuous fireballs falling from the sky and hitting the terrifying knights. However, their fireballs were finally unable to kill these terrifying knights instantly. Even if one of the terrifying knights fell, the terrifying knights behind them were still rushing forward one after another. As long as the titans don't attack, these terrifying knights can withstand it. As for those titans, they are now facing the onslaught of the Angel of Death and are unable to attack the Terror Knights. The Holy Magister of Cyrus was actually killed. What was the quality of that Angel of Death? How can it be so strong? It's over. Our titans can't stop the Angel of Death. Where are the reinforcements? Let the legions of the temple come to support us. In the academy camp, every famous academy hero was extremely panicked. On the one hand, the famous Holy Magister Cyrus, who was famous in the academy camp, was actually killed under such tight guard. This is simply unbelievable. On the other hand, the Titans are also undergoing a fierce attack, suffering heavy casualties. Although they are also killing the Angel of Death, the deaths on both sides are not proportional at all. To relieve this predicament, the angels of the temple must come to support. Otherwise, the angels of the temple must come to support. Once the Titans are killed, they will have the power to fight back. No, the Legion of the Temple has already launched an attack, and they can't do anything to us. This person, a great magister, said with a frown. If it were before, the Holy Church would have supported them. But in this war, the Holy Church chose to take the initiative. Their military formations have been completely dispersed and began to attack. Undead and angels are also fighting with the Angel of Death. In this case, they have no way to support the college's legions. The reason why Lin Jin let the Angel of Death directly attack the Titans is because of this. He was previously in the Bucks. He did not use any tactics in the domestic battle. But this does not mean that he will not use tactics. When the church took the initiative to attack, he realized that the opponent had revealed new flaws, and that was why he launched this attack. But Erica's beheading was something he didn't expect. From the beginning to now, Erica has never let him down. Her fighting ability has always been admired by Lin Jin. He turned his attention away from the academy. Coming back, Lin Jing began to look at the battlefield here. The attack was launched by Erica and 500 Death Angels, plus the rotting Lamassu and the Terror Knights. The main force of Lin Jing's army was already gathered there. It can be said that there was no need for Lin Jin to worry about it anymore. On the battlefield, the number of undead casualties had reached 500,000. The free cannon fodder of skeletons really killed a large number of people. Both the dwarf army and the temple army launched a charge. Forcefully, he broke out a path in the sea of undead and slaughtered these low-level undead crazily. However, the cannon fodder died a lot, but it also gave the Great Corpse Witch an opportunity. Basically, the Great Corpse Witch can attack the temple and dwarves unscrupulously. The permeating poison still gave them a big blow. The enemy's casualties were also increasing rapidly. As for the 500,000 casualties, Lin Jin could completely accept them. These cannon fodder were not an important force. The reason why so many cannon fodders are gathered is for today. Their sacrifice means that Lin Jin has retained more of his main force. If this continues, there will be no suspense in the battle. The only variable is the dragons. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. In addition to the dwarves and the academy, the Bucks Principality also has dragons from the Golden Dragon Emperor for assistance. I'm afraid this is also an important reason why they dare to attack Lin Jin. Now there are crown-ranking troops on the battlefield. Among them, Lin Jin has an advantage, but the opponent has a strong foundation, invested a lot of magic scrolls, and has a large number of heroes under his command. So overall, the opponent still has enough power. Once the Golden Dragon Emperor joins the battlefield at this time, then the entire battlefield, the pattern on the battlefield will change. On the battlefield, the legions of the Duke of Bucks are still fighting hard. King Caldwell is surrounded by a large number of 073 level troops and knights, and is leading the charge. At this time, King Caldwell, he also glanced at the battlefield, and then glanced at the forest embers in the sky. Dark Messenger, do you think you will win? You wouldn't know that our holy empire also has the support of the Dragon Clan. This war will be the beginning of the complete defeat of the undead. King Caldwell murmured. He also knew that his advantage was not big, but he still had strong confidence in his heart. This is from the Golden Dragon Clan. As long as the Dragon Clan joins the war, they will be stronger. Yulin Jin. Besides, the dragons are also cannon fodder killers. Once they join the war, they can clean up all the cannon fodder very quickly. By then, the entire war situation will be completely reversed. He couldn't help but take another look at the academy camp over there and saw the slain titan. Silver City State, it's not that simple to settle in our Bucks Principality. Caldwell thought again. When Lin Jin launched an attack on Titan, he had a way to stop it. At least he would not let the Death Angel attack the Academy Legion so easily. However, the Academy of Silver City State, nor is it a true ally of the Holy Empire. If the Silver City State becomes strong, it will not be a good thing for the Bucks. This will come in to spread heretical ideas. To a certain extent, this is also the Holy Empire. The reverse scale. To read the novel without underline, please download Feilu. Eastern part of the Crow Principality. Because of Lin Jin, the Wolf Principality withdrew its troops, but the orcs spent some time cultivating themselves and lived a stable life for a few days. On this day, the orcs also gathered together. Chief Goshak, there are undead raging inside the Wolf Principality now. The Headless Horseman, with thousands of terrifying knights and soul-snatching death scythes, is harassing the borders of the Wolf Principality. Should we take advantage of this moment to attack the Wolf Principality? In the big tent, an orc hero said in a buzzing voice. The tide of darkness surged, the undead came, and every principality on the entire holy continent showed more or less traces of the resurrection of the undead. This kind of turmoil is not something to be blamed on. It was just Lin Jin's legion. Heroes who died tragically for various reasons were also resurrected one after another. Unlike Lin Jin, they directly attacked various villages and slaughtered all the people. They also relied on the corpses of the people of the temple and used spiritualism. Resurrection of the undead. In this case, various countries also broke out. A large amount of fighting requires the consumption of a large amount of troops. After all, they couldn't ignore this part of the undead. If they allowed the undead to attack the village, the foundation of the temple would be lost. Generally, undead natural disasters and principalities can be easily suppressed, but the situation in Wolf Principality is different. The Wolf Principality resurrected a Headless Horseman. He was a legendary undead hero. When he was resurrected, he directly brought a large number of legions back to life. It is said that this was also the king of a small country that was destroyed by the Wolf Principality. The territory of the Holy Empire was not so large from the beginning. They have been launching heresy wars, attacking those who do not believe in the Holy Light, and unifying the Holy Light faith. In the process, they killed countless old, weak women and children. This kind of paranoid church naturally has little tolerance for heresy. The head of the Headless Horseman was chopped off by the former king of the Wolf Principality, and his body was buried on the spot. The Wolf Principality still gave him a decent death, but the Wolf Principality did not expect that this person would be resurrected at this time and attack the Wolf Principality. The attack of the undead is also a good opportunity for the orcs. They definitely don't mind causing trouble for the Wolf Principality. How's the war going in Buck's Principality? Chief Goshak did not answer, but instead asked. He has also been paying attention to the battle of the Buck Principality. If it weren't for the Wolf Principality here, he would have wanted to support Lin Jin. According to the latest news, the Dark Messenger of the Bucks Principality is at war with the mages of the Bucks Principality, the dwarves, and the Silver City State. The battle is currently fierce, and the outcome of the battle is unknown. An orc hero said in a deep voice. Speaking of Lin Jin, this orc's face was full of reverence. In fact, all the orcs were already 10 Jins. Even after Lin Jin left the orcs and swept away with the undead, it was considered help the orcs indirectly. Goshak also nodded and said nothing more. He still wanted to wait and see the battlefield. He believed that Lin Jin could win. If Lin Jin won, then he could ask Lin Jin for his opinion and attack the Wolf Principality. But at this moment, An orc hero rushed into the tent. "Chief, no luck. The golden dragons are coming towards us." "What?" Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him. Gorshak strode out of the tent immediately. When he raised his head, he found that in the air not far away, a mighty group of golden dragons were flying towards here quickly. "Come over." Among them, the golden dragon headed by it is extremely huge. It is much larger than the ordinary golden dragon kings that Gorshak has seen, and it looks more majestic than the black dragon king. Behind it, the golden dragons are overwhelming. Roar! With the roar of the golden dragons, the huge dragon power shocked the world. The orcs, flying dragons, and thunderbirds all bowed down with fearful looks on their faces. Obviously, this is also the coercive effect brought by the golden dragons. Everyone, get ready to fight. There were also golden dragons who helped the Crow Principality at the beginning, and Lin Jin helped them defeat the golden dragons at that time. So now when they see the golden dragons, most of them are enemies on both sides. Soon, one orc immediately gathered together, and at the same time a large number of angry Cyclops and Behemoth also gathered together. While they were watching, the Golden Dragon group quickly flew over. The leader of the Golden Dragon Emperor glanced at the orcs on the ground, then withdrew his arrogant eyes and ignored them at all. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew quickly into the distance. Behind it, 5 Golden Dragon Kings and a huge group of Golden Dragons followed closely. This breath made all the orcs unable to breathe. It was too much. This number is too much. Not long after, the Golden Dragons left the sky above the orcs in such a swagger and flew towards the distance. At the same place, all the orcs breathed a sigh of relief. Gorshak looked at the direction of the Golden Dragons, seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked, "Which direction is the direction of the Bucks Principality?" The Golden Dragon group will not appear for no reason, and he also saw the number of Golden Dragon groups. There are more than 400 of them. This is probably the main force of the entire group. So many golden dragons are going to fly towards the Buck Principality. The purpose can be imagined. Yes, the other orc heroes also thought of this, and their faces became solemn. A total of 400 golden dragons, plus the Golden Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. This is definitely an extremely terrifying force. If the target of this force is undead, can Lin Jin still win? Send the order and attack the Wolf Principality. Suddenly, Geshaku's face became firm and he said loudly, "If the Golden Dragon does not attack the undead, then he can continue to wait and see foam. But if the Golden Dragons join the battlefield, then the orcs must do something. The only thing he can think of now is to attack the Wolf Principality. If they can suppress the Wolf Principality, then they will be able to free up their hands to help Lin Jin." Yes. All the orc heroes looked grave and responded in a deep voice. The Orc Legion itself was stationed on the border here. After receiving the order, the Legion immediately set off to the territory of the Wolf Principality. On the contrary, the Wolf Principality was a little confused. They did not expect the orcs. They actually dared to attack them. You know, they are actively retreating from the orc territory now, and they still control a very strong force. At this time, the orcs dare to attack them, which is indeed something they did not expect. Fei, Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Principality. On the plains, the undead in the sky are fighting with the Templar Legion and the Dwarf Legion. Although the Temple and the Dwarves have killed a large number of undead, the undead in front of them are still endless and endless. At this time, the huge legion was once again surrounded by countless undead, and they became as small as a drop in the ocean. The wave of undead is still attacking the 2 legions non-stop. With each wave of impact, they can take away many lives. According to the scale of Lin Jin's undead, it won't take long for the enemy to be completely submerged. Moreover, with the death of the Lin Ember undead army, their pressure is increasing. The front is mainly composed of cannon fodder, with a smaller proportion of mid to high-level units. But the further back, the greater the proportion of mid to high-level undead units. Therefore, the intensity of attacks faced by these temples and dwarves has also increased. Moreover, by this point in the battle, a talisman priest, talisman guard, priestess, and holy inquisitor have all exhausted their magic power. At this time, they are no longer able to release magic. The combat effectiveness of the legal armies that have lost their mana is not as good as the 3 to 4 armies. Instead, they became a burden to the Templar and the dwarves. The magic emerges. A temple hero tore up a scroll again, but saw rays of light filling the bodies of these holy judges and priestesses, and the latter's magic value of 0.73 also began to tear into pieces quickly. Soon, these holy judges then he started to use the group recovery technique again. The undead shrouded in the group recovery technique disappeared one after another. However, this temple hero no longer had the excitement before, but instead looked solemn. This kind of scroll that restores the magic value of the unit, it is also quite precious. If the other principalities had not supported some of the scrolls, their legion would have been destroyed long ago. But now, it is the last part of the magic scroll. He looked back at the battlefield, and there was still an overwhelming sea of undead in front of him. Without any change, if it weren't for the fact that the ground was littered with bones, corpses of plague zombies and vampires, he might have thought that he had done nothing. Can we really win? The sound of fighting around him made him doubt again whether he could win. In fact, it was not just him, but all the Templar heroes on the battlefield were average. They were all doubting this. This time, the power of Lin Jin is much stronger than before, and the number of undead killed has far exceeded that in the previous war. But even so, Lin Jin's improvement is much faster than them. These nearly 3 million undead are simply a kind of desperate numbers. Roar! In front, Crusaders were fighting. Their hands were down, but there were scars on their wrists. As he chopped a skeleton soldier into pieces, his own blood volume also dropped a lot, and the damage has also weakened. Until now, these crosses have entered a state of exhaustion. Not only them, but most of the Atong legions on the entire battlefield have also entered a state of exhaustion. Although their troops are elite and powerful, they are not invincible. As creatures, they have the hidden attribute of patience. Once they fight for a long time, they will enter this state of exhaustion and their combat effectiveness will continue to decrease. Among them, the lower the level of the troops, the more likely they will enter the state of exhaustion. Time also goes faster. Under normal circumstances, the Legion of the Temple will not be in this state. After all, their physical strength can fully support them in a high-intensity battle. But it is different now. This kind of battle is no longer just high intensity can be described in 3 words. As the Holy Church took the initiative to launch an attack on the Sea of the Dead, all the soldiers were killing enemies at all times. The enemies constantly pouring in around them made them keep chopping almost non-stop. The action, until now, even the iron body can no longer bear it. Hang in there, and we will win. King Caldwell's face is solemn, but he has been inspiring all the temple heroes. If anyone is paying attention to him, then they will find that the king's eyes are looking east from time to time, as if he is expecting something. Come on, Golden Dragon. He unconsciously clenched the sword with his right hand and looked at the sky again. In his eyes, a golden light appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a continuous golden light, like blocking out the sky and the sun, it is spreading towards here. Ha! Warriors of the temple, our reinforcements are coming. The Golden Dragon clan is here to support us. King Caldwell couldn't hide his excitement and shouted loudly. He had waited for so long and finally received the support of the Golden Dragon. As long as the Golden Dragon did not come, he would always be worried about something changing. Now seeing the appearance of the Golden Dragon, the stone in his heart was finally put down. Golden Dragon? On the battlefield, the other Templar heroes also looked into the distance. A Templar warrior also took the time to raise his head, and the huge group of golden dragons in the distance were flying towards here quickly. In this scene, they looked at him, they were all extremely excited. In order to ensure nothing went wrong, the news that the golden dragons came to support did not spread. They didn't know that they still had this part of the reinforcements. Now looking at the golden dragons, their morale suddenly exploded. Dark Messenger, our reinforcements are coming. You will definitely lose today. Prepare to accept the sanction of the holy light. King Caldwell raised his head again, looked at the forest embers in the air, and roared loudly. The loud voice spread throughout the battlefield. He was so proud at this moment that he felt that the mountain pressing on him was finally being completely lifted. Open, the pent-up breath in my heart was finally let out. Victory belongs to the Bucks Principality. Roar! Accompanied by King Caldwell's words, the Golden Dragon Emperor's majestic and domineering figure also took the lead in arriving on the battlefield. The brilliant dragon's power intimidated the world. I saw it bowing down, and there was an incomparable majestic sound in its mouth. The dragon's breath spewed out and poured into the sea of undead at the edge of the battlefield. Brush! The violent power swept across the undead in front of them. All the undead had no backhand power, and their whole bodies melted into the dragon's breath. While the body of the Golden Dragon Emperor continued to move towards, he rushed forward and plowed out a huge blank space again. The Golden Dragon Emperor, the overlord of the SSS clan. Seeing the attacking form of the Golden Dragon Emperor, King Caldwell looked admiring and sighing. This is the existence at the top of the food chain, the real overlord overlooking the entire world. Moreover, dragons are different from angels. They are inherently powerful. Symbol, extremely destructive. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The Golden Dragon Emperor's attack can be described as devastating. Behind him, there were 5 Golden Dragon Kings and more than 400 dragon groups. These dragon groups also followed the Golden Dragon Emperor's attack and began to join the battlefield forcefully. The undead army began to dissipate in pieces. Dragons have another advantage over the legal armies. Their power is almost endless. In a war, they can also use dragon breath countless times. Each wave of dragon breath will take away hundreds of undead. The damage caused by these successive attacks is simply devastating. Dirty undead! How dare you use the Dragon King suit and kill 2 of my Golden Dragon Kings? The Golden Dragon King vented his pent up strength and finally turned his attention over there. When he saw a large number of ghost dragons on the battlefield, then saw the Ghost Dragon King at Lin Jin's feet, and finally saw Lin Jin, there was overwhelming anger in the dragon's eyes. The ferocious dragon's eyes almost wanted to choose people and devour them. Lin Jin killed several Golden Dragon Kings and successfully gained the hatred of the Dragon Clan, especially for the Golden Dragon Clan. Lin Jin is the biggest enemy. The Golden Dragon King only glanced at Lin Jin and knew that Lin Jin had killed 2 of his Golden Dragon Kings. King Caldwell, have you ever seen despair? Lin Jin ignored the Golden Dragon Emperor and looked down at King Caldwell below. His faint voice resounded throughout the sky. His words once again attracted the attention of King Caldwell and all the heroes of the temple. Even the dwarf King Wolfston, who was leading his army to fight over there, also raised his head and frowned at the forest embers in the sky. The dwarves did not know that the Golden Dragon tribe would support the Bucks in this war. When they saw the Golden Dragon, the dwarves were also very excited. But now with Lin Jin's words, the excitement in everyone's hearts was quickly dispelled. Lin Jin's expression was too calm, and those indifferent words seemed like everything was gone. It was as if he was under his control. King Caldwell didn't want to see Lin Jin's confident look. What he wanted to see was Lin Jin's panicked and ugly face. Dark Messenger, you don't have to show off. Your undead souls can't stop the powerful Golden Dragon. No matter how many undead there are today, you will still be defeated. King Caldwell frowned and refused to admit defeat. Just his words could not really hit King Caldwell. But in the midst of King Caldwell's words, the ring in Lin Jin's hand shone brightly. There was a flash, and then a huge golden creature suddenly appeared in the air. It was the Golden King Behemoth. Boom! The huge body of the Golden King Behemoth fell to the ground, and the earth shook violently, and flowers bloomed from his body. The powerful aura intimidated the entire audience. Roar! As soon as the Golden King Behemoth landed, he immediately let out a roar of shocking anger. The sound rolled like thunder, sweeping towards the surroundings. A large number of skeleton soldiers around him were directly blown away by this wave. The huge body full of explosive power, the shining golden hair, the huge claws in the hands that were so sharp that it made people tremble at the sight of them, and the ferocious face. It was like the rebirth of a wild beast. Just the violent aura was suppressing them, causing them to tremble in silence from their souls. On the battlefield, even the angry Golden Dragon Emperor restrained his angry expression and looked at the Golden King Behemoth with great fear. All humans and all dwarves on the battlefield, just because the aura of King Behemoth is too strong, I feel afraid. This is the instinctive fear among living things. Just like a thin man and a burly man passing by, they will instinctively have a kind of fear. Heart palpitating, I want to give in. Logically speaking, the golden dragon should not have this fear. But in fact, the golden dragon is much more powerful than all humans and dwarfs. Because the golden king behemoth is their natural enemies. No matter how many sheep encounter wolves, they will just run away. Golden behemoth feeds on giant dragons, and there is suppression of the dragon in their blood, not to mention that Lin Jin's current one is still golden behemoth. King Ming, the golden king behemoth, who has devoured the golden dragon king and a large number of giant dragons, and was strengthened with the fragments of Tears of Asha. Dragon Nemesis. The invisible halo spread immediately, and all the golden dragons and the blazing dragons fighting on the battlefield, their combat effectiveness suddenly dropped by 10%. As crowned troops, especially dragons, they all have relatively strong magic immunity, but their abilities have no effect in the face of this halo. The weakening is weaken. Golden King Behemoth. At this moment, everyone lost their voice, and their eyes were all focused on the majestic and fierce-looking Golden King Behemoth on the battlefield. The original King Caldwell looked even more unbelievable. How could it be the Golden Behemoth King? Doesn't he only have one Golden Behemoth? Golden Behemoth is still at the legendary level, and the Golden Dragon Emperor can still suppress Golden Behemoth with his mythical quality. But Golden Behemoth King has mythical quality, and now even the Golden Dragon Emperor himself will become the target of hunting. He once again looking up at Lin Jin. There was only disbelief in his eyes. Did he plan everything from the beginning? How did he know that the Golden Dragons would appear in this war? This is impossible. The existence of Golden Behemoth King, it can give Lin Jin a greater advantage, but he did not let King Golden Behemoth join the battlefield from the beginning. Because of this scene, it can be clearly judged that Lin Jin knew from the beginning that the Golden Dragon clan would join the battle. That's why he kept King Behemoth from participating in the war. Zero, please give me flowers. This is also to ensure the heyday of Golden Behemoth King and to better defeat the Golden Dragon clan. Life fades. After the Golden King Behemoth appeared, Lin Jin waved the abyss withering sword in his right hand lightly and saw a ripple across the sky, scattering towards the Golden Dragon King over there and the Golden Dragon that was killing the undead. The ripples swept across instantly, but saw a famous Golden Dragon who felt as if the vitality of his body had been sucked out of thin air and was indescribably uncomfortable. Although they did not add any negative status and their combat effectiveness was not weakened, their health points were wiped out by 20 in an instant. For these Golden Dragons, ordinary magic has little effect, and even the effects of national weapons will be weakened. But the artifact used by Lin Jin, even the Golden Dragon Emperor cannot escape this weakening. First, the Gold King Behemoth's aura weakened, and with death and withering, the momentum of the Golden Dragons was instantly suppressed. 0. Artifact Undead. You have a magic weapon. The Golden Dragon Emperor spoke human words, and a hint of fear once again appeared in his rich voice. Its strength is already all-pervading, and it belongs to the top of the entire world. It is difficult for ordinary magic to have an effect on it. No matter whether it is buffed or weakened, it will basically not be affected. But just Lin Jin's ripple, its upper limit of health has been reduced by 20%, which is already an extremely terrifying power. This is only possible with artifacts. It can be done. Artifacts. This is the most top-notch treasure, a treasure that is superior to national weapons. Even the king of the Holy Principality does not have a treasure of this level. Unexpectedly, it was seen in an undead body. You know, every artifact has the power to change the situation of the battle. The artifact is actually an artifact. Caldwell looked stunned, as if he were mourning for his heir. In the previous war, Lin Jin had used the effect of Abyss Wither, which directly reduced the blood limit of the angel. At that time, he thought that Lin Jin also possessed a powerful national weapon. Unexpectedly, Lin Jin possessed an artifact. What happened to this undead? Where did he get the artifact? For a moment, he felt that his heart was a little cold. King, look over there. A noble pointed to the sky in surprise. King Caldwell turned his gaze again, only to find a black shadow emerging from the sky and flying towards here quickly. A huge figure headed by, with a thick chain wrapped around his neck. Under the sunlight, The chain exudes a faint light, which is very eye-catching. This is the Black Dragon King. Behind the Black Dragon King, there are groups of black dragons. It's over. In front of King Caldwell it gets dark and my heart sinks. Righteousness. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. The golden dragons came from overseas. They entered the Crow Kingdom from the east and then left from the west. Along the way, we experienced the defense lines of the orcs and the defense lines of the dark elves. To put it bluntly, these 2 lines of defense are Lin Jin's lines of defense, especially the dark elves. Even the queen of the dark elves is Lin Jin's slave, and all the black dragons of the tribe are under her control. After completing the internal unification of the Dark Elves last time, Queen Brianna also held the entire Dark Elves' black dragons in her hands. You must know that the black dragons Lin Jin obtained previously were only half of those among the Dark Elves. Although the Dark Elves continued to destroy black dragons during the war, they had a large number of black dragon lairs and were able to recruit dozens of black dragons every week. Because the black dragon was too expensive, Lin Jin also gave his black dragon to Queen Brianna and used the resources of the entire Dark Elves to support it. Including Lin Jin's black dragon and the recruitment in the past 2 weeks, the number of black dragons has reached more than 300. In this regard, 073, the Dark Elves still have a great advantage. Although their territory is not as large as that of the Holy Empire, there are many wild black dragon nests under their command. After occupying these military nests, they can also recruit black dragons. Coupled with the black dragon's lair built in their own town building, it is more than enough to recruit black dragons. For them, the real issues are recruitment costs and maintenance costs. Because they are in a state of war readiness, they must constantly recruit and maintain black dragons. At this time, the income from their resource points alone is far from enough. In addition, they also have to pay corresponding maintenance fees every week. Last week, the Dark Elves reached their limit. If a war doesn't break out next, the Dark Elves won't even be able to support these black dragons. The most critical factors that determine a power are gold and resources. Without the constraints of gold and resources, their military strength would be endless. Looking at all the forces, only the undead do not require any maintenance fees. This alone is the most outrageous. More than 300 black dragons, led by the Black Dragon King, flew towards here quickly. Lin Jin got the news from the beginning and knew that the Golden Dragon would attack him. He also told Queen Brianna in advance to gather all the black dragons in advance and be ready to join the battle at any time. When the Golden Dragons passed through the Dark Elf defense zone, Queen Brianna gathered the black dragons, left the underground, and followed them from a distance. It wasn't until the Golden Dragons came to the battlefield here and joined the battlefield that the black dragons appeared. Black dragons roared in one after another, causing these golden dragons to abandon the enemies in front of them and quickly fly into the sky. They may think that after joining the battlefield, they can sweep across all directions and bulldoze these undead. But the current situation is completely beyond their imagination. First came the Golden King Behemoth, and then the Black Dragon. They seemed to be ambushed. Just when the Golden Dragons were panicking, the Golden Behemoth King on the other side of the battlefield had already rushed over. And the target of the Golden Behemoth King was the Golden Dragon King. On the entire battlefield, the Golden Dragon Emperor poses the greatest threat. As long as the Golden Dragon Emperor is killed, the remaining Golden Dragons will be leaderless and lose their threat. Moreover, the huge body of the Golden Dragon King made King Behemoth greedy. This kind of dragon is interesting to eat. Hunting instinct. After the Golden Behemoth King locked onto the Golden Dragon King, he only felt a palpitation in his heart, and his fighting power was involuntarily reduced. He actually had no fighting spirit in his heart. Don't be afraid. Fight and defeat this. The Golden Dragon Emperor forcibly calmed his mind, and the dragon's roar also sounded. They have already arrived here, and it is not up to them to choose. Even if they want to leave now, I am afraid that Lin Jin will not agree. In this case, it is better to keep fighting. The words of the Golden Dragon Emperor resounded through the sky, and all the golden dragons regained their composure. They all turned around and turned their gazes to the Black Dragon. Their eyes were also filled with solemnity. The Golden Dragon and the Black Dragon were the 2 dragon clans that were least likely to be dealt with. The golden dragon lives on the high dragon cliff, likes the sunny atmosphere, and is the most arrogant, while the black dragon lives in the moist underground and likes darkness. The two are almost natural opposites. Therefore, the golden dragon also looks down on the black dragon the most. But no matter how much they look down on them, they have to admit that black dragons are really strong. Black dragons are expensive to maintain, but their overall strength is second to none among the dragons, especially their ability to resist magic, which is even more powerful. This is the cannon fodder killer in the true sense. The attack by the golden dragon just now also caused many attacks from the big corpse witches, and the blood volume of many golden dragons has been reduced a lot. If they were black dragons, they would not be so embarrassed at all. One after another, the golden dragon kings also led the golden dragons and flew towards the group of black dragons. Black Dragon King, as a dragon, you actually helped the dirty undead, especially as a dragon, slaying warrior. You betrayed the dragon. At the front, a golden dragon king shouted loudly. Although the golden dragon and the black dragon cannot be dealt with, they belong to the dragon clan after all. Lin Jin is hunting the dragon clan and should be resisted by all the dragon clan. Humph, you hypocritical golden dragons don't understand anything at all. The temple has imprisoned me for decades and killed a large number of black dragons. They are the biggest enemies of the black dragons. Since you choose to help the Holy Church, you are seeking your own death. The roar of the Black Dragon King also resounded through the sky. It has been imprisoned by King Ronus since it was a cub and has been tortured day and night. The hatred for the temple in its heart is unforgettable and can never be erased. Go. Dragons generally hold grudges, especially black dragons, and they are determined to retaliate. Moreover, the Holy Church also killed a large number of black dragons when they attacked the Black Dragon Elf dungeon. In the subsequent battle between the two sides, the Holy Church again, a large number of black dragons were killed. If you really want to say it, the hatred between the black dragons and the Holy Temple has long been impossible to erase. After all, the black dragons belong to the Dark Elf camp, and they were also the targets of the previous attack by the Holy Temple. No one on either side can compromise. Besides, if you really want to stand on the side of the Dragon Clan, then why didn't these golden dragons appear when the temple was killing the black dragons? Amidst the roars of both sides, two huge groups of dragons, one golden and one black, crashed into each other. Together, in the sky, dragon breaths were sprayed out, bombarding each other, and the giant dragons bumped into each other, fighting each other. The sky was full of scenes of golden dragons and black dragons fighting, extremely ferocious. This food chain, the attack between the top dragons, just the collision of the bodies, makes people feel frightened. That kind of crushing power is indeed not comparable to humans. The Black Dragon Group and the Golden Dragon Group fight together, and the Golden Dragon Group fights together. King Ming also fought with the Golden Dragon King. However, he saw the Golden King Behemoth jumping up and rushing directly towards the Golden Dragon King. The latter spit out a violent dragon breath and directly attacked the Golden King Behemoth. But the Golden King Behemoth did not dodge. The sharp claws in its hands tore the dragon's breath and rushed straight over. The blood volume on its head was also decreasing, but the reduced blood volume of 5.7 was simply insignificant compared to the upper limit of the Golden Behemoth King's blood volume. Facing the attack of the Golden Behemoth King, the Golden Dragon Emperor did not resist directly. At the last moment, it flapped its wings and avoided it. However, being locked by the Golden Behemoth King, it felt as if the surrounding space was blocked, even itself. His movement also slowed down a bit. Just as it dodged upwards, his lower abdomen was also scratched by the claws of King Golden Behemoth, and there was a scar that was neither deep nor shallow, and blood was flowing out. Although it looked like a scar, it's not big, but it shocked the Golden Dragon Emperor. You know, the Dragon Clan has always used strong defensive power to defend the main city, especially the Golden Dragon Emperor. Its scales are extremely strong. Even if ordinary angels are hit by attacks, they can't easily. It unfolded its scales. But such strong scales were as if they were made of paper, which made it unable to believe it. Only now did the Golden Dragon Emperor truly realize what the Dragon Clan's nemesis meant. This is the Dragon Clan's natural enemy. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Golden Dragon and the Black Dragon fought together, and the battle was extremely fierce. The bites of these giant dragons at each other are ferocious and terrifying. As the two dragon clans fought, King Caldwell's heart sank completely. He had pinned his hopes on these golden dragons from the beginning. Now that even the golden dragons were anticipated by Lin Jin, and such a force was arranged to target them, he had no other choice. Have you ever experienced despair? Thinking about what Lin Jin said just now, his face was filled with bitterness. Originally, he thought that he could win back the victory and defeat Lin Jin, but he suddenly realized that he was just thinking too much. All around, a vast wave of undead has swept in, and looking back at the battlefield over there, the college camp is about to be penetrated by the undead. It can be seen that a large number of terrifying knights are encircling and suppressing the Rakshasa king. The proud Rakshasa king encountered the terrifying knights with strong defense, but was beaten back steadily, leaving no room for display. As for the titans, almost all of them died during the attack by the Angel of Death, especially Erica. Erica gallops on the battlefield alone, extremely dazzling. She was very small compared to the titans, but even so, she was able to completely suppress the titans, and even led the team to kill a large number of titans. The Archmage, who was the most powerful in the Academy formation at the beginning, also lost his temper. As the war progresses, the magic power of these Archmages has been exhausted, and they cannot continue to use magic. They lost their magic power and directly caused the Academy's output to drop off a cliff. Having too much cannon fodder means being willful. The cannon fodder at the beginning also attracted the attacks of many Archmages. Moreover, the undead dispersed, so they had to use range attacks. Especially the continuous fireball. This skill consumes a lot of mana. At this time, the Death Angels led by Erica had already withdrawn from the Academy's camp. Among them, there were only more than 40 Death Angels killed in the battle. No matter how excellent the Angels of Death perform, they cannot avoid casualties. Some of the Death Angels were hit in the previous thunder attack, and then they passed through the lightning storm. Even when they came to the battlefield on the Academy's side, they faced attacks from a large number of Archmages and Academy heroes. Erica is powerful and can handle this kind of attack with ease, but obviously not all Angels of Death can do it. Of course, relatively speaking, this loss was completely within Lin Jin's tolerance. Being able to break into the Academy formation and kill everyone at such a small cost is already a huge profit for him. Owner, Erica returned to Lin Jin's side, and 460 Death Angels once again guarded Lin Jin. Undead healing technique. Lin Jin waved his hand and directly treated these Death Angels. As the light enveloped them, the scars on each Death Angel disappeared, and their health values also recovered. This is the personal magic value used, not strategic magic. Value, with Lin Jin's character level for plus the increase of the exclusive Death Angel. This part of the loss is not particularly exaggerated for Lin Jin. Even if Lin Jin does not join the battle, his combat effectiveness is still there. As the creator of the Death Angel, his strength is the strongest among the Death Angels, ranking above Erica. Erica, lead the Angel of Death and kill those golden dragons. After restoring the blood volume of the Death Angel, Lin Jin began to issue instructions again. Now the temple and the dwarves have become turtles in the urn, unable to fly, but the golden dragons are different. If they want to escape from the battlefield, they can still escape from the battlefield. But Lin Jin he didn't want them to leave. Now that they're here, they'll all die here. He finally managed to lure the golden dragons out of his own island and was able to destroy such a powerful force. How could he miss it? Yes, master. Erica flapped her wings and once again led the charge towards the golden dragon over there. One by one, the Death Angels rushed towards the golden dragon again. There were more golden dragons than black dragons, and there were also more golden dragon kings. A total of 5. Among them, the Black Dragon King is 1 against 2 and is at a huge disadvantage. If only the Black Dragon is allowed to fight against the Golden Dragon, some Black Dragons will not be enough. But how can Lin Jin only let the Black Dragon fight against the Golden Dragon? A famous the Angel of Death flashed through the air and joined the battlefield forcefully. A Black Dragon was biting with the Golden Dragon. The ferocious teeth of both sides roared hard, and their heads shook violently, trying to cause more damage to the other party. But at this moment, a death angel flew over. To the death angel, this stalemate of enemies was like a living target. However, a death angel holding a giant cross sword flew over quickly. The giant cross sword, burning with scorching black flames in his hand, also swung down suddenly and struck the golden dragon on the back. The latter suffered a fierce blow and could not help but loosen his teeth and let out a mournful cry. The black dragon took advantage of this opportunity. They also bit each other fiercely again, refusing to leave the golden dragon alone, and the big sword in the hand of the death angel kept slashing down, slashing on the back of the golden dragon. The golden dragon's tail swept fiercely, trying to attack Death Angel, but the latter easily dodged it. At this moment, the Death Angel simply flew up and landed on the back of the golden dragon. The crossed sword in his hand sank into the golden dragon's body with a backhand. In an instant, blood spattered. But the blood was stained, the dark flames evaporated quickly. On the battlefield, this scene could be seen everywhere. When a famous black dragon and a golden dragon were fighting together, the Death Angel took the opportunity to attack the golden dragon. With the black dragon resisting in front, they can unleash their power unscrupulously. From time to time, a scream came from the air, and then a golden dragon fell down from the sky powerlessly. This creature at the top of the food chain has now become the target of hunting. Suddenly, the golden dragon, the pressure faced doubled. Hateful. The golden dragon emperor is fighting with the golden behemoth king. It feels the death of the clansman over there, and its heart is bleeding. But the golden behemoth king is staring at it in front of it, but it can't do anything. The golden behemoth king's flying, the jumping and jumping were stronger than before, and he was targeted by the golden behemoth king. This restricted the golden dragon emperor and could not escape the attack range of the golden behemoth king. Just as the golden behemoth king dodged again, the breathing dragon, when it was breathing, a figure quietly emerged behind it. Dark cross slash. Erica crossed her scimitars, and a huge sword light several meters long formed a cross, spread out, and hit the golden dragon emperor's neck with a bang. After Erica came to the battlefield here, she has been there all the time. Wait and see. While the golden dragon emperor was launching an attack, she also found the best opportunity and launched her own attack. The black cross slash hit. The golden dragon emperor's body trembled violently, and his blood volume dropped sharply. Ordinary death angels did not. There is no way to cause so much damage to it. But this is Erica, the SSS, level angel of death. If Erica and the golden dragon emperor are really allowed to duel, then the final winner will most likely be Erica. The golden dragon emperor, its attack power is powerful, but facing the natural god of war, it cannot pose much threat to Erica. Once they are duel, the rhythm of the battle will be completely in Erica's hands. Just as the golden dragon emperor shuddered at that moment, the golden behemoth king on the ground had already jumped up. It held the golden dragon emperor's neck with both hands and pressed the latter's huge body down from the air. Boom! But they saw the golden behemoth king throwing the golden dragon emperor down from the air. When they landed, the ground shook crazily, a storm rolled up, and even a large number of skeleton soldiers were crushed into pieces. The golden behemoth king pressed it down with one hand. While the golden dragon emperor was staying, 073's other hand raised its claws and stabbed fiercely at the golden dragon emperor. At this time, the golden dragon emperor struggled crazily. Its wings flapped desperately, and its powerful front paws also slammed in. The two sides were actually fighting on this battlefield. All the undead that were affected were still completely broken. Lin Jin also mobilized all the high-level undead nearby. As for the low-level undead, he had no choice. There is no need to let them disperse completely. He just stared at the golden behemoth king and the golden dragon emperor over there. At this moment, King Caldwell's eyes were also staring at this side. Golden dragon emperor, use your power. King Caldwell was almost roaring. He held his breath, and all his energy was focused on the battle between golden behemoth king and golden dragon emperor. Roar! Finally, the front claws of the golden dragon emperor failed to block the golden behemoth king, but left claw marks on the golden behemoth king's body. But the sharp claws of the golden behemoth king also pierced into the golden dragon emperor's body. Sad and shrill, the roar was earth, shattering and moving. The blood was rushing. The dragon king's wrath. When the blood volume dropped to a certain level, the Golden Dragon King's strength bloomed, shining with golden light, and he almost pushed away the Golden King Behemoth. Roar! The Overlord roared. The Overlord raged. The Golden King Behemoth roared, and the terrifying power seemed to form a shadow behind it, causing the Golden Dragon Emperor in front of him to freeze for a moment. This is also an ability specifically targeted at the Dragon Clan, and can deal with the giant dragon, producing a double effect. At the same time, its eyes were scarlet, its body was filled with the aura of blood mist, and its strength suddenly increased. It also had the trump card that the Golden Dragon Emperor had. After increasing its strength, the Golden Behemoth King once again suppressed the Golden Dragon Emperor. Its sharp claws kept piercing and tearing, and even its ferocious mouth pounced on it and kept gnawing. The blood around it was soaring and extremely bloody. This was completely an animalistic battle between beasts. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Like spring water kept spurting out from the Golden Dragon King and splashed onto the Golden King Behemoth, reflecting the latter's increasing violence and ferocity. Looking at the Golden Behemoth King, who kept biting the Golden Dragon King and launched crazy attacks, King Caldwell's eyes were glazed over, and he seemed to be in a daze, just looking there quietly. To him, everything around him seemed to have stopped at this moment. This is the Golden Dragon Emperor at the top of the food chain. This is a terrifying dragon that even the Holy Empire is in awe of. If anything, the Golden Dragon Emperor is still the last glimmer of hope in Caldwell's heart. So now, under the non-stop violent attacks of King Behemoth, King Caldwell's last hope was shattered. At this time, he no longer directed the Legion War, but was just in a daze. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Countless memories were rolling through his mind. He couldn't even figure out why everything had developed to this point, and why the undead had become so powerful. Why did such a huge Holy Empire fall to this point? Just half a year ago, the Holy Empire was the undisputed hegemon on this continent, a hegemon that no one dared to challenge. Even just 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Holy Empire's reinforcements gathered to jointly attack the Dark Elves and Orcs in the Crow Principality, pushing the latter into despair step by step. Even at that time, they were still proud and powerful. But how long has passed before everything turned out like this? He thought that combining the legions of the Buck Principality and the Dwarves would be enough to defeat the undead. But in their first joint battle, they were easily crushed by the sea of the undead. Just as they gathered more powerful forces, they even spent a lot of money to invite the legions of the Silver City State, and they also had the support of the Golden Dragons. This seems foolproof, but he still lost. No matter how hard he tried and how he planned, nothing worked. But why? The undead are obviously a force that has been completely suppressed by the Holy Empire. Moreover, even if the undead natural disaster comes back, they should not be defeated so easily. Scenes kept flashing through my mind, and everything seemed to come back to me. Finally, the picture settled on a figure. Dark person. Everything is controlled by him. The Holy Empire is so powerful that he despises all enemies. Even if Lin Jin provokes the Orc Rebellion, it is not on the attention of the Buck Principality. They firmly believe that the Holy Empire can win and these rebellions will soon be ended. Lose. However, he was wrong. The rebellion was not ended. Under the leadership of the Dark Messenger, they caused huge casualties to the Crow Principality. But even so, he is still very confident. Then, reinforcements from various countries entered the Crow Principality, and the battle reached a stalemate. The Holy Emperor was assassinated by the devil. All countries withdrew their troops, and the Crow Principality fell again. Step by step, the Orc army even conquered Crowcrest City and killed King Ronus. Even so, he only cared about it at the time, but deep down in his heart, he felt a little secretly happy. The Stag Principality is a neighbor of the Crow Principality, which means that it can enter the Crow Principality and gain a larger territory. Thinking of this, he suddenly seemed to have grasped something. The Orc Rebellion should not have lasted so long. If everything had gone well, the Orc Rebellion would have been ended, and everything would not have developed to what it is today. Behind, the Dark Elves rebelled. Lin Jin led the Dark Elves again and began to attack the Holy Empire non-stop. Frankly speaking, at that time, he still didn't take it to heart. The Dark Elves are just a bunch of dirty and stupid factions. They plot against each other and are deceitful, which is nothing to worry about. Perhaps the Dark Elves can be used to completely cleanse the remaining forces of the Crow Principality. When the time comes, it will be easier for them to take over the Crow Principality. But everything was unexpected. The Dark Elves that they looked down upon, under Lin Jin's control, first formed a queen system and then completely united together. Today, more than 300 black dragons can even be mobilized to join the battle. Destroy the country. Prophecy. Break through the sealed place. Sweeping the undead natural disaster. Just walk through it step by step. Even if it was a road that shouldn't be crossed, every difficulty and obstacle that shouldn't be crossed, he just walked through it so hard. At this moment, he seemed to see a hand covering the sky, spreading towards the entire Holy Empire, trying to capture the entire Holy Empire in its hands. Behind every impossibility are densely intersecting lines that control everything in the entire Holy Empire. He thought of his own little idea and wanted to use Lin Jin's hand to kill the college's legion, thereby weakening their next move to the Bucks Principality. Suddenly, he finally caught something. The fog in his mind dissipated, and a complete figure emerged. This figure seemed to be controlling a puppet, controlling the Holy Empire and the course of everything. Even he is under the control of others. Why is the Holy Empire so powerful, yet it keeps losing battles? Why did he still despise Lin Jin, even though he was already so powerful? The reason why he is able to handle everything with such ease is precisely because he knows the Holy Empire well and knows all about the flaws of the Holy Empire. When he broke through, he even used the power of the Holy Empire to attack himself. Even he became Lin Jin's pawn, because he had spared no effort in the beginning and refused to save the Crow Principality. Not just him, everyone from all the principal kings of the Holy Empire, all the high-ranking nobles, and even all the heroes of the temple have been seen through by Lin Jin. Lin Jin saw through their true colors from the beginning. Therefore, behind every impossibility, there is also necessity. Thinking of this, he even felt a little ridiculous. The previous faith of the Holy Church was more like the biggest joke. He never thought that the true appearance of the Holy Empire would be so stupid and ugly. When he looked up at Lin Jin again, although he didn't see Lin Jin's eyes, he seemed to have a pair of contemptuous eyes carved in his mind. I'm afraid that he is really looking down at the entire Holy Empire with an expression of contempt. Haha, it's still ridiculous. Thinking of this, King Caldwell finally couldn't help but laugh. The laughter contained all kinds of thoughts, mixed emotions, and was very sad. All the nobles and heroes around him also turned their eyes. They didn't know why King Caldwell was still laughing in this situation. In their doubtful eyes, King Caldwell looked up to the sky and roared with all his strength, roaring extremely crazily. The messenger of darkness must die. If the messenger of darkness does not die, then the Holy Empire will surely perish, and heaven will perish. A crazy voice resounded across the battlefield, echoing throughout the world. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. No matter at any time. Even if the forest embers sweep through the undead natural disaster, even if the Buck Principality is finally destroyed, I am afraid that the Holy Church still does not think that the forest embers can destroy the entire Holy Empire. They may be thinking that as long as they seal the sealed place again, they will be free to destroy Lin Jin in one fell swoop. Even King Caldwell might have thought so before. But before he died, he finally had an epiphany. He knew that he was bound to lose, and that the Bucks' kingdom had no chance. He even saw the fall of the Holy Empire. So even if he dies, he will still use his last hoarse voice to try to awaken the Holy Empire. Lin Jin is the biggest disaster, the real disaster. The Holy Church must be completely united to be able to deal with such a disaster. Once the internal strife within the Holy Church resumes, then the Holy Empire will really be destroyed, and so will heaven. On the battlefield, the charging dwarf king also stopped charging and looked towards King Caldwell. Not to mention the heroes and nobles of the temple. Even he was stunned. The Holy Church has always been proud and has a firm belief. For them, the Holy Light will definitely protect them, and the Holy Light is eternal and immortal. In the past, if anyone dared to say that the Holy Empire would perish, they would be caught and burned on the spot. As for saying that heaven was destroyed, even if you don't think he is a madman, That 073 is a powerful force in the world. But now, such words were shouted from the mouth of a king of the Holy Empire, and they were shouted in such a desperate voice. What exactly does this mean? Dark person. King Wolfston looked up at Lin Jin, his eyes more solemn and fearful than ever before. He had also fought with King Caldwell for a while, and he knew the latter's abilities. Frankly speaking, he still admired him in his heart. King Caldwell's. Being able to make him shout such words in such madness and despair can only show that he saw something that others did not see. He saw the real threat of Lin Jin. The whole audience was shocked by King Caldwell's desperate voice. The hearts of all the Templar heroes were touched. They all looked at the embers in the sky in unison. Especially the players. The players of the Warhammer Guild smashed the sky and were shocked in their hearts. Suddenly felt that he was so stupid. He felt like a frog in the well. He only saw the power and heritage of the dwarves, and only the power and heritage of the Holy Empire. But when had he really seen Lin Jin's strength? How much do they know about Lin Jin? If Lin Jin hadn't broken the seal on his own, they wouldn't even know that Lin Jin was actually the king of Eternal Night. Now they see that the aloof king of the Buck Principality is forced into such a desperate situation. He was also greatly touched in his heart. Roar! While everyone was in shock, amid the indiscriminate bombardment of the Golden Behemoth King over there, the Golden Dragon Emperor's health was also wiped out. Before his death, the Golden Dragon Emperor let out a sad and unwilling roar. But no matter how unwilling you are, it is all in vain. As for the Golden Behemoth King, it is sitting on the Golden Dragon Emperor at this time. You can see that the Golden Behemoth King has also added a lot of scars on its body. These are all when the Golden Dragon Emperor struggled fiercely, using scars caused by torn front paws. The dragon's body is very powerful, especially their claws, which are so powerful that they can easily break rocks. Just now, in order to kill the Golden Dragon Emperor faster, the Golden King Beaming also withstood the Golden Dragon Emperor. A lot of damage. However, these injuries are nothing to the Golden Behemoth King. In the midst of everyone's attention, the Golden Behemoth King's claws kept stabbing, and finally dug out a huge dragon heart, and then took a bite, devour it in one bite. With the swallowing, the scars on Golden Behemoth King's body are quickly disappearing. Scarlet blood mist lingers on it, and the power of the whole body is constantly increasing. Swallowing the dragon will permanently enhance its attributes. Golden Behemoth King, it was the Golden Dragon King that was swallowed, which increased its power even more exaggeratedly, and at the same time, its skills also grew. As long as it continues to devour the dragon, Golden King Meng can become stronger. Dragon King. Seeing that the Golden Dragon Emperor was killed over there, all the golden dragons on the battlefield let out a mournful cry, which was very sad. This is the Emperor of the Golden Dragon clan, and he would actually be reduced to this situation. The Golden Dragon Emperor was killed, and they still have a chance. Over there, after devouring the Golden Dragon King, the Golden Behemoth King's blood volume was fully restored. It rushed towards this side again. With a sharp jump and a flying dive, it knocked a golden dragon down from the air. It was after being targeted, the pressure on the golden dragon doubled, as if it had seen a monstrous demon king. It was killed by the Golden King Behemoth in a daze. Run away. Retreat quickly. The Golden Dragon Emperor is dead. Stop fighting and leave the battlefield quickly. Run away, or you will die if you don't run away from the Golden Dragon. The remaining Golden Dragon Kings also shouted loudly. The Golden Dragon Kings have all been killed, so they can't resist the attack of Golden Behemoth King at all. Moreover, they have suffered many casualties in the battle so far, and are completely at a disadvantage. If they continue to fight, there is only one way to defeat. You must escape. Haha. If you want to escape now, can you escape? The Black Dragon King ferociously collided with the Golden Dragon King, lashing out with sharp claws and biting with sharp teeth, laughing and shouting. Now the Golden Dragon is completely entangled with the Black Dragon and the Angel of Death. Even if they want to escape, it is already too late. Lin Jin would not let them escape so easily. On the battlefield, a golden dragon broke out, but two death angels appeared in front of it. The two directly launched a fierce attack, and the golden dragon was enveloped in sword rays. After being attacked, the golden dragon's speed stagnated. Behind him, the black dragon roared and rushed over again, fighting him. Because he gave up the attack, many golden dragons suffered a lot of attacks, and several golden dragons were killed in a short time. Now AI Lika and Golden Behemoth King have spread out, and they are rushing towards the Golden Dragon King, trying to kill all the Golden Dragon Kings first. The Golden Dragon cannot protect itself, struggling desperately, trying to break through the defense line. At this time, all the Templar legions, the Dwarf Legion and the Academy Legion, they were all desperate. Their last chance was the Golden Dragon. As a result, even such a powerful group as the Golden Dragon was killed so easily, and they also lost their last chance. Around them, a large number of undead kept coming. Over there, the Academy camp that was the focus of attention was also eliminated first. The main force was all killed by the undead. Under the control of Lin Jin, the terrifying knights circled behind and rushed towards the dwarves. As for the temple, a large number of vampire legions also jumped over each skeleton soldier and rushed over quickly. The dark figure, the broadsword, solemn and sharp. It's time to carry out the finishing work. Even if it's next, it's a vampire army, and it can flood the remaining temples. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Above the battlefield, golden dragons were being killed one after another, and they were smashed down from the sky powerlessly. All around, some of the death angels gave up attacking and instead dispersed, completely surrounding it. This is obviously to prevent any golden dragon from escaping. Golden King Behemoth also killed a golden dragon king again and swallowed it. Over there, the College Legion has been almost wiped out, and only a few tiny legions are left, still struggling. Here, the skeleton soldiers surrounding the temple retreated, replaced by the fierce attack of the Vampire Legion. Having lost its range-killing ability in the temple, this group of vampire legions is simply their nightmare. Vampire legions appeared directly among the Templar legions from all directions and launched attacks. Their attacks were supplemented by blood-sucking, as well as the passive effects of the Forest Ember Undead Scourge and the killing effect of the Abyss Wither. It was as if they were in the middle of nowhere. Territory. It is not difficult to cross the rank and kill people. Faced with the fierce attack of the undead army, the temple, which was originally in danger, completely fell. The entire Templar Legion was slaughtered. As for the dwarves, they were attacked by the Terror Knights. The vampires on the battlefield were already very difficult for the dwarves to deal with, and the plague toxin effect of the Great Corpse which ruthlessly took away the lives of a large number of dwarves. Now there are nearly 700 more terrifying knights, which is already an overwhelming force. In front of these undead souls who have no morale and are absolutely indifferent, no matter how hard the dwarves try, it will have no effect. At this moment, the ice-cold dragon breath from the mouth of the frostbone dragon in the sky spit out again. The dragon breath, full of frost-withering properties, instantly froze a blazing dragon. The corpse of the blazing dragon also fell from the air. As a super boss who would sweep through the undead disaster in the future, Arthas himself had a national weapon that could add ice attributes to Legion attacks. He is also the race hero of the Ghost Dragons. Under his leadership, these Ghost Dragons have stronger fighting power. Especially the Frostbone Dragon is invincible across the battlefield. This is not the first blazing dragon that the Frostbone Dragon has killed. In the air, Lin Jin's Ghost Dragons plus Alsace's Ghost Dragons, which totaled nearly 200, plus the Soul, Snatching Death Scythe, and the Angel of Death led by Uther, also had a complete advantage. In the sky and on the earth, the undead once again overwhelmed the enemy. The originally vast Templar Legion and Dwarf Legion continued to shrink in size. The original location of their legion was surrounded by undead. There was nowhere to escape, and in this case, they had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. Besides, even if they break through the encirclement, what's the use? Not far away is Honcrest, the main city of the Bucks Principality. Once the war here is over, Lin Jin's legion does not even need to be repaired and can reach the city in the blink of an eye. By then, the main city of Buck Principality will also be. If they run away, it will only be a step to their death. It is better to die in battle. In addition to the temple, dwarves do not know how. The highest honor of dwarves is to die in war. On the battlefield, a Storm Lord and a Thunder Lord kept killing the enemy. The energy of the rune axes in their hands gathered, and each swing detonated the energy inside. Ha ha ha, happy, happy. You undead souls, come and die. A storm lord was laughing heroically. He blasted a plague zombie away with his battle axe. Then he moved and disappeared again. He appeared behind a big corpse witch and hit the big corpse with his battle axe. Lightning flashed on the witch's head. These dwarves launched attacks, each as fast as thunder and as violent as fire. Although their bodies were small, the power they erupted was extremely strong, and their visual effect of lifting a weight with ease made their battles particularly brave. Just when the Storm Lord had just killed a great corpse witch, light flashed behind him, and two vampire earls also appeared out of thin air and slashed down with the sword in their hands. The latter was caught off guard and was attacked, and his blood volume suddenly dropped. Less, but he did not give in at all, and immediately turned back to fight with these vampire counts. As for the battle on the dwarf side, it was much more pure than that in the temple, and the damage they caused to the undead was actually more objective. It's a bit like orcs. One force can defeat all tricks. They only care about killing and fighting, and don't care about anything else. Although the dwarves also fight bravely, the undead will not have any fear because of this, and they still keep coming. 0e request flowers. The dwarves' impulsive and rough fighting style also caused heavy casualties to themselves. These dwarves must also be eliminated. Lin Jin looked at the dwarves who were still fighting crazily below and thought in his mind. On his side, the priority of hostility is far from looking at the strength of a force. Just as King Caldwell just thought, Lin Jin, when Jin took action against the Holy Empire, he also took into account the conflicts and calculations between the principalities in the Holy Empire. It was precisely because of the chaos and calculations within the Holy Empire that Lin Jin was able to get where he is today. The internal itself is also full of intrigues. But the dwarves are different. The dwarves don't have so many tricks. They are like orcs, very unified internally. 0. Once Lin Jin provokes such an enemy, he will not give them a chance to breathe, because they won't show obvious flaws. So after killing the Buck Principality, Lin Jin will take advantage of their weakness to find a way to destroy the dwarves and the Silver City State. This is not a real world. The recovery period of the war depends entirely on the towns and resources they own. If they do not capture their territory and reduce their resource points, they will soon be able to recruit a group of legions again, just like a dark elf. The current upper limit that the dark elves can support is more than 300 black dragons. Even if they don't come to support Lin Jin today, they will not be able to continue recruiting black dragons, because I can't afford it. A large number of undead kept compressing the camps below. Among them, the Academy formation was the first to be completely wiped out. All the Academy legions, not a single one was left behind, completely disappeared into the sea of undead, followed by the Templar Legion. They were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Vampire Legion and were quickly destroyed. Then comes the Golden Dragon. Withstanding the attacks from the Golden King Behemoth, the Black Dragon, and the Elite Death Angel, these golden dragons died quickly. On the contrary, it was the dwarf army that persisted the longest. But after the arrival of the Terror Knights, the dwarf formation was continuously compressed. After some Death Angels in the sky also joined the battle, these dwarves were completely overwhelmed again. This war is over. The end of this war also means the fall of the Bucks Principality. To read the novel without underline, please download Felu.